Now it's like, I mean, sure, it's still for the love of the game, but back then, like, there were no like kind of future. Like, it was just like because we loved it and we liked the vibes.
The obsession.
It was like it's the obsession of just, you know, we wanted to compete, but at the same time, it wasn't, you know, a profession. Like, people would show up like, I don't know, half an hour before the game, and like we didn't really prepare. You just played your game, right? There was no like deeper thoughts to it. It's changed. I mean, I even think back to how Katowice, when we got to places go at Katowice, when like we played in this, you know, this like it was like in a gym.
Like gym,
Like
where we usually did the media day after there.
We did the media day in there, and then like there was like a setup, and you know, there
squares.
It was like squares. You were sitting in a square, and someone was playing a game, and then I believe it was in 14 Pasha. He opened like a knife, and we were sitting next to them. I think our game had just started, but they were like, I just opened a knife, and
you like focus on the major.
Like, what the hell? We're playing a major here, but Pasha's like opening knives, and it was like, everyone's like, he got a knife, and you could just walk behind pretty much any team, and then you know watch them like you couldn't back in the old days. That I loved doing that back in the days, because then you could get like an idea of the communication. But nowadays it's much like if someone walks up behind
they don't watch, they let you watch anymore.
No, exactly.
One time I went for a tournament in 2014, I think, and I saw Getchright playing Pete on Dust 2, and he was playing like a 1v3 or something, 3v3, and I was like, this guy is shooting 3 people and not saying a single word. Like, he doesn't communicate as he's shooting. Like, so maybe I'm talking too much. Like, we're taking those insights, right, from watching people. But
that's like the beauty of it, how it's developed and evolved throughout the years, right? I mean, one thing is like all the way from like the local lands that we had fun at, but then also just seeing the tournaments that we're at now, how they were a decade ago. I think it's
changed so much. Like that's what I said. Like when we went to the PGL like stadium for Media Day in 17. We had the practice where now everything is built for the groups. It was the tournament area and the practice room were at the same place.
Yes.
So we had the practice room close to each other. Like, you know, we were like Vitality here, and behind maybe we had this guy. Like, you know, we were. It
was in Krakow.
Yeah, it was the same as the arena here, and like it's so funny that like I remember Mamo in 17, I think, was like we were in one room all together.
Yeah.
You were in practice room. You don't have any hotel. You're one room all together. And when you look even before, no practice room. So you were at an event. Better grind before, because during the event
you're not gonna do anything.
You don't have time.
You don't get to play
a major. You don't have time to play any deathmatch. You arrive to your setup, you have 20 minutes to warm up. Better play good today.
Because if you go back in time and think about it, that was just like normal. Yeah. And everyone was fine with it. You know, that's just how it was.
It was the same for everyone, so everyone was fine with it.
Like
Imagine if you showed up nowadays and people were just like, we don't have practice rooms, we're like, fuck that, we're going home.
The curse is broken. Apex side with Vitality. They make the grand final here in Poland.
But Dog is still a third! The killer of dreams! And Spirit's Prince of Darkness, the defining round in this series.
It's a long time waiting. I miss that trophy so bad. When we walk into the stage, I'm looking at it. 2 majors, I won Cologne. I just miss that one piece, which is Katowice.
All pressure that we can get, it's from the crowd cheering against us. It's always funny to win against the crowd and make everyone silent.
You don't wait 11 years to fail at this point. To win in Katowice is hard. To win back-to-back, near impossible. Please welcome to the stage, Team Vitality! Team Spirit! For that trophy, something iconic is about to happen.
Going into the final definitely had a revenge in my mind. I have a guy named Saivu, so I knew it's gonna be different for sure. I knew that guy's gonna pull off some things. You know, I have some personal vendetta against him, so I had a couple of tricks up my sleeve as well.
Some players knows how to win. That guy knows how to win. he knows how to be good in big games. Doesn't mean that he will be good at every big games. When you play with Robin, he gives you confidence just by the way he talks, how calm he is during the round, etc. Not by his pitch, but the way he talks during the game, the way he plays.
With FaZe, we had a lot of success. We won those tournaments, but Vitality is going to be different, so we have to find our own recipe. I think they're just happy to have me, and I think mostly it brings confidence to the team.
Играйте без фона, играйте четко то, что мы обсуждали. Слушайте Леню в середине, все получится. Давайте.
We step up individually, guys.
Yeah, just make sure we listen to each other. Like we said at the break, whenever we make a plan, whoever says it, let's go through it. Or we say cancel and then we make a new plan. Good job, we got these last rounds. Let's have a good CT side and we're all good.
Hey, Rush. Straight in.
Breaking door. Fuck me in. I'm blind. Out.
Out. One close to Tetris, I think.
That's the one. I think both.
It's okay.
Stuck.
I'm gonna.
Nice, bro, sick.
In the absence of others, it's Mezzi that stepped up for Vitality. A must-win pistol converted.
One fire and one main, okay? Almost fast radio.
Talk upside. Get on me. Outside, some.
Guys, I'm walking around, guys.
Yeah. One main.
One more main, one config as well.
That main.
AC.
Say this.
You're just going to have to give over 10 rounds. It's critical right now that they hold on to this.
Take a random kill in main.
Get people rushing over because I know I've opened.
Go loud on the cross, the rest not so much.
Rob's pushing ramp. He's in hard.
Rob's going to clear through lobby. Magis is going to have a test. Oh, the pre-aim was there. He just second-guessed it for a moment. Robs will profit.
Here's the acceleration. They have to go.
They're coming.
Labo.
Zywu reveals him, jump scare. Oh, Kickster gets the bomb down.
It's planted.
On the top of his head, Nico Goomba stomps. Zywu.
Invent stands it. One secret. Saving.
Get back. Be ready.
Nice. Under Kevin, guys.
Yeah, he's running.
Yeah!
Nice!
Let's go! Nice. We keep going, boys.
Goodbye, guys.
Let's buy. I buy your Scott.
Robin will do the first delayed ramp. Yeah.
They have shoved all in. The investment, the MP9s. There's a tag, but you need a miracle because Daz says he's just ripped away the opener.
Nice. It's full buy probably, boys. They have 2.4 or something. Just take it slow. Let's go secret, okay?
Make a plan, guys.
I'm gonna try to go down.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you though. One in secret and one turret.
Shots. Messi dips away, removes Monacy from the pack.
Scout was under heaven. He might be holding you, boys. Let's try to go back down. I can try to search main a little bit and you guys be ready to go down.
Nice. The pick back lobby?
Yeah.
Main.
How Zywu just cleared lobby with a scout. So much going on. From behind, Kickson makes a meal of that.
Bob's going big.
He knows what 2 with the 3R. It's just Flames, the unknown entity. Kickson onto Rob Shaw. Flames in the perfect position. No one's looking. Tez's just turned around just in time. Has he got it in him? The bomb will go down. A clutch that would have to save Vitality.
Probably no kid. I'm going against Splitter, okay?
Nico's low. Tez is alive. Elevated position through the smoke. It will be about tracking a reaction. Good shot. Oh! The aim! The brain! The game saves them!
Maybe talk a little bit about the quarterfinal.
Well, yeah, but they're playing each other.
Yeah.
What are they going to say?
I don't know. Ask them.
What do you expect? Are we playing Ancient?
I would love, I enjoyed yesterday night, and we have 2 days, we can work on it.
Wait, so if you both agree, you can both prepare, and then it might, be an exciting game.
Actually be a better game.
Yeah.
A better game, yeah.
What do you want the veto to be?
You need to, I'll give you my phone to call Fallen.
Well, for me, best case scenario, you guys pick Overpass, and we pick What do we pick?
Anubis.
Inferno.
Maybe no.
No. But honestly, it's all gonna be dependent of the mind games in terms of like the ancient pick or whatever. Like there's a chance we're gonna ban Anubis. We're not because maybe we don't want to play their Anubis. Or for example, if we practiced ancient. If we didn't practice ancient, then we're gonna ban ancient, then we're gonna play Anubis.
So the mind games are starting now.
Yeah, mind games starting now.
So maybe if they
Mulder's gonna start sweating and he's already sick.
if they don't ban ancient, maybe I will not pick ancient this time. I don't know. Like maybe
flows through
it
second
depends.
phase.
You know, maybe we're gonna leave ancient open, and then they're gonna think like, okay, like do we want to play ancient or do we not want to play ancient? You know?
When's the last time you guys played against each other?
Malta, maybe.
I don't remember. Bro. I
Probably-
don't have a good
probably.
memory about that.
Pro League?
Malta.
No, Thunder pick, I think.
Thunder pick.
Oh, that's right.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Semi-
Thunder
semi-
pick. Yeah.
semi-
Thunder pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago. It was back in
You
October.
guys won, huh?
Yeah.
You guys won.
And then they played Navi and reverse swept him in the final.
Yeah, the thing is, from the old and new Anubises, I've seen many different metas in a way. Like every team has their own understanding of the update in terms of like how to play the map and how they feel comfortable playing the map. And until teams kind of play the map and show what they have, there's not going to be a very obvious meta of like how to play this map. Nobody knows like what you created with like the gap now, or like do you have a push, do you don't have a push, or like how do you stand end game and whatever. And I feel like, for example, that's why I watched 3D Max. Like they played Anubis this tournament, and bro, like if we would have played Anubis against them first game without knowing what they do, like we would have get destroyed, bro. Honestly, I think, because like some of the things they have, like the mid checks with like mid round, a little flash into window, just
to check the weather.
Just to check, like are you trying to come close pop? Okay, you're not trying to come close pop. Okay, we can be not scared of B split a little bit. You know, we can save some utility. You know, all of these details, they really matter. I got lucky playing this map, having an aggressive opera in both. Like for example, in Liquid I had Ultimate, who was very good on Anubis, and now I have Daniel, who's as well very good on Anubis as an aggressive opera. And in my opinion, it's like, for my playstyle, it's a lot easier for me to play with an aggressive opera in the team. But I also understand, like for example, Spirits or Aurora's way of playing. Like I don't consider Voxic like a very passive opera, but like in terms of like overall 3-2 kind of style, then it's as well kind of cool.
I'm casting the other game on the A stream, and then I flick over to the B stream game, and I was thinking about the veto. I was like, okay, Aurora versus Vitality. Okay, so we've seen Vitality float Ancient before. They did it against these guys in a grand final. They'll probably float it again, force Magic to ban it out, and then you were like, nah, fuck it. They're like, let's play Ancient.
Yeah, we play it, to be honest. Like it's been like maybe 2 weeks we playing sometimes. Yeah, we try to do like what we can do on the map.
Yes,
and it was a good test yesterday. It was a good test against
lots
Vitality.
of rounds.
A lot of rounds. And to be honest, we enjoy the map, but we also know that like FURIA, I think a lot of teams already have a lot of I used to play Ancient and we
for years.
Not for years, so yeah, but it was enjoying to play.
All players played Ancient like before, so I mean, yeah, for us it's easier because you guys didn't play. Like you played, I think you played
with
Ancient at the very start.
Yeah, against Navi also we did the same. Navi didn't ban, and we played Navi in ESL Pro League when we lost the final in ESL Pro League at Malta.
I remember we were first time you guys didn't ban Ancient, and we didn't pick it first time.
Yeah.
Then second time, okay, if these motherfuckers don't ban Ancient,
we're gonna pick
and you ban
maybe
Ancient.
Tomorrow we play Ocean. So
it was
like
in
tomorrow,
Malta. You guys banned Ancient, and I'm like,
why they ban Ancient?
We were in such a mood to play Ancient, bro. But
in 2 days, are you in the mood to play Ancient?
we're not. Well, I mean, I don't know if we're in the mood to play Anubis. So
You just said they don't have a map pool, so they'll play anything.
yeah, well, at this point we're gonna play anything, bro. The Big Mac Vertigo, we're gonna play.
Oh, dude. But that was such a long game.
Yeah, actually, please don't.
Yeah.
You guys played. Zywood dropped like 50 something kills. It was crazy rounds. I'm watching them back on all the highlights. Does it feel, when you're playing it, because it's the seeding match, right? Is it just more fun to play a game like that? It feels less stress, or you're still stressed out in the moment?
IGL always stressed.
I will let him stalk a little.
The game started with less pressure. Also, like as you said, we don't it's like not like a do or die game, but it's like of course a qualification game for the like quarter or semi. So it's important for us. But when he started to just pops to heads, like killing 3, killing 4, holding him, punishing me and stuff, I just start, man, something is happening now in the game and I cannot catch it, you know, like, and he just left and right, and he just punishing either my players, either me. So I said, like, I need to do something. I'm doing something. I'm dying again. Like, I couldn't even feel anything in Ancient, and it was too long game, and I was like, it started, it's ended very long, but I felt like it's so quick. You know, like we instantly, I don't know how to explain. This game was like the Ancient map was my first time that I felt he's like pressing above my head, you know, like with his leg. This was the first time on my career.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I never felt a game like this.
Yeah. I asked the last group, I was like, what's the sickest you've ever been like while playing? Because we had Hunter, he was obviously sick in Chengdu, you couldn't play, Saw had to play. But yeah,
bro, you've seen me sick many times.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I used to get sick a lot. Now I'm better a lot, but the Budapest major for me was very bad, like especially group stage and whatever. I feel like one of the reasons as well why like when we played third map against Navi Train, I just felt so exhausted at that point because I feel like I didn't have energy. Like I got so exhausted in the group stage because I was sick and I was like playing and whatever that it just piles up, and because of the stress during like quarterfinals against Navi, like Train, I trolled hard. I was missing nades. I was like not realizing what's happening or whatever. So sometimes, you know, like you cannot control it, and you just need to understand that like you have to be doing the best things that you can do for your body, gym, vitamins, whatever.
Food,
but like not going outside in a t-shirt or whatever. Sleep's
the hardest. Sleep is the big one.
The older I get, sleep is harder.
Yeah. Sleep is probably the most important thing because as soon as you don't get enough sleep, your immune system drops, and then everything goes to shit. Yeah.
Get a kid, Chad. You'll sleep like a baby when you go to.
Right, that don't happen. We saw Emma was so unwell that he TKs Alexei. That's how. Did you see that on Anubis, right?
Yeah, it was funny. He's like shooting Alexei, and then he's like.
Yeah, like he catches himself like, yeah, but that's the thing, right? He's unwell, the focus isn't there where it needs to be. Have you guys ever been like really sick in an event and just had to play through it or been unable to play?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I'm coughing like since 3 months also. It's not. I have some difficult to breathe. Like I don't know, since 3 months.
Just giving like the tactic, and you just between it.
and I go to hospital like 2 days ago. Yeah,
he was in hospital.
I take some hair also. I have a Ventolin. Okay. I don't know what I have exactly, but I think my body with age maybe
just
now.
Stress.
it's not stress, you know. I don't feel stress, but I feel like with last year my body was not used with this T1 circuit.
The circuit, the traveling.
Yeah, but this shit sucks, bro. Like we're having too much events. Like
I agree.
Just skip a few more. A part of why Vitality let it through again is so they didn't have to show their new Anubis, because you were talking about how the meta's not set yet. You think it's a bonus for them to have not played Anubis, and it might come in the playoffs, and no one knows what they're going to do with their approach?
I think maybe they haven't.
I think they didn't practice because in Blast they played the old version, and we had a practice against a scrim against them on the Blast tournament, and they said because I'm like French, I am a good relation. He said to me like, bro, let's not play Anubis, change the map. I think they didn't prepare yet the new Anubis with the whole. So
yeah, because there was legit no time, because like we came from so there was like two days after Bounty.
Straight here.
Straight to here, and then you're playing already group stage and whatever, and there's like, unless you use those 2 days to do something on Anubis without any material, because at that point like there was no like teams playing that map right yet, and it's just hard because we only practice Anubis for like the last like group stage days that we played here. And like we didn't have a chance to practice it before, and for example, like we cannot be on the same level, for example, as 3D Max, you know, like who have much new things. It's now easier, of course, because you see there's many teams to watch who've already played the map, and you can kind of create what you want.
I don't think Vitality is fooling anyone with this Ancient.
No, well they're not going to.
Like you guys both play them now, you know. Like if we're in a playoffs tomorrow and in the semi-final.
That will ban it for sure.
Yeah, I don't think they'll play it against either of these teams.
Yeah, it'd be surprising to see it in again, especially in that type of game.
It's just a B simulator. Like honestly, like we've played the game against them and it was a B simulator. You guys played a game against them, it's a B simulator. So I was walking up banana, killing 1, killing 2, killing cave.
It's playing like Face It, bro.
Yeah. But that's just how the map
intelligent
is.
Face It, like
honestly,
smart face.
That's just how the map is, because it's like I didn't like Engie that much before as well. I played the map a lot, but it's all about the opening on mid.
Do you feel the matchup will be any different because of the fact it's going to be played on stage in front of the crowd?
Yeah, obviously, if I say no, I would lie to you, bro. Like, I think on stage and on studio is different environment. I think as a player, everyone is different.
Yeah.
Sometimes player enjoy being on scene, playing way better,
Yeah.
enjoy the stress, embrace this stress, you know, and sometimes not. Sometimes it's a big pressure for a young player, extra or inexperienced player. So it's depends.
So
it's not.
You don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know really.
It's the shaking on the
to be honest,
of the stage.
It's the first tournament.
Better against stronger teams, then it's a good sign already.
But it's just as scary. It's like, what is...
Is it like a big arena?
Toron's twice as big as Bodø.
But it's not choking, you know. I think choking is very important in Counter-Strike, you know. And what I see from him is not the kind of player who will choke. So I believe he will play good, hopefully.
Bro, you're saying good thing, but just imagine he's 1v3 and he just kills 2 and he hears, I don't know, 25,000 people just standing up, kind of thing, and how is it gonna be happen?
I don't know, bro. Like I don't know, bro, but I believe him. You know, I believe him. Of course, his first tournament, first on arena stage, but just experience, bro.
I mean, the most important thing is like accepting that you're nervous. Like I'm nervous all the fucking time. Like
everyone is nervous.
Every time I'm walking into arena, like I have like butterflies in my stomach, you know. And until I sit down and like first couple rounds, I'm gonna be nervous. I know myself. Like I accept that I'm nervous. I'm fine with that, and I know that like first couple rounds are gonna go by. I'm gonna be full in the game, and I don't care anymore at that point. And it's just how it is. Like everybody's gonna be nervous, and but that's why. In the end, Arena CS, why is it so beautiful? Because all the great individual plays come from the arenas. Yeah. Because that's where like the nervousness goes into the flow or whatever. Like the Falcons' new game I had on Blast. I don't remember shit I was doing, honestly. like if you would ask me after the game, what were the rounds or what was I doing? I don't remember shit. It was just so automatic. Like what was happening, and it's like when you get to that state, that's like that's what you want to accomplish, or like that's the beauty of it. But you cannot get to this state unless you accept yourself.
Yep,
and
exactly.
That's how it is.
I guess it's a fine line as well between being nervous or like you could even just frame it as excitement. What do you reckon? We got Rookie of the Year right here. Soulfly, is he early contender for Rookie of the Year 2026? He's playing pretty good.
Yeah, he's.
I think
You guys to say, like I think he started the first tournament. I think it was stressful. I think it was the first tournament for him, and he's the player that he didn't play a lot of LANs, like his first LAN since 3 years. So it's something difficult for him. But now I think the most interesting thing is on the stage 1 he has like a 0.9 rating, but when he go to stage 2 when there is MOUZ, Falcon, like top 10 teams, he put 120 like. So I think it's a very good things for him, like playing good against good opponent, and that's very good signs for us. Yeah, I think it's for me, it's something I like as a leader.
You talked a bit about you have a play style that you need to suit to your players.
Yes.
What kind of a player is he, play style wise?
He was playing star roles on his last team, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on T side. He was sometimes taking map control, but when I have Xanteres and also Wikidia, I can't give him that role, you know. So
fair enough.
In Turkey, you know, I like since 7 years since Space Soldiers, I like of lurker, like a player like Rops, you know, on T side, and I just needed a lot like a B plan, you know, as a leader when I take map control and I have a guy on my other side to give me plan, bro, we can do that now, some voice. I want him to do that. That's why I'm talking with him, like you have to talk much extra. So now his role on T side is more sometimes like lurking, but not always. But for now, it's just been like 2 months, so I'm not pretty sure. I'm just seeing. But he's a player who is really calm with good mental, and that's very important for us. It's helping a lot.
Also smart. He's choosing the smart way to play, like when he's in entry as well, like killing one, not going for second, trying to like waste some utilities to come back to people, and nobody told him to do it.
Yeah, if I'm killing one, I'm going for the second.
No,
Daniel as well. If he's killing one, he's going for the second.
The repeats.
Pick a side and you disagree. You don't know me, you don't know me anything at all. Take a little time to reduce the fee. You don't know me, you don't know me anything at all. I still don't know wait. See you down 38. Never gonna watch the second pass me by.
Should be fine. Should be fine. Doesn't matter that he has to reload, that it's a 1v1, that Nico has to stay focused! They've let it slip! Zontics chipping away. Navi, it's all fading to black now. Zontics.
They are going to slow. Heavy God holds the line. Sprays down three.
Okay, Heavy God.
Okay, there he is.
Fine to remove him. Nice shot for the first. They're all in a line. Fallen gets two. There's a lot more where that came from. He's done another one. Oh, he's one bullet, but he's done it.
I still don't know wait.
Rambling into Torchi's spine. Hold on. They're missing bullets. Exertion manages to control 2, 3 from Exertion. Oh, he gets info on 2 of them. How has he hit that? Quick adjustment. Apex. Wow. And he takes all 4. Now, legend has it, if you believe that sort of thing, that here in the city of Krakow, which is where we are, was once home to a ferocious dragon that demanded a king's ransom. And our 6 teams that have made it through to the playoff stage here in this amazing arena, where they're about to embrace that fire as they enter the belly of the beast. What is on the line? Well, first off, their names etched into the history book, which is big in its own right, but also a notch on the belt that is the ESL Grand Slam. What is coming up for you today? Well, Aurora are taking on FURIA in the not too distant future. Then G2 face off against MOUZ. 2 massive matchups. Waiting for them are the past 2 winners of this championship. We're talking team spirit and we're talking vitality. Beasts in their own right. What are we doing here as a tournament has left from Hanover? It's made it to Katowice. Now here to Krakow. All right, guys? Ready for it? Oh, yes. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Winter Championship, and it starts now. Come on!
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's the iconic stairs that we of course brought from Katowice to Krakow, and seeing the names of the giants who have been able to win this trophy before you, it must be impressive. And the question is, how will Aurora do on this big stage? So I'm gonna grab Woxic for that. Hello, how are you doing?
Feeling great,
Yeah?
feeling ready, we'll see.
I sense a little bit of nervousness. Can that?
No, just doesn't want to use like big words.
Yeah.
You want to show inside the server, so we'll see.
Tell me a little bit about that, because in the past, Aurora, sometimes maybe you haven't been able to be yourself completely on the biggest stage. That's what people say. So what do you want to walk away with today?
Obviously with the win and to go till final, but we'll see. We have like a new lineup, and we'll see how we will play in front of the crowd with the pressure, with the new boy. I believe on them. They believe on me. We'll see.
Okay. And just checking, your resolution is still the same?
Yeah, same.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
I picked them. You know why?
It's FURIA versus Aurora.
We have finally
arrived. And in doing so, I think I'm going to get that opportunity to catch up with Yakinder. Good afternoon, Yakinder. How are you?
I'm great. Had a little bit of nervousness sleeping, you know, but that's just the excitement before a new event, new arena, quarterfinals. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, so I mean, you had a couple series here where you really showed some dominance, right? We talked about that series with the Mongols. You had a stellar series there, and even against Navi in Map 1 of Mirage. How important is it for you guys to get those opening kills, and specifically you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it matters a lot, obviously, because I feel like that's something that I can excel on and help my team a lot. And, you know, the good part about this team is even if something goes wrong, that I still have the trust that my team is able to win a 4v5 or trade me, or that I can support them in any other way, like communication or whatever. But, of course, the game goes to the next level if I'm getting these opening kills and if the round starts like that.
Let's jump back just a little bit to that nervousness. Would you say it was your breakfast? Would you say it was just, you know, everything was just a little queasy? How do you overcome something like that?
I don't think you really overcome it. I feel like you just understand it. Like, hey, I'm excited, I'm nervous a little bit, you know, and you just live with it, you know. If you cannot accept yourself, you're not going to be able to kind of overcome it, and that's my approach.
Thank you very much, Yakinder. Good luck.
Thank you.
Arrived at the arena. That's right, it's starting to fill up inside. So we're going to get down to business here with our checks predictions. And in doing so, I brought in some of the smartest cats I could find in the green room. That's JL and Dupree. They've won majors. I don't think they need an introduction. Gentlemen, let's talk about this bracket a little bit.
Yeah, let's hit it. I mean, like, on the first side of the bracket, then you're obviously looking at the first game we're going to have today of Aurora versus FURIA. And I think, I mean, it's going to be an interesting game. I think it all comes down to the veto. I think it's going to come down to who is actually playing the chicken game. I have to go with FURIA. I think FURIA has progressed to become better throughout the tournament. And I think looking at the group stage part, sure, they did fumble a little, but they managed to make it to the playoffs. And now I think it's going to be a whole new team.
I mean, like, FURIA is a better team on paper. Not on paper, just
looks-wise, eye-wise, they pass all the checks to beat Aurora. But I feel like Aurora beat MOUZ, they beat Falcons. They are on a better trajectory than FURIA is.
That's the one.
That's the one. So, I don't know, for me, it's a 50-50 game, but Aurora are feeling really hot right now, so I'll probably be picking Aurora for this one.
Well, especially if I look at Aurora and the consideration they've been playing. You know, they got reps on land here, and it looks like they don't want to stop or slow down until they find some victory on the stage. So what are we looking with that one, Peter?
Which one?
Out of FURIA and Aurora. Let's put a pin in it. Who do you got?
Yeah, but didn't I just say that?
Yeah, let's make sure. I want to put it on camera live.
Put it on camera live. So obviously for the FURIA Aurora side, I do think that FURIA is looking way better in the sense of that they have progressed throughout the tournament. They are overall the better team. I think they have like a better in terms of their predictions and also their capability as a team. So I think they're looking strong. So FURIA this one.
And JL, everyone wants to know what JL's thinking most of the time. And in your case, I think you're looking at a 50-50, but you do have to pick one out of FURIA and Aurora.
I'd have to pick Aurora. I feel like they've done much better in Krakow. FURIA on paper is a better team for sure. But Aurora taking heads off MOUZ, Falcons. I'm pretty sure FURIA is next in the card, so I'll be picking Aurora.
Yeah, who's going to put up that better fight versus Spirit? There's also that on the other side of it. Who goes to meet them in the semi and actually could put work in on Spirit?
That's again that's the question, and that's why I hope it's going to be FURIA. I think FURIA is more of a solid team. Still, Aurora, sure, they have improved, and they are now looking to take the stage and actually show that they can play better. I'm just left in a position where I feel like FURIA will just make it more interesting. They have a deeper map pool. They are a team that has won multiple trophies last season, so I think there's a lot of things that they can still prove and take to Spirit to make it even more exciting.
So our next quarterfinal, we're looking at G2 versus MOUZ. And that's a pretty exciting one, but only because people are saying it's the Aura-less bowl. Like they're saying that, both these teams lack a little bit of aura. We don't have to dive into all that. Let's talk about the minutia. Let's talk about the game, Peter. What do you got?
I mean, it's one of these games where there's no super clear favorite. I think that MOUZ maybe is a slight one. I think that G2 has looked solid this tournament. They almost beat Spirit to make to the semifinal, and they fumbled in the last couple of seconds. I think that MOUZ Boss is a team that now decide to skip the first tournament of the year, coming into this one feeling like they are a new kind of MOUZ, but that's what they say themselves. They really want to go in and show that what they have worked in practice and why they skipped the first tournament, why it really is supposed to be paying off. And of course, MOUZ had their struggles winning trophies last season. They're trying to make up for that one now, and I think that it's a good start for them to go up against a team like G2. And usually when MOUZ plays these teams where they're kind of similar, I feel like they usually come out ahead because there's no superstars to determine the result.
JL, what do you got, bud?
I've got MOUZ as well. I'm going to agree with Peter. I feel like these are very similar teams. They're both lacking star players. They're focusing on the team aspect, like the structure, the strategies. Yeah, I'll favor MOUZ because they've just been a team for so much longer, and also they just play better CS in my opinion.
But then again, we're going to ask that proverbial question on the other side is, Peter, it's Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so MOUZ loves playing Vitality, right? We love that story.
It's something we've seen before, right? It's MOUZ had their struggles. And then when they finally overcome them, they lose the Spirit. That's what happened in Corona, right? So for MOUZ to hopefully or potentially go up against the likes of Vitality is going to be tough for them. I think that they hopefully find some sort of a reset. But Vitality is just Vitality. Team of the Year last year, multiple individual prizes won by all the players, except for Flamesy, poor guy. And then the team is just looking sharp. They had a bit of a fumble at Bounty, but now coming into this one, they've looked super strong. I think Vitality is trying to replicate what they did last year. And right now, for this tournament specifically, I don't think there's anyone stopping them.
Yeah, well, Apex had to pick it up here last year. So you're saying there's a chance, JL, for Vitality to just run the whole year back?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Right now, they're looking strongest. If I'd had to put a percentage on Vitality winning the tournament, I'd probably put it above 70%, that's for sure.
That's a big one. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just the best team in the world
as well.
Now.
Don't forget Donk. You cannot forget Donk.
Cannot forget Donk. I mean, yeah, let's talk about that Spirit lineup just a little bit while I got you guys here. Spirit, lethality, it's everywhere. You look at it in the server, especially when Donk decides he wants to take the game into his own hands.
Yeah, but Spirit is, I wouldn't say there's still a question mark to me because they surely have proven that they can play really good Counter-Strike. They've also shown that they can have some struggles, and it's always this kind of balance between when Donk is showing up and he's carrying out the game for himself, all these things. I think that Donk is strong, and I think that Spirit is also looking to hopefully make it to the grand final.
JL, you got any final words for Spirit?
For Spirit, I mean, I for sure believe they're going to make it to the grand final. I agree with Peter here. And I feel like the final is going to be Vitality Spirit. But has Spirit had enough time to work on their 5 map pools, with Magix being the in-game leader? I'm not sure. I don't feel like they have. So I'm favoring Vitality here if they do make it to the grand final, both of them.
Yeah, you're right. It is a best of 5 grand final. You know, that's something to think about. The marathons into the sprints. You guys have both done this before.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that best of 5.
Never really been a fan of best of 5, in my opinion. I think best of 5 was always sort of too much sometimes. But I've actually I'm starting to like it a little bit better. So it all comes down to the map pool, comes down to the resilience of the team. But Vitality has done it so many times, and I don't see they should fumble this one.
Well, let's find out. This has been our checks predictions. Now, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's head over here and Hugo. What they got?
We're here ahead of the quarterfinals here for IEM Krakow, and we're talking about our Colex fantasy teams here, Harry. I heard you've drafted one. Are the rumors true?
Yes, and my team is maybe the GOAT team. I'm calling it Falcons 2 or Falcons Heavy. I haven't decided which yet. But yeah, I'm just going to start taking you through my team list. Probably a good place to start. So my opening 2, kind of a phenomenal double pickup in my opinion. I have Flames as the first guy. He's been lights out. He's been fantastic. And alongside him as a heavy hitter, I have Donk. Ooh. I'm thinking Flames right now might be playing the best out of anyone in Vitality. And Donk, he's Donk. You know why I picked him. You know why he's on the list. Kind of a phenomenal place to start. Those guys are getting their heads in the game for the games tomorrow, right? So excited to see what they can do there. And then I went for a little bit of, I was going to say Brazilian persuasion, but Molodoy ain't Brazilian. He's just in the Brazilian team. Good enough. He's my AWP star. He's going to light up the server, man. I have a really good feeling about him today, heading into this match versus Aurora. My next guy, also an AWPer, also my AWP star. There's 2 AWP stars. You can have 2 of them. It's whatever. In Falcons 2, Falcons Heavy, whatever I've decided to name my roster, Molodoy, Zaiwu, they're going to hit hard on the AWP. And rounding it out, the British backbone of Vitality, I have Mezzi. How could I not have a Brit in the lineup, especially one as impactful as Merriman himself?
Okay, hard to compete with here, but I'll throw my team out there, see if I have a chance. I've gone for a very different angle. While you're AWP heavy with 3 AWPers, if you count Donk. I've gone for Flames as well,
Respect.
Donk as well,
yeah, I like
Firepower, and my team is called Plus W, Harry, and you'll see why. Following up, Yukinda as well, about to play Aurora in this first game.
Okay, solid pick.
It's not too bad. MOUZ for G2. I've got high hopes on an arena.
Okay, coin toss pick, I would say.
Yeah,
coin
we're throwing
toss.
it out
Could
there.
Be really good.
Cheap will pay off, I think, and then finishing off with Tanier. So I'm kind of spreading.
I'm going to need you to explain that one to me, Cheap. You don't just skirt over the Tanier pick.
I tried. I'm spreading my forces thin, Harry. I'm going across the entire bracket. I'm a Plus W team. I'm looking for firepower. I'm looking for entries. I think I've got it.
All right, so you're just kind of all about pace.
Yeah.
And I'm all about star power.
And no in-game leader.
Yeah.
Who's calling?
I have Donk.
Donk.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
He's loving it.
Yeah, well, I think my firepower is going to be, you're going to have to check in and see how that does across the rest of the event. You're certainly holding out for the Vitality final, though.
Yeah, safe to say. I've gone very Vitality heavy. I literally cannot afford for them to lose. They have to go far.
What could go wrong? Well, we'll check in with more of this Colex Fantasy, and you can make your own fantasy team at colex.gg, so see you later.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
I'm Henry G. Greer, new general manager for Team Falcons. And today, I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain as I build a colossus on Colex's new fantasy mode. We're going to kick things off with a triple pickup. Kisuke, Monesi, Nico, My boys, welcome to the team. And I'm biased. Sue me. So, Daniel is a personal friend of mine. Lovely lad. Seems the site has a technical error.
Cut! Right. You've gone over budget.
What do you mean, gone over budget?
It's fantasy, right? The idea is you build a team within your means.
Well, that's not very realistic, is it?
Look, it's classic fantasy. You can pick any player within reason, and you can build your roster. The best part, with Colex, you can win actual prizes.
Yeah. That's all great, but one question. This budget thing. If I'm maxed out, how am I going to afford Esotag? What? Can't build a Colossus without Esotag.
What do you reckon? We got Rookie of the Year right here. Soulfly, is he early contender for Rookie of the Year 2026? He's playing pretty good.
Yeah, he's...
I think, yeah.
You guys to say, like, I think he started the first tournament, I think it was stressful, I think. It was the first tournament for him, and he's the player that he didn't play a lot of LANs, like his first LAN since 3 years, so...
Yeah.
It's something difficult for him. But now I think the most interesting thing is on the stage 1, he has like a 0.9 rating. But when he go to stage 2, when there is MOUZ, Falcon, like top 10 teams, he put 120. So I think it's a very good things for him, like playing good against good opponent. And that's very good signs for us. Yeah, I think it's, for me, it's something I like as a leader.
You talked a bit about, you have a play style that you need to suit to your players.
Yes.
What kind of a player is he, play style wise?
He was playing star roles on his last team, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on T side. He was sometimes taking map control, but when I have Xanteres and also Wikidia, I can't give him that role, So
fair enough.
In Turkey, I like since 7 years, since Space Soldiers, I like of lurker, like a player like Rops, on T side, and I just needed a lot like a B plan, as a leader when I take map control and I have a guy on my other side to give me plan, bro, we can do that now, some voice. I want him to do that. That's why I'm talking with him, like you have to talk much extra. So now his role on T side is more sometimes like lurking, but not always. But for now, it's just been like 2 months, so I'm not pretty sure, just seeing. But he's a player who is really calm, with good mental, and that's very important for us. It's helping a lot.
Also smart. He's choosing the smart way to play, like when he's in Enter as well, like killing one, not going for second, trying to like waste some utilities to come back to people, and nobody told him to do it.
Yeah, if I'm killing one, I'm going for the second. Daniel is well, right? He's killing one, he's going for the second.
The retakes. I think for me it's like all like teams have a different way to see Counter-Strike. Even though it's at the end it's pretty similar, but a bit different at the same time. Because like what they did, for example, with Astralis nowadays is way more difficult to do. Like to create something new. Why? Because like you can't play like one system nowadays because people are watching you. So if you play like that's why even now Paravision with Jim play faster, because before they were playing only slow. You keep your nades, they finish, they didn't put pressure, you smoke, and you're behind, and it's over. And H is the only workout in CS:GO. So for me, it's just like we know. Like Navi style is like with Blades, always been like the system is like playing a lot of like map control, like never being sure where they will finish, doing stuff really well that even though they know what they're doing it so well that it's tough to counter. Like for example, and that's for me that's like the main system of the way they play. When you look at them, I mean on my outside perspective, it's always a bit different than what it's actually true, but that's the way. Same with Fallen, always played like for example Overpass, playing super slow, never know where they will finish, putting a bit of pressure. Sometimes they're 2 there, but they will be 3 other time, other places. Like the system is just for me like a bit. That's just a bit different on the way you play. But how can I say that in a great English? But yeah, the way you build the rounds, like when I read stuff like about Vitality are not like the best tactical team, but is it my way to play? No, I just want my way to play is that if my players, because
also have like really insane players individually. If they play really well, if they make them happy and do the thing they want and the way they feel stuff, they will be good. And if they all good at the same time, good luck to everyone. So like, but some others like just prefer to play with more like, I think like Navi a bit more, maybe sometime a bit more tactical than us, and that's the way they think. But that's just not mine. And I think that's too small. It's tough to explain exactly, but that's small like changes that
small key points that
that people have different
20% difference, 80% pretty much the same for everyone, but there's like this 15-20%.
When you look at Spirit and us, like we have like way more, or even like FURIA, we have way more flash assist than some other teams, because I believe that it's nice to kill people blind.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice for your entry fragger to kill people blind, and that's also like when you saw the flash assist on top teams. Sometimes they really change from a team like Spirit, or a team like us, for example, or FURIA. I think it's maybe doubled. So it's also like the way you think. Yes, some people. I believe in the trades.
Sometimes it makes me think, am I flashing too much? Like those guys don't seem to need a flash.
Exactly. Like don't need a flash to kill, because he likes to just to pick and just to fuck up people. And I think that's like so many small like things for me that's changed from system.
But are you like all major you won like it was an IGL or no?
No, the first one was not. I won 3 as IGL.
So that doesn't count already, okay?
So he's down. Thank you.
No, but if he wins, it makes him like unique, because he won 1 as a player and three
that's
more.
true. I should make a comeback and then be a coach and then win a major, and then I can, that'll be.
They are back to the core.
Yeah, exactly.
I will for the next major I will be full encore.
Oh,
full encore, and I will have won like 3 different roles. Okay.
You like the scout. Blade suggesting Orpa. So
yeah, like Nico.
I didn't go well.
He's a good scout player though.
Yeah, man.
But that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
That quarterfinals here, and it is just about time to get into that server. So FURIA v Aurora. I've got Yuri here. Yuri, 8 years, 2 months, 1,500 maps played with FURIA. Let's talk about it, man. Quite a journey.
Real, actually, it's a long time.
We've got the extra time anyway.
And I'm so happy right now, because right now we have a good team. We have a team that fight ever met, and we won some tournaments last year. So yeah, I love this organization, I love this team, and now I'm so happy as well playing this tournament, because since I started playing Counter-Strike, I never got in playoffs, so it's first time here. I'm so happy.
Which is crazy, considering I did say 8 years and 2 months with the same team, mind you. Let's jump back just a little bit, because in your own words, since you've been here that long, how has FURIA evolved since you've joined?
About my personal, as a person, I grew up a lot as a person, and with knowing a lot of peoples, and with experienced some people like Fallen. So these guys helped me a lot since I started playing. And even the guys, Akari, Jaime Padua, the owner of FURIA, they helped me a lot. So they show a new world for me since I started playing. And this has been amazing for me. So I need to keep growing. So this will be helpful for me.
So since Molotov and Yukinder have joined, what's changed for you both inside and outside the server? There's a lot of things that change when you bring in new players, but sometimes things change outside of the server as well. What do you think?
Outside didn't change any too much. Like the guys, it's like Brazilian sometimes, Yukinder and Molotov. So outside has been the same thing for us, but inside the game changed a lot. We changed positions. Yukinder is a smart guy. He thinks different than Fallen, so they always try to mix the style inside the game. And now we have Molotov. It's a player that every team needs to have, like a player like him. And yeah, everyone is playing well. So when we have 5 players playing well, you're gonna win some tournaments. So
Yuri, vamos?
Vamos.
Let's go.
What a huge day for Soulfly and Aurora as they try and fight their way to the semifinals. I gotta ask, first off, what do you think of all of this?
I mean, it's really impressive. What I dream of, like when I was a kid, I was dreaming to play on the stage, and now I'm 21 and I did it, I can say, and I hope I can achieve more than this.
Absolutely. I think it is only the beginning. You've done tremendous already this tournament. You said this is something you've been dreaming of. I also heard that you've been dreaming of playing these with these guys. You grew up watching them. What has that been like? What is the reality like?
I mean, you know, it's always weird to like play. I grow with them, you know, so I don't know how their personality and stuff, but they are really kind. They are really like hard worker. So I was a little bit accepting this, but that much I didn't know that like Voxic playing all the time that match. After this game we lost against Vitality, and the rest of them, like when I come to Prague room I see 4 players straight working out, one of them playing that match, aimbots, other one like Skybox and stuff. So it's really good feeling to play with them, and as you said, it was my dream as well to play with this team.
It's lovely. I mean, you see it when you're playing those matches that your confidence is growing. But what do you want to prove now that you've made part of your dream come true, but there's of course a long road still to go?
I think I want to prove many things. It's just my first tournament on LAN, so I was not expecting for myself as well. Like I'm really confident, and my team likes, and I like my confidence as well. So I hope I can lift the trophy. It's gonna be really great if I do it, you know, in my first LAN tournament. I really want to do it, and I hope we can do it.
Okay, the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
A legacy started in Hanover, forged for over a decade in Katowice, to now arrive in its brand new home in Krakow. The same stairs that so many greats have walked before now lead to the Torin Arena. For the very first time, we get to welcome you to the Intel Extreme Masters 2026 playoffs. My name is FURIA Spears. It is my absolute honor to be up on this analyst desk with, firstly, JL over on the far side. You've not only played on stages of this caliber, you've won on them. How does it feel to be on the desk for the first time here?
It is amazing. When they cued the intro, I felt the trembles of the stage. Oh, it's just an amazing feeling, and it brings me back.
We've also got Dupree as well, of course, a 2-time champion formerly in Katowice. What memories are you experiencing right now?
So many memories. I mean, just the atmosphere in this arena, also getting to be a little bit backstage watching, you know, we've all seen the stairs with all the trophies throughout the years, getting to feel like the intense moment also of the players coming in. They can feel that this is something special, right? Sitting here, you know, all suited up, ready for some great counter, you know, it feels absolutely amazing.
And last but by no means least, we've of course got Janko. Now, I was doing a bit of digging on you. Didn't take me too long to read through your trophies, but your broadcasting history, that runs deep. 10 years ago, you were in Kato doing your very first desk for the Intel Extreme Masters. 11 years prior to that, observing as well. Is it amazing to be part of history once again here?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long journey, and you'll never forget first time going into the Spodek or going into the Lanxess, and I hope we can continue this tradition here in Krakow as well. But I thought, Freya, what you're going to talk about is, you know, me and Dupree and our performances in this arena. We won the same amount of games in this arena at the major nine years ago.
That would have been interesting.
One each.
Right? I kind of blacked one out, but now you bring it up, is that true?
There's a reason why maybe you blanked that one out, Dupree, and that was just a very familiar feat for old Janko. Let's talk about two teams, though, that have struggled to put their name on this very trophy. When we're talking about the Winter Championships, that is indeed Aurora versus FURIA. Both of them going to be gracing this very stage. And I want to start off the conversation with talking a little bit about FURIA, because tail end of 2025, on so many people's radar, very much the favorites coming into the major. Just tell me about what happened at that very stage.
Well, I think FURIA went into the major #1 in the world, right? The main favorite to lift the trophy in Budapest, because they beat all the other contenders. Along the way, you felt like step by step, they won first the smaller ones at Fisher and TWC, then the big ones in Chengdu and at Rivals. So you're going into the major with a lot of confidence, but perhaps the moment got a little bit too big for them, right? Going up against Navi in that quarterfinal, and it seemed like they were a bit outplayed in that game. You know, some of the weaknesses, some of the gaps in their game were definitely exploited, and must have been a learning experience because they're coming into this year with making some changes within the team to sort of long-term ensure that they can stay competitive and play at a high level.
I think everyone impressed us. Like, they impressed us with how they, transitions become an international team. Sure, it took some time for them to kind of get going, but the last part of last season really showcased what they can actually bring to the table. And yeah, the major maybe didn't really go their way. We did also see a FURIA that I got to experience when they won in Rivals. They were exhausted. They'd come off from back winning both in Chengdu and then in Rivals. Maybe they peaked a little bit too early in terms of how they wanted to play at the major, and sometimes that's a little bit out of your hands. I mean, if you look back, they probably wouldn't take those trophies away, but peaking at the major was probably what they had hoped for.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue that you don't know exactly how to sustain a peak when it's happening and keep it running for that long. In terms of what we have seen from FURIA, they've obviously turned their fate around by managing to make it to playoffs, but were there any kind of, I guess, standout issues for you, JL, in terms of the FURIA of end of 25 versus how they kind of opened the year?
I mean, right here in Krakow, they beat the Mongols, who have a new player coming in. They've beat Navi, of course. For me, that's the only real team that they've beat in coming up to the playoffs, because they've lost to Foot. And then for the game to qualify to playoffs, they beat Astralis. That is also a new lineup. So that really shows me that they're not on their best performance right now. They are still looking to come back to their old vibes in 2025, and I've been there before, and there is no clear solution of how to do that. So best of luck.
I feel like FURIA reached, towards the end of 2025, they reached that status of teams where their performance is the one that decides who comes out on top, barring a couple of other opponents they may run into, likes of Vitality, for example. And FURIA has been really shaky to start the year. I mean, even some of the wins that they've been able to get have been labored. They're losing maps every series that they come out on top. But you can see in this tournament, they're playing back into their form. Like, every game, they're looking a little bit better. We talked about their Mirage and how it's been an issue. They end up picking it in the last series against Astralis and are able to win it. So it seems like they are finding themselves again, which is obviously the way you want it to go in a tournament. You want to get better with every game. And I feel like in this series too, it will be up to them who comes out on top. If they play up to their abilities, I think they book their semifinal spot.
I think looking at FURIA also with how they played last year, they've set themselves in the interviews that they wanted to be a little bit like proactive. Like, they knew that they were not playing perfect Counter-Strike. I don't think anyone can ever get to a point where you play perfect Counter-Strike, but they try to analyze where can we actually improve. And if you go to a map like Mirage, you've seen that they've swapped angles, they've swapped positions in terms of the playmaker on the CT, having now Yukina going back to playing short and Kisarado back into connector. They've tried to make these kind of adjustments now early in the season to try and become better as a team. And sometimes if you've had like the winning recipe and then you just think like, hey, we can get better by doing this, but then things actually change around. They look very uncomfortable in Mirage for a long time, and for FURIA to try and be proactive is good, but it also puts them in a place where they don't necessarily know what is actually going to change in the future for them.
On the flip side, though, for Aurora, a very impressive Stage 2 run at the very least. Of course, starting in Stage 1 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow, but the caliber of teams that they managed to beat Yango in Stage 2, that's nothing to be snuffed at.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in a group with 3 out of the top 5 teams, and they managed to beat 2 of them. Aurora hasn't had a run like that in ages, and what's impressed me the most is their demeanor during these games, right? Like, they felt a lot more stable mentally. There hasn't been as many frustrations seeping through, players getting tilted, communication shutting down. Actually, it's been the opposite. They've been encouraging each other. They've been getting hyped, when they have great individual moments. They didn't falter when they would lose a map or lose a silly round. And that's been the issue for Aurora throughout last year, right? It's been their mental. They had a choking issue when it came to the stage, but even more so, just frustration and tilt has been the problem. And if they have really turned the corner, that will just make them a much more dangerous team going into 2026.
Was this the group that you were going to be excited or into, excited about if someone actually made it apart from Falcons? So you're excited it was going to be...
I thought it was a lock. Vitality, MOUZ, Falcons, right? Yeah. Anyone else would be shocking, but I guess Falcons never cease to disappoint you.
I guess the question when we talk about Aurora, though, because throughout 2025, they were consistently making it to playoffs, right? Looking good in the group stage. The question is what they were going to do when then they make it to playoffs. And I don't know whether I'm sold that it's going to be any different this time around.
It's always this big question when you go to the stage where how are you going to be feeling? How's the emotions going to be, and how are you actually going to be able to convert that game plan you've set up in your practice room and then bring that to the stage? Because all of a sudden you have a variety of new emotions coming to the stage. There's like the crowd putting extra pressure. There's pressure from you within yourself because you want to be showing that you can perform. And it's also for them now as a team having to be playing so well in the group stage, and then they want to convert. And if that really doesn't click off the bat, that can be really hard to like get back in the right shape. And I think for Aurora, they did have multiple occasions last year where they would go to the playoffs and they would just look like a team that kind of in some sort didn't really deserve to be there because they couldn't get their game plan flowing. I think the win at Bucharest did something to them. I think they've slowly like progressed into a team that can now at least make it more interesting. They can make it more competitive, but it's still a team now that is still trying to get on top and play as good as the two groups, and that's a very hard one to nail.
I mean, do you have any inkling that it might be different for Aurora as versus 2025? I don't think I'm sold on that prospect just yet.
The problem is when you look at the contender teams and sort of the caliber of players that they have and what they've been able to achieve so far, it's difficult seeing Aurora break through that, right? I'm not saying it's impossible, but they would have to play their A game in a lot of these tournaments to be able to surpass the likes of Vitality, the likes of Spirit, MOUZ, even FURIA in this particular game. And they've had issues with other things, their map pool, for example. Granted, okay, Anubis is back now, but before that, they would pick 5 different maps in one tournament, like there's just no identity and no map pool that's set there where okay, this is what they'll use to punish teams, or this is what they can be very good on at the moment.
I feel like their individuals are very credible right now. Xantares is finally getting the help from Vicadia. Soulfly is now, of course, we don't know how he's going to be in an arena. This is his first one, but Xantares has always been the pillar of the team. Everyone always talks about Aurora, Xantares, and co. But now they actually have Voxic that's hitting shots. Vicadia that is doing amazing plays. Soulfly that hasn't crumbled under pressure yet. Soulfly has been 1-19 in stage 2. Yep. Almost 1.2 rating as his first event. For me, that's crazy. And I feel like they do have the recipe to win the game against FURIA now.
I do just want to talk about what's going to be going into this recipe. As you mentioned, Janko, the maps. The video is going to be so interesting in this one. Tell me why it's maybe a little bit more complicated than some of the other games we'll see.
I think as you can see, both teams share their permaban of Ancient, and they both actually played it one time. That's against Vitality, who also has Ancient as their permaban, and we've seen that game of Chicken develop, but Anubis is the big one here, right? Only played it a couple of times for both of these teams, but the last iteration of the map when it was in the pool, Aurora probably the best team in the world on the map, despite not being a top 5 team, right? So that's the big question mark in this one. What does FURIA decide to do here? And this is where it gets interesting, because we had 3 days off or 2 days off to really prepare and practice Anubis if you want to, or Ancient in case that your opponents let it go through. For me personally, I think both teams let Ancient go through in the first phase, but no one picks it. And someone ends up vetoing it in the second phase, probably FURIA. I think it would be a mistake if someone goes for the Ancient pick. I think for a team like FURIA, it's a bit unnecessary. And also, both teams will still have options, right? If FURIA goes for the Anubis ban, on the side of Aurora, you can maybe get rid of something like Overpass if that's what you're worried about at the moment, but you'll still be left with option in terms of the pick, right? You can still have Dust 2 in there. For the likes of FURIA, you'll still have Mirage if that's what you want to go for now, or maybe you want to make it, throw a curveball with something like a nuke as well.
I really want to step into the shoes of FURIA, because I think FURIA right now is the one to make, like, they have the ace up their sleeve and they can pretty much determine what they want to be going for, because FURIA, in my book, is the clear favorite company. This one with the experience, with the players, and all the history of the team. I feel like if they don't remove Ancient, if they float it too long, I think that there could be a case that Aurora wants to try and pick it. I don't think that FURIA wants to allow them to have that opportunity. Sure, there would be a case where you also want to be looking against your opponent, thinking, like, if we can actually remove their best card, which is clearly Anubis, the one that they always want to be going for, that could also be a strong approach. But I still feel like FURIA is feeling like the favorite here. So as a favorite, I wouldn't gamble on allowing Ancient to go through. So I would just get it off the bat from the beginning.
Really?
Maybe eventually go for the fight on Anubis. And
Fallen said that they can play Anubis, right? Like, they're probably not like looking so good on it, but they did mention that they can play it, right? But that's probably just a way of speaking for the media.
Well, the interesting part is also, I mean, Yakina was trying to do the same thing in the podcast, right?
But we always do this.
But the reality is there are changes to the map, and you had 2 days, 3 days off, right? Where you don't need to be really good on Anubis. You have to be good enough for this one game, and depending on what the approach from Aurora is, what can they even prep on the map, how much can they be ready for, and if you're not expecting it, do they go for it if it's open? I think they would.
I just really want FURIA to play their favorite card here. Like, just go in with the player, like the favorite card, go in, remove Ancient. Yeah, sure, play Anubis. You know they're probably gonna pick it. You can prep heavy for it, and then if you end up losing Anubis, you still have 2 maps that you'll feel extremely comfortable playing. I just want FURIA to play with the confidence card because they need that.
I don't know what makes a favorite is their map pool. Like, FURIA has a deep map pool, so if they can just get rid of Anubis, they can play whichever other map that Aurora likes to pick, and we see the Overpass and the Anubis ban actually come through. So I think here for Aurora, potentially Dust 2, we've seen them pick it against MOUZ in that sort of a scenario. Inferno has been a map they've had decent success with Soulfly early on. Dust 2 maybe gives you a bit of a better chance if you have to start on T side, but FURIA actually picks T side themselves, wanting to dictate the pace of the game, and now for them, how much do they like their Mirage after it's been rough to start off 2026? Again, you look at the sides. I think they really like their nuke, but you don't want to start T-side nuke potentially. And we see those 2 maps come in. I think Aurora gets rid of nuke here. Ancient ban for the likes of FURIA and Inferno as the decider.
We hope so. I mean, it would be crazy to have it as a potential decider, right? Oh, we don't. So, yeah, because you hit it spot on. Like, you actually you nailed that one.
I think they played a couple of times, and we've seen this scenario unfold before. We've seen both teams let the Ancient through, and then FURIA bans it in the second phase. We've seen Aurora get rid of it in the first phase, but it just feels like if you were to ban it in the first phase, you're letting your opponents get away with one. I think they understood where they're both at. No one's going to ban it. No one's going to pick it either. Yes. FURIA, you were right. When it comes to that point, in the end, they don't want it as decider, right? Like, they are perfectly fine with playing Inferno at that point in time, and I don't think there's any shockers here for either of these teams.
Can you tell me a little bit about the Mirage of, of FURIA just a couple of weeks ago versus what we've seen and the changes that they've made? Why does it kind of make sense that they would go with this in this situation?
Well, sometimes it's, they needed time to get used to the role swap back again. Yuri was B for a little while on CT side, now he's back on A. Dupree touched on Yakinder and Serato swapping 2. So players individually getting used to the new environment, and sometimes we talked about is getting reps. When someone targets you on a map, you play it so often that you're sort of learning real quickly as the tournament progresses what you need to work on, what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, and now they seem to have come to a good situation where they need to be proactive on the CT side. They can't give teams space, and T side, like, being good at punishing that same aggression has been key for them.
I've tried this so many times. Have you ever been in a position where you've swapped positions in practice and then you go to officials and things just go to hell and you revert back to the old system?
Yes, it's a completely different game. I mean, I've practice on Dust 2B is very easy. Like, you can chill, you can take a coffee, nobody's gonna come to you. But on official, they're like, oh, him, I'm gonna come to him.
It is very different, that's for sure.
Speaking of getting used to kind of a new environment, we got to hear a couple of words from Soulfly coming into his first arena game of this caliber. You can't underestimate the stage, and I feel like he was being pretty honest there, and Maj has also been very honest about, we don't know how he's going to react. He seems like a calm guy, but we're preparing for any situation. If you could give him some words of advice, JL, what would you say to Soulfly prior to this?
I'd probably tell him to just focus on the game. No matter the arena, of course, you have to embrace the arena, you have to embrace the crowd, you have to embrace the noises, but the main reason you're here is because you play the game really good. And you should just focus on that, just play your own game and kind of limit the noise out. And just play your own game.
I think it's also important to note, Aurora, for me, they're playing with house money right now. They've exceeded expectations. They beat two very good teams in the groups. I have zero expectations for them in this game, and they should have the same. Obviously, you're in it, you're going to try to win and everything, but they should embrace the fact that it's the first arena for Soulfly. Like, I think Voxic made a great point in that podcast. It's like, what happens if he's in a 1v3 and gets 2 kills, and then, he's in a one, and, the hype starts, and, it's the first time we're going through that. I mean, there's nothing like it. This is what you play for. This is what you put your all those hours in, right? So you don't know how he's going to act. There's probably going to be some mistakes. That's all normal. That's all fine. So I think for Aurora, it's about what they've been talking about themselves, having fun, embracing the moment, just continue to support each other, continue to live in the moment really and try to make the most out of this opportunity.
Spot on. I mean, the word you just embrace it. Like, I just want him to go on stage and just get the feeling, get all the impressions, soak that in. And this is a dream coming true for him. One thing is playing on this stage. Another thing is playing with the Aurora guys. You know, he's been looking up to that team for so long, and now he's finally here. You know, he's finally made that, the grind, all these hours put into the game. Now he's finally here. He's kind of living the dream. You know, that's what we try and achieve as players. You know, we want to play in the big stage, and now he's finally here. So embrace it and accept that you will be nervous, because all the players, like even you probably experienced, all the players entering that stage, they will be nervous, they will have butterflies, but it's about the faster you can control it, the better you'll be playing, and it might be more difficult for him since it's his first time, right? But as long as he can embrace it and get a good feeling about it, then I think he's in a good spot.
And that's the thing, stages are never guaranteed in your career, which is where I think have fallen in this particular situation, right? He never knew that this FURIA opportunity was going to come and be potentially, you know, the last team he's a part of. The fact that they hit such high highs, do you feel like the pressure is more on them in this first quarterfinal?
I think there is pressure, definitely, but seeing how we're early in the season, they are looking more long-term, and then they want to just make sure that they're progressing and playing good Counter-Strike. And I mean, spot on, if FURIA doesn't have the end of the year that they have, maybe Fallen hangs it up, right? But you don't want to retire when you're on one of the best teams in the world. So I think that has sort of given us some more time to enjoy him in that FURIA jersey, and they'll be looking to regain some of that form and sort of affirm their contender status in 2026 too.
Well, either way, as we do find ourselves in a brand new city, in order to officially open this new chapter, it's time to welcome to the stage the father of the Intel Extreme Masters.
Wow. Hi there, Shema. Guys, I'd like to, on behalf of everybody at ESL, welcome you to Intel Extreme Masters Krakow. We're delighted to have you here. When this tournament started in 2007 in Hanover, we had no idea how old it would become. We had no idea that the trophy representing this tournament would become the oldest trophy in all of esports. After a few years in Hanover, we went to Katowice. The tournament became bigger than we ever dreamed. Now it's in Krakow, and it's bigger than it's ever been. The story of the trophy is very long. It's going to be the 20th time this year that we give it out. And with that, if you do a little bit of research, there are 30 players in the playoffs of this tournament, and only 3 of them have any right to have been old enough to remember PGS Gaming win that trophy in 2007. The others, there's no chance that they remember the first champions. Just think about it. Zaiwu was 4 years old. Donk was a baby, just a few weeks old. So it is our job here at ESL to make sure that the stories of the champions whose legacy built this tournament and built the value of the trophy, that those stories are remembered and that the champions get the respect at this tournament that they deserve. One of the ways that we do this is in the group stage, we put the flags of the champions above the players that compete for the playoffs, so that they know, they understand the pressure of winning here above anywhere else. When they do get to the playoffs, backstage over there are the steps that have every champion, and every year that champion won a trophy in Hanover or in Katowice, so that the players understand whose footsteps they follow into. And for the last 12 years, we had the tradition that not only is the trophy engraved with the previous names of the winners, but also we invite a previous champion to the stage to bring it out for the new generation to win it. And I have a request for everybody here in the building. I have a request for you. I think the champion bringing out the trophy this year is very special. Not because he's the most decorated CS player of all time, not because he won this trophy 2 times, but because of what happened in 2019, where he came here with Astralis 2 weeks after the death of his father. And he chose his teammates above his own grief. He came here and won. And he gave us all one hell of a moment. And I think we owe to him one hell of a moment. So if I could ask you, when the players start walking out, to get your flashlights up. So when Dupree walks out with a trophy, it's as memorable as it can be, just as a thank you from us to him. Now also a thank you from everybody at ESL for the fact that you gave your time to come here and be with us and have a wonderful, amazing weekend. Thanks very much.
The emotions I feel when I stand in the tunnel is always uncertainty, doubts, confidence.
I think it's just human, it's like how we are, like everyone will get nervous at some point.
If I didn't feel nerves, it would mean that I don't care, I would say. You feel even more nerves when you're favorites.
I think what's on my mind can change from time to time. There have been times when I was completely super focused and nothing really touched me.
You're going and like people like boo. You want to silence all of these people.
I need to watch them in the eyes, you know, it's important to watch them in the eyes and to show them that I'm here, you're gonna face me.
Move him, nice shot for the first, they're all in a line, Fallen gets two, there's a lot more where that came from, he's done another one, oh, he's one bullet, but he's done it! Locks in those playoffs here and now, clutching up versus Zywoo, no small feat!
In 2017, I believe I was a kid that tried to find a place where I kind of fit in, and I feel like Counter-Strike was that place for me. So obviously, finding a place like that and going on stage and playing the video game that I love and being with the teammates that I love, and then lifting the trophy was amazing. And that's what kind of sparked everything for me, you know. I set out to go and put my name on as many cups as I wanted to, and now I am so lucky and happy that I can have my name on that cup twice. There's no doubt that the 2019 was like the standout tournament for me. You know, I kind of lost my role model just 2 weeks prior to that. The only thing I could think of when I lifted that trophy was just thinking of my father. The history of the trophy is just something that is very remarkable and something that you really want to put your name on because it has such a big legacy. And if you go back in history, you can see that that is where the career sparked for a lot of players. And if you can put your name on that cup, then you know you're in history.
Reading all these names give me a lot of memories, you know. 25 years of my life.
Trophy symbolizes legacy that you're starting to build or already built before.
You realize the impact that it has on your life and your career in general, because it's a very special trophy and it's a very prestigious trophy.
You remember the past, and now in the present you see your names in the same way in these legends.
The king is dead. Long live the king. From Hanover to Katowice to here and right now. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Winter Championships. Welcome to Krakow! Here come your teams to this bear pit of a stadium. The Samba, led by the man who epitomizes the word reinvention. It's FURIA! The kings of Anubis coming off the back of their most successful year ever. Watch out for the Turks. It's Aurora! You surprised about G2 making it here? Well, don't be. Led by Hunter, it's G2! Oh, we know they're good, but can they win on a big stage? It's MOUZ! Oh, beware the donk. As soon as you talk about this team not hitting the highs, they do exactly that. It's Spirits! We know they're the best there is. The question now is, can they become the best there ever was? The reigning champions of this event. Please welcome Vitality!
When it comes to emotions, obviously this trophy has like a special place in my heart. I feel like I'm looking at my dad, you know, it's like that trophy I won just when he passed away. Obviously that, it makes me happy, but it also makes me very proud of what we achieved and what I achieved, and that I could go and do all these things that I knew he wanted me to go. He wanted me to go to that tournament and just do what I loved, and I did that. My only option and only hope was to go and win that trophy, and now that I look at it, it's like he's looking back at me.
The most decorated Counter-Strike player ever. Raise those lights. It's Dupree!
Almost 2 decades worth of legends carved into that very trophy, and by the end of this weekend, one more will be inscribing their name in history. Aurora and FURIA will begin battling for that very accolade. And JL, I mean, you can tell us firsthand the emotions you feel, how they manifest in your body when you walk out on stage. Tell me what it's like to be experiencing an arena of this magnitude.
I mean, in this moment, if you're a player, there are 2 different types of thoughts you can be having right now. The positive, you lock in, you don't think about the outcome of the game, you just focus on what is in front of you. You look at your teammates and you trust that all of the hard work you put in practice and throughout the tournament will get you over the line today. The negative, the complete opposite of what should be on your mind right now. You start doubting yourself. Maybe you haven't prepared enough. Maybe you're not ready yet. Or just maybe you don't deserve to be here at all. Those are all forces that you cannot allow yourself to have as a player right now in this arena.
100%. I mean, if you're Soulfly, your first experience up here on an IEM stage, you think about the parallels of who else is up there with you. We're talking about MAJA playing his first IEM 17 years ago, Fallen 14 years ago. We actually played against MAJA as well. The different paradigms of the experience up on this stage, it's wonderful to witness.
Absolutely, and if we've seen anything is that you can't take it for granted, whether it's your first time or your 20th time, right? Like, it takes a lot to sacrifice to get to this stage, and this is what you put all those hours in. This is why you spend half of the year on the plane and in hotels for just the opportunity, just the chance to fight for that trophy. And I love for what the turnaround has been for Aurora this year, right? Like, they seem to have found that realization that you don't get these moments often, and if you don't have that togetherness, the chances of actually being able to lift a trophy like this one day are going to diminish significantly.
And Fallen, I feel like he knows that sacrifice more than most as well, right?
Absolutely, and for someone who's had such an illustrious career, the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, I think it's not surprising for anyone that it's towards the twilight and you want to win as many trophies as possible. You want to go out with a bang.
A feat attempted by so many but mastered by so few. It is time to kick off the quarterfinals here in Krakow.
"24 teams came to Krakow. Only 6 remain. Counter-Strike's best features legends of the sport and young players taking their first steps onto the biggest stage. FURIA found their success last year in the form of international imports. Aurora chose to stay true to Turkey. They brought in another fresh rookie. Aurora have been here before in a quarterfinal just 1 year ago. Is their fate predetermined, or can they overcome the sharpened fangs of FURIA today?
Humble beginnings all the way out in Hanover, and then on to Katowice, and now here in Krakow. It's our first time in the Toron, so let's test the acoustics. Krakow, make some noise!
For the Counter-Strike Classic, we bring in a classic map pool this afternoon. Dust 2, Mirage, Inferno, a perfect veto, a pugger's dream, set for a quarterfinal. Risks taken in this veto, both teams leaving Ancient up for debate, neither take it. They fall back on what they know and love, and we know we love Dust 2.
Get onto a stage this big, and I think perfectly natural to have some jitters. You would love to get those out the way early by walking through with a clean pistol. And you see FURIA setting up over here towards B. This one's about to be very chaotic. It's a dink down range. Soulfly, undoubtedly one of the guys feeling the nerves right now. Would love to leave his mark in this pistol round and steal some of this glory away from the dual Berettas, but he'll get run through. And so FURIA have the sight. It's down to Xantares and Woxic, this duo, to try and change the fortune of Aurora in the pistol.
Nothing to lose. Can you come in with a bang here to this quarterfinal, or are you going to walk away in a sad save? Aurora eye it up, out through the door, into a crossfire, but without clearing close. This is a death sentence for Aurora. Yuri comes to them. Him and Fallen find all 5 to take the first in this quarterfinal. And I love how you mentioned Soulfly, right? This is a guy who only had 8 LAN maps on record coming into this very event. So to see him on a stage, to see him on an arena, no surprise to perhaps have some nerves, and taken down by the Godfather himself, Fallen in that pistol. Couldn't have 2 more polar opposite players. FURIA, confident, coming in hot.
They're looking for another B play. They really want to try and get in Soulfly's head to start this one off. Still hanging out of the car, but living on borrowed time. And so no issues out of the gate for FURIA, even a punishing hunt in at the close.
There's one thing we know about Molodoi is he's going to re-peak, and then he's going to re-peak again. Chastised by his team for doing so, but this young player, eager as ever, comes in with a punish, and FURIA take guns away from Aurora.
And for FURIA, it feels like you're trying to build a bit of doubt in the minds of Aurora early on, right? You've hit them with back-to-back B-site rushes to open up this game, just setting a hell of an aggressive tone. FURIA went on that nice streak to close out 2025. They got their reps in arenas. Even for someone like Molodoi, he was one of those rare breeds of players that don't have those initial struggles in the arena setting. He played in front of his home crowd in his home country and took to it like he'd been doing it his whole career.
For all the players, and even JL on the desk talking about how many players come in and they're nervous, and of course they're nervous in this kind of environment. Molodoi on the other side, he says the opposite, right? Astana was a bit of a shake for him, but ever since, he's found it very cool in these arena games. He hasn't seemed to be too upset by the pressure. Let's see if that appears today. A new stage. new title. All 6 teams are believing in their run. FURIA just seems closer than most. This is an audacious start for Xantares and Eco around, just sitting in the middle of mid, calling their bluff. You won't clear me.
Molidoy's been checking this and it's just missed him on every one of these timings. Wonder if when he stands up you get that spot and Xantares just gets out of there.
Mid smoke reveals that they're coming in from top mid, so shot in the back. He's not going to risk it. Oh, Maja, it's getting hot in here.
Are running close to having to play into this stack. 3 players here for Aurora. You've got 40 seconds left if you wanted to change your mind. Well, that option's quickly getting away from you. Battle out towards the long side. Walk6 followed up on the scout, and something might be cooking here for Aurora. Gonna need a little bit more of that. Walk6 scout has put the fear in them. And so FURIA decide to leave. All right, Soulfly, they targeted you from round 1 of this game. 5-7 up close, does the dirty on a Yuri. Even though Queserato's holding back the rotate, Soulfly could still win this round. Ooh, won't land a shot, Molidoy breaks through, and now Queserato becomes a big problem indeed. Just keeping you boxed in. It's Xantares and Walk6 ready to face off against him, and they'll tee up Walk6 for the trade.
No.
Smoke push out of Molidoy. Surely Walk6 isn't ready for this. Swing on out, and Molidoy takes him down a peg. That round was getting nerve-wracking. Well, Molidoy answers in the clutch.
He answers everything we've already said coming into this game. He doesn't know when to quit. It's not just re-peaks. He walks through his own smoke in the 1v1. Talk about cocky. Pays off for now. FURIA, scary 3rd round. Get rid of those pistols. In comes the full buy from Aurora.
Nice! AK one.
This is a match where we're going to see those orbs duel on the cross, or at least Molidoy will be on the T side, poking his head right down middle. Got to be very careful with how you cross to that B-bomb site. Smokes, nades, whatever you use, you can't do it dry.
The success of that last round, good chance for Aurora to try and make this interesting from the get-go. You've softened up FURIA a little bit. Having it come down to the Molidoy clutch was something the FURIA just didn't see coming. And so you could really capitalize on all that damage here and now, especially if they go into Xantares. You want to believe that this is the guy for the job, and he's going to catch Molidoy as he searches out through short. Slows down now for FURIA as they weigh up their options. Back down into middle, and they might once more look for a bit of abuse out towards the B site. Wakadia at least gets the spot, so you know it's coming. But does that make dealing with it any easier for Aurora?
There's no way to stop this mid to B smoke, so they're coming in together. 40 seconds flying through the door, 2 in the site. You feel like trades are a necessity here. Wakadia delivers a second, cutting this down to a 4-on-2. Queserato getting toyed with in middle, and with no kill presenting, the round might just die in mid. Fallen on an orb. Nothing to lose. They're giving this one a go.
Oh, Molidoy's... Oh! Fallen rather forces him out with the molly. Can't survive the crossing. Walk6 got his number. And so you thought you were going to get one of those Fallen, grandfathered forward AWP rounds. Feels like he's good for one of them per game, but Walk6 just too fast on the cross.
Nice to see here for Walk6, right? At times I feel like I always want more from him because we know how good this player can be, but on T sides, often stuck at the back, throwing utility, constricted sometimes by the cooling. I want to see Walk6 go for a tear. It's CT halves, he does his best work. Fast as lightning on that cross shot. Fallen doesn't make it in. So no bomb plant raises questions for FURIA. Money thrown to the wayside early in this game. Lots of focus on getting out mid. Are they going to do it again?
Oh, well, Xantares is ahead of that flash. No problem for Xantares. Just crazy to think for this guy. You know, career spanning over a decade, and you still look to him to have the biggest output when you think Turkish CS. Backstab for Magic could have really just ended the round there and then, only gets out with one. You just hope that doesn't become a problem. It's a 4v2, still comfortable for Aurora, but the defense is split here.
AIM lets him down, but still a very difficult position for FURIA to do anything with. Unless Wicardi gives them more. Timing missed, a high-risk maneuver by Wicardi. He just heard that reload. He is still going in for the throat.
Oh, really, though? Just going to miss that timing on Yuri.
It's information. He knows they can't be out mid. The timing isn't there.
For now, you're just hoping that Zantares can stop this from ever being a problem. Wicardi is closing in, and so with no fight to the site itself, they'll get to feast on that cat play. Pincered by Aurora. And Zantares off to a flying start.
A strong opening position, playing the mid-smoke. FURIA with low money, he reads it well as they just try pop through. Tech pause coming in early. Better to just get him out the way. I said earlier, Aurora have been here before. It was a quarterfinal last year. They fell to the Mongols. That was a common matchup in 2025.
Yeah, one that always felt like it reared its head at high pressure moments.
And it finally got broken. It finally got broken back for Aurora. It was back, you might remember, in Kazakhstan, the birthplace of Molodoi, in his first tournament with FURIA, where we even got this head-to-head as well. FURIA since that point have gone strength to strength, and if you ignore the major playoff fumbles, have been solid in arenas so far. Still looking for the biggest of trophies, but adding to the cabinet in the latter season of last year.
I think, you know, the major conversation around this FURIA squad's pretty interesting, right? Because we always say for Molodoi, oh, he's taken to the high-pressure environments really well. It doesn't seem to phase him. I think majors are the one place where that pressure has shown. It catches up with him a little bit. And so maybe not as immune, not as infallible to the pressure as you once thought. We'll have to see how he copes with this series, and with the good start from Aurora, they bring those guns out, they get on the board very early. And right now you're liking the trio that have emerged up towards top of the board. Woxic on the AWP, Zantares is the star rifler, and Wicardi is their right-hand man. Anti-long round here from Aurora, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly where FURIA were heading.
It's a great grenade on what is just a one deagle buy here for FURIA. Should have no way to get this going.
Oh, there's a collateral to get the ball rolling on this shutdown. Oof. One back for Yuri. Just gotta keep this being a feel-good round. Don't let it be expensive, Aurora. Zantares tries to step up and contain it. They decide why bother fighting. They've got Woxic here ready to play support from Car.
Oh no!
Shot on the jump across. Queserato's even clawed another back. Shouldn't feel nervous here. Woxic really can't afford to miss this next shot. Oh, and he won't.
Okay.
And so well handled, well contained, certainly ends up getting a lot more stressful for Aurora than they were anticipating.
Honestly, way too close for comfort, right? That's a little bit scary. I think Madge's aim has let him down in a couple of these rounds when he could just shut the door on FURIA's face. Instead, they get 3 kills. They set themselves up well coming into their next full buy. Even game, Wicardi pulls out the second AWP, known to do so on this B-bomb site. Oh, and there's
tag
the
on the cross.
Soulfly was a little late. Wicardi crossed alone. And that's what I was saying earlier. You've got to be perfect on these crosses. Molodoi will punish.
Been seeing this boost get an awful lot of attention. Flash there. Queserato doesn't even need it.
And so Wicardi, phone's ringing. You might have to pick up. FURIA are splitting this site.
Safe to say we got ourselves a fan favorite here. Cross out over on long. Yakindar. He's softened up this A-bomb site even further. Now there's just one man here. And here's the problem, FURIA don't even have to commit this direction. Even as Wakadia responds, your best bet might be trying to save. You do wonder if that's gonna leave them out in the open here, because FURIA going back. Flash through these mid doors, and Soulfly so blind. Nothing they could do.
Keserato is looking like a bit of a nuisance in middle right now. He's just coming through this smoke, pushing through doors, cutting rotates really well when FURIA go for these B hits. I love that call to pull back for Fallen. They got full on control. They got a 5v3. You would just expect them to commit, but they realize Aurora are all there. Why give them the chance? B site open for business. FURIA look to keep it clean. Be nice to save Molodoy's AWP. Fallen will do that later. But Wakadia might have to fight for it.
Yeah, for now, not thinking about what they can save, it's what they can gain. Hoping to knock this AWP out of play. And they'll find it in an instant. No AWP. As that gets dropped out of the round, so does the prospect of really putting much on the line here for Aurora.
It's going to get rough pretty quickly. You're feeling the burnout from that eco round coming in with 3 kills from FURIA. If Match has just cleaned up on long, they might have been able to feasibly buy here. Instead, Aurora have to hand one over to FURIA.
Lower the...
It's a perfect storm for FURIA. And free long control on the anti-eco.
Aurora looking like they want to try and fight for long. Scout tag will open. Follow up while blind. You've now done big damage and you've scared FURIA out of this long position. This is also Aurora getting used to the idea that just because they've taken long doesn't mean they're going to look to do much with it. Been a bit of a go-to for FURIA in these rifle rounds.
They know they've scared them. Wow, what a heavy rotate. Even Wakadia is leaving. Funnily enough, it's a recommit that might do FURIA best. Scout shot in middle and back to long. FURIA hear that.
One thing that adds a bit of pressure here isn't just the tag on Fallen, isn't just being a man down, but you've only got 1 smoke for the cross, and so once that's out, there is a real pressure to try and move in. Molodoy, that's certainly going to help. Gets past the scout as Antares tries to close in on that gun, only to get denied, and so it looks like FURIA doing enough here to break through. Woxic on the P2K is no match. But Keserato taking control away.
FURIA use their pieces to perfection there. Low player on flank. Great cover from Molodoy on the repeak. Absolutely no problem finding their 5th. Done with ease. They don't doubt themselves. They just recommit back into the stack, and it's Aurora to call the first time out of the map here on Dust 2. An integral gun round coming down. Without it, this could be a stomp.
Yeah, time to try and problem solve. I think that round, I mean, a bunch of these early rounds are kind of speaking to the fact that Fallen is the one in control of the game. You know, using these early B hits, the conditioning, them not really using long all that much in these early rounds, and now starting to use that against Aurora. They rotated out of position in that last round. And this is going to be on Madja trying to piece this one together in time. And this is where also you look at Soulfly, those early attempts to bully the guy, get him doubting himself in this quarterfinal.
Elevator. Nice! Nice, guys. Sick.
Players who only has a handful of LAN games, let alone matches in front of crowds like this. This is his first time taking such a step.
I think he's got more to show, but it's not going to be on the CT side of Dust 2 when you're forced into a B anchor. So obviously had to fill some gaps here left by Jota's departure. And I'd say, you know, while his CT sides are better rated than his T sides, he's actually the 10th rated player of the event. He's had a really good event, strong in pistol rounds as well. This is one of those positions that can feel very, very punishing. Some unfamiliar positions for this inexperienced player. They're going to offer him support in this gun round. 3 players B. Up on long, Madja in the sight. a lot to do for Magic in this position.
Been in a couple of these spots where he could have massive impact, but his aim's let him down. Can't afford to be the case here, because FURIA are making a move up through the catwalk. Woxic arrives in time, gets involved on that AWP. The southpaw steps up, but can't get out with a third. You'd like to think he's done his part, maybe left Aurora in a spot where they feel like they can give this a go. Soulfly will link up with Wakadia and Xantares.
Oh, flank is super late here for FURIA. I don't think it's even going to benefit them. Sure, you can clear out spawn, but Aurora might just make contact on catwalk first. 3 players coming in without a kit.
So you've got to move quickly here. Got to try and uproot Fallen fast as possible, and even then, Molodoy still lurks his head up from the ramp side.
Good luck on the save.
So much time has elapsed that Aurora don't see a world where they can win this. They also don't know where Yuri is in amidst all this quiet. And so even the save feels stressful. Yuri giving chase. And you've seen some punishing moves, trying to hunt these saving players, looking to punish, keep Aurora slow off the roll. He won't find anything here, so they get out with those guns at least.
And sure, it's a team game, but it does feel like Magic has let them down in 3 integral rounds here on this CT side. He throws 2 great HE grenades, he does 100+ damage with them, and then he goes on to get 0 kills on low players. It's such an important position there to take someone with you. Woxic makes it even. If Magic can go 1-for-1, then Aurora are advantaged into that post plant.
Nice, guys.
Fallen's having fun. FURIA are feeling it. Again, their grenades at least help.
Can't get ahead of yourselves here if you're FURIA. Might be winning on the half, but you don't want to fall down to a buy like this, and you're dead on about those nades doing damage. It softened them up for Woxic on his scout. And it's left FURIA feeling boxed in to a B play.
Oh, is Wakadia going to block in time in this position? Don't want to fumble with nades. They're going to walk right in.
1 kill on Soulfly. He's hoping to change that now. FURIA slowly moving in through the tunnels. Bit awkward on that spray, hoping it baits them into Wakadia. There's the 1-2 punch of this setup. And so it's left to the old master, Fallen 1v3. How nervous are Aurora? How much room do they give Fallen? Best year's meant to be behind him. Let's see what he can do in this clutch. Holds for that first bit of contact. Ooh, nails the shot on Magic. Are you twitchy? Woxic, he'll give you a way out. Stops that from ever feeling too stressful.
Yeah, send Magic in first. That's a port of call here for Aurora. He gets the info, gets the damage. Well closed. Very important round in the grand scheme. Lots of advantageous positions for Aurora squandered already. Can't afford to fall short in a round like that. Even with the round where Magic knows he's not feeling it. FURIA with a timeout.
I like that. You know, you've set pretty high standards for yourselves right off the top of the game, and you don't want to give Aurora a way back in at the end of this first half. You know, you're in a position where you could feel like you crushed them in the first half of Dust 2. But it all hinges on finding this one.
Definitely want to see Molodoy go back for that pick in middle right. He's been getting damage on the cross, stops any lower control, stops Aurora from making moves on this CT side. Not that they're known to do so. And I mean, in this event, FURIA, they've been the second best team at finding these opening kills. 54% of rounds with a 5v4. This guy is a huge reason for that.
Well, they're going to give him the boost. But nade to cross, no chance given to Molodoy on the AWP. And again with the long setup. FURIA showing that they really do want this long control, and so justifiable for Aurora here. When they don't get contact, they're going to break it apart.
A lot quicker map control here for FURIA, already down mid at the doors at 130. Aurora have reached their final setup. They go back for it again. It's Madra in the site, Woxic, Orb, Cross, and 3 in B. It's going to be hard for FURIA to figure it out.
Early staging for FURIA looked like this was going to be a B split, but I wonder if they changed their mind on that. Fallen was still hanging out at the long doors.
Andrew with the belt as well, he's got everything. Key is force them back into the B play. Utilize everything you can. Molly after molly, nade after nade. FURIA, feeling locked out of this position, might just go into the trap.
And this is exactly what Aurora wanted. You feel like you've got to hold on now. They're finally playing into a triple stacked bomb site. For once, you're the ones directing the flow of traffic here on Dust 2. Serato, first man throwing in out towards middle, but here's the support from the tunnel side. Yakindar with an opening. There's the surprise to Zantares, but it was only good for one. Soulfly really feeling the burn as they're all around him, and FURIA break through. Barely even breaking a sweat. Three-man stack brushed aside like it's nothing. And Woxic, he who sits top of the board right now for Aurora, doesn't even get the chance to play this penultimate round of the half.
He might get to play Save Simulator because they're coming for him right now. Can he fight his way out of this box? This is the only way to get an AWP in that last round of the half. Woxic has been hitting hard, but they have not come near him. And it might be over, it might be too late. Fallen out long, that smoke by seconds. Oh dear.
Shot attempt for Yakindar, and it's doing damage. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh dear.
AWP save denied, and you've got nothing to battle against FURIA with in this final round.
Fallen's look like a superstar right now. Pray this guy never retires. What a sick trade onto Zantares in that triple B setup. Ricardo is baiting them in. Zantares gets an easy kill, and Fallen hits such a hard and important shot to break down that triple stack. FURIA go in blind. They get out easily. 4 alive.
It's pressure to try and fight for mid, and that's exactly what Molidoy's been wanting all half long. Tag on a Woxic, does that scare him off the angle? Looking like he wants to try it again. And that's his biggest mistake. You give Molidoy 2 chances down there through mid, he's not going to miss them. 5v4, and a chance at a super punishing half from FURIA.
Oh, that's a bit of a nightmare for Yakindar. Couldn't quite get out. And so a nice active move for Aurora has netted them something. A gun for Madja. A hope, a chance in this final round of CT side. Soulfly getting pressured, but he can't call for resources. There's no time. FURIA are walking up cats.
Zantares on the jump up. Madja just came and juggled in this AK, giving their rifle star his weapon of choice in Aurora low econ round. In the 4v5, they might be able to claw one back after all. Soulfly gonna get past Yuri in the tunnels. Buying you precious seconds. Now he hears the footsteps. He knows the challenge is coming his way. Molidoy 1v4, this will be far from easy as the rotates already arrive. Got to pull that AWP, and that's what they're waiting for. Caught out in the open, Aurora wrestle one back from FURIA. It's far from comfortable here, not the lights out start you were promised when you saw Zantares and Woxic stepping up early on, but it's something for Aurora to hold on to on their map pick. FURIA come into this with a clear game plan, and they get under the skin of Aurora very early in the game. Now sat pretty at a 7-5 scoreline. They could run away with Aurora's pick of Dust 2 here and now.
If there's one thing Aurora have, it's pistol rounds. It's been impeccable on their run to the playoffs. The most pistol wins of any team, 10-4 in those groups. 90% conversion in the second round. So even the first pistol of this map was an anomaly. So much of that has come from Soulfly. He is the 4th best player in the event on pistols. To put that in perspective, Xantares is 7th. So can Aurora get back to their winning ways in what some call the most important round of the game?
Woxic, you saw his reaction on the camera there. He knows he had that kill dead to rights, and you hope it isn't the one that gets away that undoes the round. They'll make up for it. And again, it's that tag team. Woxic and Xantares, a kill apiece, and the advantage for Aurora. They don't jump the gun. They know that FURIA would start staggering around, changing the setup, looking to fill the gap that opens up at B. And they're hoping that in the downtime, that's where they can catch FURIA making a mistake.
Well, the map is quiet. Fallen's not falling for that. He tucks in at long.
Look at the 2 IGLs, man.
Who's more patient? Let's find out. It's a more dangerous move for MOUZ with the shadow. Molodoi smoked at middle. They jump up catwalk. MOUZ can play very late. That does just leave the A site open. So Fallen feels like he has to make a play. And MOUZ waiting for exactly that move. 4v2. This feels set in stone.
Oh, they've given a tiny bit of room here. Molodoi crosses out. But very quickly, map starts to shrink on down. Now you're vulnerable to the site peak. Even though it's your 2 heavy hitters here for FURIA in this 2v4, I don't think they want to stick around and figure out if they're up for the task. And so you said, you know, Aurora, they've been good all tournament long in these pistols. They've also had next to no issues in the conversions. If that holds true, they're well and truly back in Dust 2.
I mean, they're winning every stat right now. They're winning pistols, they're winning conversions, they're winning second round force buys, although with a smaller sample size. But yeah, to convert 9 of your 10 pistols in your run to the playoffs is a very admirable stat indeed. So expectation that Aurora will make this game even very quickly. Keep in mind, in this run, Aurora beat both MOUZ and Falcons. And MOUZ heavy-handedly as well, as MOUZ popping off in that game. That made it look easy for Aurora. And they really some of that now.
Give them a taste of their own medicine with just a B-pop second round.
Feels a little more labor than that. 2 players top mid, they are not in a hurry, just clearing lower first. Making sure FURIA aren't up to any tricks. Molodoi has multiple HEs to break this smoke. But no one in his vision.
Molotov burns him forward, and now Xantares gets to give chase. Wasn't even his intended target. It was Queserato burning in that Molotov, but getting rid of Molodoi, getting rid of that scout, makes life a lot easier for Aurora.
Kinder needs to pick a position on this fade, vulnerable. Aurora looking to execute. Soulfly lurking long.
Two players in at the site. Molly's divided the push as well. It's only MOUZ at the front. Soulfly's going to fall as well in amidst all this madness, and they never cleared. Queserato is not the type of man you can afford to overlook. They'll finally get rid of him, but at what cost? 2 for 1 on that ramp fight, and Woxic dead out in the open.
Disastrous for Aurora, absolutely out of this world for FURIA. Queserato hiding in plain sight and no one assisting. We saw shades of that in the pistol. They walked all the way back cat. They let the solo site player plant. Or 2 backs turned. Queserato takes them both. And again, Fallen has just kept up immaculate form all game with the important trades, the round-winning kills. And so a head-in-hands moment for Aurora. Just as we're singing their praises on pistols and on conversions, they fumble.
Fulham's coming into this playoff match with a bit of a point to prove. It's been years waiting to see him back in the arena at this tournament. And in many ways, birthplace of Brazilian CS, of the Fallen-led squads.
Yeah, I can't forget 2015, Kaboom, and the crowdfunding that led to see Fallen's previous team attend a major qualifier. They went on, they qualified to that major, made it to the playoffs in 2015 Katowice. Truly is the birthplace of Brazilian CS, at least in Go. Fallen's been back many a time, been to a final. Back in the playoffs, still with a point to prove.
Oh, good flashes, or so you'd think. But that duo, the Fangs of Furia, they tear through the Aurora B hit. Woxic just another round where he's left with really nothing to do, nothing to hold on to here. 1v5, bomb away from him. And as he goes down in a lower, even that is overrun. No map control, nowhere left to hide. And now an eco rolled out before them. This is rapidly getting away from Aurora.
It feels like worst case scenario right now. You get the feeling that you can succeed, and then you get it all ripped away from you with a force buy. Now a flawless round, now a full eco. We're talking double digits for Furia and Aurora in the dirt. There's been minimal output from Soulfly or Madger in this game. And Woxic, who was 12-5, there's only so much he could have done in that half, mostly avoided by Furia. Doesn't feel like it's getting better for Aurora on their map pick. They're going to have just 1 or 2 proper buys in this half. Molodoy eager.
Convincing shutdown, no damage done. Furia looking for a clean sweep to find double digits. And it's Fallen with a big old hat trick. He's just been full of multi-kills to open up this quarterfinal. Timeout for Aurora ahead of their most important round yet. A fumble here. And the map is all but over. Your pick gone. And that's one of the things about these stage games. It feels like it runs on a different timeline. It feels like the games can pass by so quickly. I bet that's what Soulfly is experiencing right now. You know, just rounds ago felt like he was at the beginning of a huge milestone that he'd been waiting this whole time to achieve, getting a play on the big stage. And suddenly it's stripped away from you, it's gone.
Yeah, Woxic even talked about it in the Ancient game against Vitality to make it to semis or quarters, playing Ancient, a map that neither of those squads play. He said it was, it was a multiple overtime game, but it disappeared before he knew. So can Aurora prolong and survive in this T side, or is it just simply Furia's day to day? Across the board, Furia looking solid, and Molodoy's been missing plenty of shots, and none of them have cost Furia any rounds, it's felt like. It's been the experience pieces here of Furia doing all the work. Fallen, front of the pack, drops Antares just like that. Fighting out in the open, showcases the mindset. Fallen feeling it right now. They're going for this A split. Yakinda and Queserato against the world.
Queserato has just been so reliable. Even when he's put in tough positions, tricky ones to try and get round. They've been able to get mileage out of him. A little flash play potentially over towards Shaw, but that flash never arrives. It's a double entry out of Madger before they can even get themselves set up for it. One back for Molodoy. But you are out of position here. You are a man down. Furia really feeling like they can give this a go. Molodoy seems to think so. Hasn't exactly been a game dominated by this Kazakh AWP just yet. Yuri waits out on short, and they're going to go fishing here, see if they're given that reason to believe, that reason to go for this, the most unlikely of retakes. There's the swing. Damage done on a Wakadia. Yuri's now invested. He's out in the open, but time is quickly getting away from FURIA, and I think they do just write this one off. So down to go looking. They were hungry for it. Aurora never gave them the kills to make it happen. Chance for Molodoi to punish on the save at least.
Felt like FURIA felt like they were on the clock there. They had all these nades. They could have kept blocking short, fight long two together, but feeling like Aurora are about to just pounce on them, they decide to make an aggressive move. It's one they'll live to regret. No kills on that A site. Big double for Maja. Just as we've been saying, he's been having trouble with converting, at times, simple engagements. Delivers Aurora the most important round yet. Hanging on to hope.
Boost hastily assembled here, not something that Aurora have had to concern themselves with yet. Xantares dead first as he tries to take space down in lower.
It's lazy, there's no flash, you know that's an AWP line. Xantares peek him, right? But it just feels like a bit of a jump of the gun there for Aurora. You can use their util, have a player top mid, Xantares can sell flash. These things cost you in the long run.
I mean, now you've got to try and play this round without your big space creator. Those responsibilities going to have to fall to someone else. Corridor smokes deployed out here in mid. Flash through the doors. They are looking for this space. Triple B stack in play for FURIA. And Aurora just might play right into their hands. Push on the smoke. That's so optimistic. It's too easy for Queserato. He thanks him for this push as he does so much damage. Now those smokes fade and gives way to chaos out here in middle. There should be no winning this for Woxic. He is pincered on either side of him. Guys who want nothing more than to see him lose.
Beautiful position for Queserato, beautiful punish. Aurora just walk their way into economic devastation, and no surprise to see a final pause as their lifeline on their map pick dangling in front of them. They can't reach it. It's a desperate force.
Amına koyayım, neyisin ikisini çıkıyoruz ya. Let's fucking go.
And we see the effort that FURIA go to set up Molodoi for these picks, especially on CT side. And last year alone, he was the second most successful AWPer at finding those opening kills on CT, only second to Zaiwu. He won 71% of his first fights. Beating out Shiro, beating out Monesi. And a lot of that does come down to FURIA. They give him the tools to succeed. They buy him AWPs when they have no money. They put him in positions. But he hits those shots and he takes another 5v4 here for FURIA.
That boost no longer in play, but the short push just as punishing. It's big nade damage out of Yakindar. And if the AWP isn't cat, well then where is it? Flash play out in the middle. Queserato's got his back. Attempt at the chase. Doesn't come through for Aurora.
Oh, they would have loved that trade. FURIA just refused to give it to them. Nice shot from Molodoi, catching the cross as well. Now they know the game plan. Back up Cat. He's seen another.
Oh, goes a little early. Pull on the Tech 9 is damage exchange with Woxic. This AWP won't stop them getting up through short, so the bomb is in tow, right in to Yakindar. Can't control the spray, but he's got support every step of the way from falling out here on long. And it's a real team effort here, trying to put a stop to Woxic in the clutch. They'll charge him down, never letting him get comfortable. And this might just be domination from FURIA to open up their quarterfinal.
Yeah, MOUZ came in cold. He's defrosting now. It's Fallen and K-Serato who are red hot. Compare the captains. Compare the output right now. Fallen is just multi-killing gun rounds like it's nobody's business. And Aurora just can't get clean trades. Starting every round from a disadvantage. Winning the pistol, losing to the Force. All the unlikelihoods happening at once. This is not the group stage, Aurora. This is a different game. And FURIA are fine to play.
Oh, Yekindar quick double. Hoping to end it now and end it in style. Done a lot of damage. Now you're just kind of ambling around out here in mid. Whole rounds in shambles as there's gaps everywhere for Aurora, and these are gaps that FURIA are keen to explore. Yuri with aggression through the tunnels. You start to get a very clear picture of where Aurora can be. If you take too long trying to weigh up your options here, take too long trying to weigh up where you want this to end, well, Yuri might just end it for you. Santara's going back to hold for this, still can't deal with the backstab. And so it might all end with a whimper here, this final Force buy on its last legs. They'll link up together over on Catwalk, but you're telling me that your best possible option is to try and get past Molodoy on this orb? If you gave them the choice, they would never put themselves in this position. It's a limp run boost, and it's far too easy for Molodoy. FURIA, they're already thinking about that second map. They're already thinking about Mirage, because Dust 2 was no challenge to start their quarterfinal run. From top to bottom, they dominate, they outclass Aurora. And even though that Mirage had been a problem for FURIA heading into this event, their confidence, their fortunes have changed on the map, and they're ready for it as their pick in this series.
I can flash, guys. You want?
Wait. Take their sandwich, you guys on mid, guys. Don't clear.
Yuri virando meia. Eu tô na caixa pouco, pegando várias.
Let me pick pit. Op. Take bomb.
Keep going.
Take bomb, bro.
Double pick, one shot, side. I'll molly him. One back side.
I'm on HP right now.
Maybe he leave now.
Okay, go B, Malik. Full rotation.
Side dead.
Nice.
Okay, maybe.
Up side. City side.
Go B.
City up.
That's right, I can flash yard for your quick rotation if you want.
Yeah.
Careful, Yuri. Wait for me. I'm gonna come.
Flashing
I'm
yard.
gonna go first.
Right side, mid dead.
Be dead. Up pit, take up. Yeah.
I'm going. I don't see a ramp. I think he's side.
I'm running.
Side. Nice. Safe up.
Pick up.
Have.
Nice.
Nice kills, guys.
But I hit B.
Let's go, Malik.
I'm walking.
I'll look city by hand, okay? Get ready to fight.
Side dead.
Looking city, have flank.
I will flash get side. You want? Go flash.
Flash, they're running from short.
Go flash, guys. Go flash. Flash. Boom.
One top mid flank, I'll kill him after.
On side, maybe.
Hide them.
Side dead.
Nice.
Dead.
While you get us, this.
I'll clear again after.
Either CT close, maybe, or
I'm going to city. I'm going to city.
Wait now.
Watch one, please.
Yep. Elevator.
Nice, guys. 6.
Nice calm. Good job.
FURIA's fangs razor sharp and Aurora feel the full wrath. Any moment where the Turkish side thought they found momentum, FURIA were even swifter to silence it. That is a rough way to start on your own map pick, Janko, but for FURIA, really putting up a great case to show us that they are capable of returning to the form we saw at the tail end of 2025.
Yeah, and it was great to get to listen in to their calms, right? You could see how calm they were, composed, very much in control. Even that round 3-3, they were 3-0 up, and Aurora won 3 rounds in a row. So to see them not getting flustered and just stay calm is crucial on a stage like this.
Spreads out to the team, you know, they make them comfortable. He makes sure that everything's under control. You know, the way he's communicating in a normal voice, he's not stressing anything, and it just spreads to the rest of the team. But they're also highlighting the things they need to highlight. That Molotov, he's expressing, like, if you want to flash, tell me when to flash. You know, they have things under control. And FURIA is looking as a team that is slowly getting back to how they were looking in the later stage of last season. It's good to see. They simply just play a little bit outside the box. That's what I call a little bit of that. They're not afraid of trying to make plays. You know, play the edge of the smoke, trying to be a little bit more crazy about their plays. They don't have to play by the rules. They're making the rules.
Yeah, a little bit cheeky with it. I love to see that classic style coming back. When we got to hear those comms, JL, how would you rate that, considering you've been in a team more recently than most of us up here on this desk?
I mean, I probably rate it 10 out of 10. Really good. There's no extra comms needed. They're straight to the point. Let's do this, let's do that. They're hyping each other up, and there's not much more you need to play good CS, to have good comms. This is all it takes to win the game, and yeah.
Well, let's get straight to the point then. We've got round 11, JL and Janko. Great minds think alike, apparently. You both requested to be looking at this one. JL, from your perspective, what did you note about this round?
I mean, this is Aurora's map pick, and I see they got long control, and they're slowly putting this round to be a 3B setup. Vicadia is going to spam some middle, he's going to show some presence, and then they spent all of the util on Major to block short, to kind of not allow FURIA to go out short. And look at this 3B setup. Xantares is hiding. Vicadia is supposed to be taking the contact off of him and then focus on B-Town with Soulfly. But what we see here, Vicadia messes up his jump a little bit, gets surprised by Yakendar. Xantares gets a trade on Soulfly. He didn't even peek on Vicadia's contact, and I feel like this is really unacceptable on the side of Aurora. If you picked a map, you prepared the setup exactly for this round, and then Vicadia and Soulfly cannot deal with B-Towns, and this is just the whole game.
I think this is where we see the nerves come in a little bit, right? Because, okay, someone has to bait for Xantares. Soulfly and Vicadia are the B players, but if Vicadia is going to bait for him and sort of show himself a door and Soulfly isn't jumping window, then Soulfly has to take care of the tunnels, right? Like, he has to be the guy who will then have a crossfire with Vicadia, and what ended up happening is, you know, Vicadia gets sort of surprised by people coming out of tunnels, and Tares only gets 1-for-1, and then who's alive? Well, the B player. So, you know, he's somewhere in there. He's not going to surprise anyone at that point in time, and FURIA does just a good job of sort of being aware and taking care of Soulfly in the end. So, really big round to lose at that point in time, because they would have been able maybe to get FURIA on an eco or a half-buy or something along those lines, regain some momentum, but it always sucks also mentally. Like, you have the correct read, you're there, and then you're not even close to winning the round. Like, those really sting.
I obviously don't want to dunk on the new guy on the side of Aurora, but just because you played the same position, right, on a Duster, you played B site, Soulfly didn't.
Best B site in the world, him and Bit,
yeah?
According to JL.
Oh, you got praised.
Yes.
What did you? What were some of the issues that stood out from maybe some of the? Obviously, it was a great game from FURIA on the T side, of course, but some of the issues that Aurora had and maybe not defending it to the best of their ability.
I really liked some confidence on the B side of Aurora. I feel like Soulfly is a very good shooter, and he didn't use any of it. I feel like he had the chance to push B-Tunnels on a certain timing, or maybe just stand your ground and shoot with the B-Tunnel player, but what he did was just hide on side and try to survive for the rest of his teammates to kind of pick up the slack that he's left.
There definitely was a couple of situations where you could feel that he was a little bit inexperienced. I think that already started when he was up close with the 5-7. I believe that was either round 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Where he decides to talk a little bit, like, you know, that situation, the best thing you can do is literally just try and swing on a timing to try and get that kill off. And it's fine, you know, we're not going to be dunking on the new guy. That's a hard thing when you come into team and when you get to play in your stage for the first time. And when you don't get to play that many games on stage, it's very limited the amount of reps you actually get, and that's what takes a long time for him to get into. So I'm all fine with it, you know. There's definitely a learning curve, and it's very steep for him, but just use your ability of being a strength aimer. That's what I would give him.
Well, then we move into the second half, and Aurora, they do indeed win the pistol. What happens next, Yanko?
Yeah, I think it's a bit unfortunate, and we don't want to pile on Soulfly, but it's a couple of examples of how stress attributes, to mistakes on the server. So FURIA with the force buy right here. This is a great molly where Xantares can peek behind it, catches Molodoi off guard. So in a 5v4, right, they're going to group up for short to execute. But look at that dot towards long. That's going to be Soulfly. So keep one eye on that as they're setting up, getting everyone there, the smokes, the flashes. Serato leaning over as the B player. They're running out, right? They're going to do a good job here of finding the first kill. Soulfly dies first on long, right? And they get Tikinder. They don't expect Serato, and this is a mistake when no one is watching slope. Like, you just have to have one guy watching out for that. Serato gets a massive double in the end. Voxic 1v2 won't be able to clutch. But Soulfly has the lurk on long. He doesn't need to play that early. He's also running out long, right? Like, so your teammates are going in. You should be a bit more patient. See if they run into a position. If they don't, if they get the entry kills and at the moment, you still can keep on waiting, right? So this is just sometimes feeling, okay, I don't want to let my team down. I don't want to just play scared, and you end up making a mistake. Some of those nerves really showing on this first map.
For sure. I mean, even if he dies, like, the situation is still manageable. Like, they would actually still be able to win it. One thing is that he dies alone because he feels stressed to go out and help the team. But for me, it's more so the players like just playing too naive. Like, they do get the kill onto the guy in red. That's fine. But they're just like both running back to catwalk. They already have a guy sitting on catwalk. They have everything under control. They could have one guy watching CT, but they actually allow Serato to swing, get a double, and then I think he even gets the third one, and that just piles out. And they've already won that very all-important pitch round for them to make the comeback. They didn't convert it, and that just put them in a situation where they couldn't salvage the situation.
I love that you get to bring up a Serato moment here as well, because back in stage 2, when we were welcoming FURIA to Krakow, we were noting that it was kind of the Brazilians that had had a rough start to the year, let's say. I think Serato has put any of those issues to bed right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a guy that's just been the rock for FURIA, even when they were struggling. I mean, the best Brazilian player by a nice margin and for a very long time. And I think we can all be in agreement that we were just happy that he finally has a team around him where he can thrive in and doesn't have to put the team on his back and can just focus on his role and what he does best. Has some great space creators on the team now in Yakindar and Molodoi, and these are the games where he can really showcase his talent, right? Where you show that poise, you show the patience, obviously the mechanics too. I mean, in some of that B defense, he was absolutely lights out.
And it's been around for so long. I think I remember my first game against Serato back in the days when he was that was like at the Face It London or something. He's a talent from that time, and also he's becoming this sort of star player that we always want to be praising, and for good reasoning. One thing is that he's an incredible aimer, but I think what makes him one of the strongest is that he's so good at positioning himself, reading the situation, and always putting himself in favorable duels. That takes something. That's not something you learn by day by day. So Serato being a very instrumental player for FURIA throughout last season, but also in this time, it's good to see that he's stepping up.
Yeah, it feels like it's just in Serato's DNA at this point. Let's talk about the second map, though, because you might have been fooled to thinking that was FURIA's pick. No, that's coming up right now. It's Mirage. Why do you feel like they may have gone with this map amongst others?
I think they see it as somewhat of a punish against Aurora, and also on the other side of things, they played it so many times already this year, and it's been rough the first few times, but they end up picking it against Astralis in the decider, and that gets them here in the playoffs. So I think just the amount of repetitions that they've had on the map, the understanding of, okay, they have a good grasp now of how they need to play to be successful on Mirage.
And it's been the case for Mirage throughout the event for them. They did. I think they entered the event by being down 0-5, or at least throughout the event they entered a deficit like that. And now they've turned it around. Now it's like they had to remind themselves, like, how do we actually play Mirage back in the days? Like, and it has been this shifting back and forth with Yuri and Fallen trying to swap, but also Serato and Yakindar has created a little bit of uncertainty in the team. Maybe the ideas and the team play between the sides wasn't really functioning as it should anymore. Now they kind of got back to it. They've kept the whole situation with Yakindar and Serato swapping positions, and so far looking good. And I think they just want to try and build upon this because they've actually turned it around to a strength.
And then also, Aurora is a team that is very easy to play against them on Mirage because they're very passive and you kind of know what they're going to do. And now FURIA are going to be starting on the T side. This is their map pick. They for sure prepared a lot of things towards connector short to kind of bully Xantares in the connector area because he's very predictable. Although he shoots very well, FURIA are going to know what he's doing, and I feel like that's going to be the main focus point, is going to be the A splits and connector control.
Well, things looking incredibly tough for Aurora here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow, losing out on their map pick, and now their opponents lays in wait. It's Mirage going down after this short break.
Opening fight here and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
For me, at least, has to be Donk. I think that despite the achievements of ZywOo, obviously is the number 2, no doubt. I think that Donk does things that maybe in some way no one else does. The statistics he puts, when they lose, when they win, I think that this year at least, ZywOo has not been that ZywOo, in my opinion. I feel like he had a lot of tough games and a lot of tough moments that, like, for me to see even a bit of red in his statistics is very unusual. So I think this year Donk has been more consistent and, in my opinion, higher peak as well. So number 3, I would put Shiro for now.
I would say 1 ZywOo, 2nd Donk, number 3 maybe Robs.
I keep changing my mind between ZywOo and Donk. I had the Donk after Cologne, but I think it really will all depend on the rest of the season. I think Donk's numbers are obviously insane, but ZywOo has won more MVPs as well. ZywOo deserved it more, but I think if Donks manages to maintain the level that he had for the first part of the year and this Cologne for the second part, and they manage to win maybe an event or a major, I think Donk might overtake him. I think m0NESY will gain the number 3.
Мы представляем будущее. И наши фантазии пугают нас.
Anop IGL hasn't won a major since 2016. In a time of Simple, ZywOo, now m0NESY, it will not happen again.
Кэддин опережает планы на 3 месяца.
6 months.
Откуда ты вообще это знаешь?
Нам нужен сильный ростер. Я соберу тебе лучших из лучших.
Они не будут бояться этого плейстайла, пока не поймут его. И не поймут его, пока не столкнутся с ним.
It cannot be done, not like this. Counter-Strike is evolving and Jame is moving backwards. It's slow, it's lethargic. If Valve ever introduces MR12, it will be because of this guy. Consequences of his success could be catastrophic.
Cannot be done.
James, the Redeemer, in Rio.
Are you telling me that if they make playoffs, there's a chance it could destroy the entire crowd?
He's still gonna go for it. He picks up that one.
They got the right pieces. Dastan and James been chasing this dream.
Labelled as boring. Today they're labelled as vintage.
Now I am become death, destroyer of crowds.
FURIA have come in red hot to this quarterfinal, and Aurora crumbling under the pressure. The bright lights of the stage, too much for this Turkish team, a team that has only won 2 crowd matches ever, 2 games of Arena Counter-Strike across the years as this core. Can they break that streak today?
Yeah, it's a team that have already struggled dealing with the pressures, dealing with the crowds, and now they have a new addition. Soulfly had to be the key to everything. And as we just saw, the pressure kind of got to him, struggled to ever get going on map 1. He's got his first big crowd match under his belt. This is where you've got to hope you can catch lightning in a bottle, because on the other side, a man that was unfazed at the first dawn of his arenas in Molodoy, and an in-form FURIA. Fallen Queserato hitting hard, the Brazilians showing up, and they've got Spirit waiting for them in the semis. They want that rematch. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Mirage.
They've been here plenty of times. Same story, same result, same struggles for Aurora. It was a lifeless T-side. Mirage has to be different. Last season alone, FURIA took 4 trophies, 3 top events, 3 massive crowds. Aurora sinking into their seats. Pistol round could change everything. Reignite the fire. Group stage, pistol success. Can it translate?
Kindar going to open things up, but a couple of missed shots from Moxic, and your chance to punish. Oh no! They're playing with their food! And I mean, you don't get more of a literal middle finger than that in pistol rounds.
Oh.
Well chased down that last man. Full faith there in your Kindar and Queserato.
He wasn't even ready. He was not ready. Queserato's just hopping around the corner. Your Kindar's late. But no punish, no pistol, no connection for Aurora. Despicable.
Bro, I owned so hard, bro. If you see this on replay and you don't say nice Marix, yeah.
Nice Marix.
Not bad.
I mean, look, it feels like they've really tried to stack the deck, right? On Dust 2, they started the game off with a bang. They played for the back-to-back B rushes, super quick game.
No short
smoke. They've hit you with a jump check in the pistol just to try and slow the roll, get in your head even more. But this shutdown is coming in as the stack will withstand the B hit.
All right, miss smoke, miss utility, bit of a...
just don't want to forego this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's 5v3, a huge chance to upset early on.
Ooh.
And if you can stomach it, you can bring the fight on Mirage. They get past Molodoy, it's going to be left to a low HP Kindar and Yuri. They're already worlds apart, split up in this round.
Did say they had the highest round break in that second. It's just, it only happened 2 of the 4 times. Too much success in pistols to even attempt these rounds. Well, Aurora putting their best foot forward in the second here. Always a bit of cause for concern, but it does look like FURIA are holding out. Will they commit is still under question. Yakinda is so low. Rather have an AK than give it away. So as Aurora go grave robbing, FURIA save what they've got.
Yeah, just not feeling desperate enough yet to have to attempt a round like this.
You were mentioning Soulfly coming into this game, right? Obviously he has a lot to do in terms of filling Jota's roles, playing difficult positions, coming from being a bit of a space taker on his previous team. I think this is one of the maps where it might lend better to him. Change positions on Dust 2, change positions on a few maps, but Mirage, back in Fireflux, played as an A anchor for some time. So keeping that role here on the CT side of Mirage, hopefully going to be a lot more comfortable as a result. in range of Aurora's firepower, not entirely alone. So now may be a time for him to show what he's truly got. He was extremely stable on CT side, back in the groups.
Let's see if this save can do anything for FURIA, because Yukindar's already gained great space on his jaunt through the mid-smokes. Already wrapping up through short.
Oh, no.
That's just a free kill, given over on a platter. Wukadia now, next in line, has support. Woxic here lends a helping hand. But still, they're in B. The job is far from done. Aggression out onto the bench for Wukadia, and he'll get siphoned from play. Santares up next and thrust into a crossfire. It's awkward, and there's no way to save himself. Quick as you were ready to start to believe in Aurora, it's all stripped away. FURIA respond with a force buy, a round win of their own. Yukindar gets the ball rolling, and the rest of them there just to follow through on this play.
That's why it's sometimes frustrating to watch Santares play, because we know how good he is, but he's just been kind of jumping the gun in this series. That round and lower on Dust 2 where he just swings the AWP, doesn't flash, doesn't jiggle, just goes for the fight. Right there, his team is setting up. Soulfly's wrapping Cat, and Santares just jumps through the window on his own. No one's ready, no one can trade or support. Just throws himself in. Sure, if you win the round off of your individual ability, it's going to look great, but FURIA have man advantage, tucked into crossfires. He's fed to the wolves. So these early frustrations again rear their head for Aurora. They win the harder round on that force buy. It gets dealt right back to them. That save for Yukindar, worth its weight in gold. And that's the vibe you're competing with right now, FURIA.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA, they've always been a very collected squad. Not one that seemed to get bested by the emotions easily. Same can't be said for this Aurora team. Now they have secured the 5v4 here. Once again, Yukindar tries to run it down through mid, and Wukadia is able to deal with him. So left in the man advantage, left in a good spot, and they're even trying to extend this with a cheeky boost play up in the apartments. Okay, Serato is watching for aggression. This shouldn't go any further with the smoke down. Rest of FURIA waiting outside of A. And so Serato is just going to be left playing Joker in this round. 3 players here for Aurora, stack in the right place.
Man down with a lurker this far out. Wonder how FURIA are going to use Serato. The kill might just come to him while the exit gets rolled out on A. Serato finds a B entry. This bomb could back up. They have the time, but the kills are right there on FURIA's plate. They tuck in. Woxic pushed back. Harassed behind this box. Nowhere to go. Wallbang might just finish the job. All in the meantime, Serato not required. FURIA have picked their positions. They're not going out without a fight.
Oh, a little ugly on that spray for Santares, and if you did want to attempt this, if you wanted to go for some last second retake, you needed that opener. When it doesn't come through, you're just left with the save here. As they're running away, it's FURIA off to a good start. After those force by wars back and forth, now taking 2 in a row.
Terrorists win.
Calmer heads prevailing right now. In a round like this, it forces you to think outside of the box, right? You've got 1 rifle on Santares, scout for Woxic. They've been given some flashes as well. These 3 players certainly going to be feeling a bit of a burden to try and fight and be involved early on these guns. Let's see what the idea is. They gave Soulfly flashes out towards A, so a bit of a mid-fight brewing. First flash finds nothing. Next one's got to be better if they want to get a kill from it.
Might be down on ramp. Might be the right call. FURIA with numbers here. Xantara's peering into middle. He's been spotted. He doesn't know it. Yakinda's got that easy entry, and now this A-hit is so tempting. Flash will never even come through, not till it's too late. 2v4 as FURIA knock Aurora out of this round. There are only pistols remaining. Upgrades disallowed.
Soulfly's going to go uncleared, but this is going to take something truly special. He's the only man left. Oh no! Had the element of surprise, had the drop on them, but it's a team ace for FURIA when all is said and done. And I mean, even that one there, you're talking about Xantares trying to force these fights, do a lot on his own. They bought the flashes specifically for the mid-fight, and he goes out swinging ahead of it. Soulfly was stood there with the flash in hand the entire time, ready to throw it.
Yeah, he was searching. I think he's also holding the flash for Magic close ramp, hoping FURIA maybe throw an execute in, give the element of surprise away, give the info to Aurora. They don't do that. They just walk out ramp and find a double entry. So Aurora just can't get a grip on what's going on right now. And to add to that, none of the individuals are saving them in either of these maps. Woxic started strong on Dust 2. It's a very different day now. So FURIA out-calling and out-fragging, knowing no bounds to this lead. 4-1 start.
Even here, this rifle round has some concessions for Aurora. A little light on the util, and it's util they will feel pressure to burn early. You're always uncertain as to when Fallen's going to call for a pace change, when he's going to try and just bring the fight at you quickly, and that's what they get on this wrap in towards B. Madja, they're coming towards your site. You gotta hold on. First kill goes his way. Another one from Madja as Fallen burns. Xantares playing it forward, playing aggressive, and he gets ahead of the pack, ahead of that retake, catching them before they're ready. Baby steps here for Aurora, but a shutdown of that pace change round they were waiting for.
Okay, a bit of chaos and driving in it here for Aurora, a better sign. These pacey B hits for FURIA, calling from the front, finally get stopped. It's a reassuring look, if nothing more, that Magic can get out with damage, and Xantares, who we've said has been playing pretty quick on it, it finally pays off. Realizing he has a solo planter, punishing Fallen.
Nice!
And so let's see if Aurora can seize that.
Missed window smoking with Xantares down here in lower. Could cause you big issues. He's now got a smoke to play behind. Spam connects, doesn't even get to go. Xantares doesn't see who finishes the job, but Yakinda has just stolen away a 5v4 for FURIA.
It's a worst case scenario start here for Aurora. FURIA gets a reset as well, leaving mid, putting Molodoi in position, perched with his AW. Fallen even escorts him out, gets his util. FURIA get a chance to run and execute. We have Yakinda late lurking on low health. Even a barrel move might give away his position.
Going probing on his orb. Flash for Soulfly, can't find a thing. Molly forces him out into the open. Wakadi has reclaimed one. You're hoping that takes attention away from Woxic. The bomb is leaving. It's no longer even committed. This is just one hell of a fate getting leveled against Aurora right now as gaps open up. Yakinda at 2 HP takes the space out towards the B site. Here the orb fire, he's got a man trapped. The other two try and get ahead of this for the Aurora squad. 1v1 for Molodoi, and he's got their number.
Straighting.
Long way away. You might feel the pressure to play it forward, right in to the waiting Yakinda. And Wakadi has a lot to do here. Double swung. The foundations are there for FURIA, and everyone's firing. They're not making mistakes, and they're leaving nothing a chance in these rounds.
It's a beautiful call. I mean, that bomb was leaving from the get-go. It was never going to go there. Yakinda hears Maja fall out of apps and run that rotation. That's all the warning FURIA need in a 5v4. They don't have the resources to spread on both bomb sites. And Molodoi still punishes the exit. We see this contagious retaking again from Aurora. Maja going ahead of Wicardia just by a few seconds. They're just not making it easy for themselves in these positions. Punishment after punishment. It's FURIA making less mistakes. Nice shot. An attempt at an opener here for Aurora, and they need to get that gun out of there.
Oh, you can't try the jump again, Maja.
He doesn't want to let them take it.
I mean, even now, you God, he hit that as well. Maja has just been brought down to within striking distance. Might not even come to matter as FURIA are setting their sights on this A play. Yakinda down in connector is going to get overran. Zantares gets away with one on the MP9. Soulfly's yet to get a kill here in defensive A. Reposition into Palace. That frees up players to rotate around. You tell yourselves that Soulfly can let them know the info. He can play around the bomb plant. And so you feel like you've got yourselves a bit more room, but it does leave players out of position. He drops on down and only gets out with one. That's the site given up. Now Queserato in position to deny these rotates, and it all starts to come unraveled for Aurora.
These are just basic overreactions from Aurora. One guy throwing a flash and a smoke into the B site. Everyone panics, everyone runs. The site is open, mid is taken. Queserato feasts at the bottom of middle. Aurora getting ahead of themselves, and Queserato buries them deep. Triple kill on the lurk while Molodoi sells that fake. And you know, it's a mistake from Soulfly, but it's also communication. What's being said? Is it Aurora panicking, saying definitely B, rotate? He runs out of Palace because of a smoke and a flash.
I think that was always going to be one of the big challenges for this Aurora squad, right? You have an inexperienced player who would love to draw on some of your experience. How do you get through these high importance crowd matches?
You don't.
Aurora don't have the answer to that. If they did, they might have had more trophies. They might have had more deep runs.
They might not have had Soulfly.
Split out towards the A site, and FURIA aren't playing with any respect right now. That is a collapse upon A.
Oof. Here, there, and everywhere. In window before you know it. And I want to reiterate that what we said coming in. This is an Aurora who, even under Eternal Fire, only have won 2 matches in arenas ever. One of them was a third-place decider. Both games were in Astana. Win over Mongols in the quarterfinals and the third-place matchup. That's if you're counting stages with thousands of people. Sure, they've won in studios. They've won in front of smaller crowds, but in the biggest stages, in the biggest arenas, in front of the most important trophies in Counter-Strike, Aurora have no success. Doesn't look like it will change today.
And if we want to change the conversation over just how great it is seeing FURIA play like this, you know, after a really, you know, what could have been a fantastic ending to 2025, even being the favorites in at the major, but then having that wall hit them, the run cut short, an unexpected loss taken from a squad that were meant to be feeling red hot. And so the question coming into 2026 for me was, you know, how much does that loss at the major, how much does falling short hurt this squad? Does it slow the roll of FURIA, or can they once more rise to the challenge and look to make this their year?
Yeah, it's especially surprising when, you know, you look at all the trophies they took and the wins they took, but then you remember the 2 majors, the 2 biggest events that you want to succeed in at all times. You absolutely drop the ball, you lose in the opening round. They got revenge against Na'Vi here in Krakow. A very prep-heavy team that they learned in Budapest. And so FURIA putting their best foot forward, storming towards a semi-final against a team spirit a team spirit they haven't played on LAN in 9 months. Who knows what that game could have in store? So FURIA, job is not done yet, but it's all about making it convincing here.
Yeah, that's what you want for yourselves. You know, you don't want to ever feel like you really got put through your paces in any capacity, that this was just, you know, one step on the journey to the greatness that a squad like FURIA are trying to tap into. Fake at B, Fallen, keeping the stack there, while his team has set their sights on this A bomb site. It's another one of the ugly engagements out through connector for Yakindar. He's lost that opening fight, but these man advantages haven't proven to matter a hell of a lot.
Walked it in again.
Contact the entire way.
20 seconds, lads. No one knows.
Got the spot in con. They've got the spot on short. They know where 2 of these 5 players are. They've just caught Maja on that swing. Comes together beautifully. Drop down for Xantares. Need this cover out towards the spawn, and Molidoy's got their back. Xantares being asked of to clutch.
It's almost a shame to say that this might have been one of the closest rounds of the game for Aurora. And still, FURIA walking into an empty A bomb site with 20 seconds, nobody even looking. Locked out is Xantares, AK save, an 8-round half staring them dead in the face. Gonna have a Woxic AWP coming in, but don't think his name has even left my lips in this second map.
Terrorists win.
FURIA with 8 rounds, while Fallen is on 2 kills because the system in place is working perfectly. Every player doing their job.
You know, this is where I think having Fallen at the helm is a huge help. Not only is he incredibly frustrating in terms of his pace change calls, how suddenly he'll just completely change the way the game feels based on, you know, running these faster, explosive rounds, but on top of that, you know, he can tell what's happening with Aurora. This guy has been around the block, to say the very least. He knows that they're fumbling on the fundamentals, that the basics are letting them down. And so it's nothing convoluted, it's nothing crazy here from FURIA.
No.
They've lost 2 early on in this one. It's given way to a 3-on-5. If you're Aurora, you don't recover if you let this one slip through your fingers. They've already lost out on Woxic. Soulfly running the risk of getting overran. Buys him a few more seconds. Xantares now joins the fight. Nades rain in, and Xantares has to deliver. No. Can't find a thing. 3v5, dangerously close to coming through. Fallen even going back. This wraparound from Maja, it's going to be heard, it's being considered. Fallen caught on the aggression, and now Maja's got this bomb. Can their captain deliver salvation to Aurora?
Oh, Serato, a shot from death. Picks up the package.
You have a lot of space.
He walks right back in. Aurora, all I want is them to play together in this 2v1. That's the only thing they need to do. It should be impossible for Serato if trades are played for. Maja and Wicardia.
Low health, but you're up against the top performer for FURIA of this entire tournament. He's 12-3. Hot hands on Serato, but one bullet ends his round. One bullet stops this from ever being a reality. Tucked in, he's gonna go uncleared and given a chance at the first. Maja, you can't fumble this. Aurora could never come back if this one gets away from them, and so narrowly Maja will hold on.
A glimmer of hope here in this CT side for Aurora. That's all it's going to be. A final couple of chances at rounds in an extremely dominant game where even 8-3 doesn't feel like it's told the story. Nice to see them set Woxic up in this round. That was still a 5v3 that comes down to the 1v1. But FURIA have a rebuy in them. Felt like Fallen didn't hear Maja there. Actually jumped the gun, just swinging in.
Nice!
And so Maja keeps him in it. If just for one more round.
again trying to be active on his AWP. It's a welcome sign, but that flash, that means he's dead. Yakindar has been such a nuisance out here in middle. As you go and try and deal with Yakindar, you learn about the boost. You learn that the AWP was there providing overwatch. And now there's a backstab closing in very, very quickly on the short side. Can Soulfly be the man to plug this hole? Watching for a con spillover, but that is not the end destination. And so it's down to this B hold. It's down to these two. Wakadia and Maja, top of the board for Aurora. Struggling just to get by. They've spotted Wakadia out in the open and he's living on borrowed time. Soulfly left in an unwinnable 1v3 and K-Serato wants to close this one with style. There it is, K-Serato takes it in, and that's 9 rounds. They are so close to those semis, they can practically feel it. FURIA are dominating Aurora.
FB.
In a flash, this quarterfinal might just pass us by. A 9-round T-side by FURIA on their map pick and a 2-0 hanging in the balance. Semi-final against Spirit up for the task, and FURIA certainly look like they're in form to fight them.
Yeah, FURIA have basically said this was never about Aurora. This is about us. They've been in full control of this series from the get-go, hoping that some miracle would transpire here on Mirage, but they don't happen every day. And so now FURIA very much in the driver's seat, looking for semis here and now. They will get shut down on the first turn of these pistols. You've not been able to write them off. No advantages, fell safe with Yuri hitting shots like that. FURIA right back in the conversation.
Flank is quick.
Here's Serato. He's got the spot off, knows he's got players right there. Tap down range to find Xantares, and Woxic's getting sandwiched. Hung out to dry, doesn't know where to look. Now knows about the man back in market, but as he makes his move, so does Serato.
Those fangs are deadly as ever, sinking their teeth into this series. Aurora came into this with the best pistols in the group stage, and FURIA have just taken them all away. Insanity.
I mean, this game serving as a testament to the idea that there's levels to this game, right? It's one thing to go and dominate your way through groups, but it's when you get to those high pressure, the big stage games, the big matches that really matter. It's a whole different beast.
FURIA winning 3 of the 4 pistols, and the one they lose, they find the force buy.
They've even gone for an instant AWP. Molodoy knows his time to get to Dom 1 is very, very limited in this quarterfinal, and so he wants to bring it out straight away.
Pure ego here for FURIA, and can you blame them? Impeccable form. Serato, another incredible map from him. 17-4. All he has to do is click.
Flashes might be good. It still hasn't stopped Serato, and now that AWP given a chance. Just a tag down range. Woxic will best him in the head-to-head. Still, you're far from comfort here in this 4v4. Util going down. That's to try and bring you a bomb plant, get you some ground in this force buy.
Oh, Spam could be your worst nightmare, Madger. They try and assist him with a bit of pressure, but still wounded. Battle-hardened are Aurora.
You're just never going to get to feel comfortable both in the matchup, but especially in this post-plant. Madger tries to provide a bit of levity there with the boost.
Oh, no.
Caught by Fallen. And now they know a player out towards Sandwich. Fallen comes gunning for him. That AWP put into his hands, and whenever he's given the chance to use it, Fallen takes the challenge head on. Soulfly clutch needed and shut down at the door. It's not happening. No one's here to save you. You're in this game all alone. FURIA have never let up.
Fallen is on fire right now. He had like 4 kills coming into this half. Hot shots with the picked up AWP. It was never meant to be Molodoy's. What more could you want?
Nice, guys! Fucking goal.
Aurora just buying back in. They don't have the room to play for an eco at this point. Back-to-back force buys. Same situation. 1 AK on Xantares. No player on double digits. Molodoy tries his hand at the window once again. Oh.
Caught on the smoke break. Nice way to find the advantage. Xantares makes it a double. Play through connector for Wakadia. Jumps the gun a little and goes right in a Serato.
5v3, they're fine, right?
Usually you'd say yes. But in this game, that has not been the case. Man advantages haven't really mattered for Aurora. flash here to tee up Xantares. Good to see a bit of synergy just to make sure that this one doesn't get away from you. Soulfly has provided the opener out towards A, and so now you're moving in. Oh, don't give this guy a chance, though. Don't give Fallen the opportunity to ruin your day.
See some cold clutches from Fallen as of late on this A site.
Now he's low on health. A lot of players would just be thinking about saving here.
Come on, this is Molodoi. Fallen knows he has to set up his star. And so the safe decision.
The showman in him wants to go for it, but the captain in him knows that saving is the right call.
You have so many rounds, you'd rather run this AWP into the next and hope that it can just win you that match point. Nice triple out of Xantares. High impact here. Wide in mid, catches Molodoi on the late break. Goes on to get 3 kills. And you mentioned that flash, another nice detail. Aurora haven't completely thrown in the towel, still communicating in these hectic moments, because that felt like a 3v5 was brewing. Aurora will not let it happen.
Me out.
And Sid trying to keep him calm. Great time for a timeout here for FURIA. 11-4, no stress, but they know this round they're going to have a little less to work with.
It's also just nice, like, to have that moment, like a little reminder, you know, sure, frustrating that you've let them win a round, frustrating that this wasn't just a clean sweep all the way to the finish line, but you're still a long way from having to be nervous, and you can still lay this one to rest very, very quickly with next to no challenge out of your opponent.
Remind them of the game plan, of the move you want to make, and make it decisively. FURIA trying to finish strong. Yakinda close on ramp. This is a dangerous setup to run into.
Yeah, even Yuri here, right, playing as that second piece, playing in tandem with the SMG. Yakinda full blind, still good for his. They'll barrel on through to find Yuri. Yakinda still gets away with murder. It's down to Xantares now. Throwing into a clutch, throwing into the 1v2. And all series long, this guy's been trying to make big plays on his lonesome. Well, this would be the time to live up to that.
Fallen swung the smoke, so he saw he didn't come out ramp. Are they going to realize this in time? Xantares is given room. Rotates all the way. Fallen too late to this check.
Yeah, was very decisive in his move, right? Didn't hang around, hasn't tried to overthink this, just went on a whim straight away out towards the B site. And so Fallen's hoping he catches him on a cross. Well, now you realize you've missed that timing and you're on for this retake. It's the student and the master here for FURIA. And Fallen, contact first, out towards short, shuts down any hope of a clutch. Xantares bested, and that 2v1 never even gets interesting.
Just a wry smile for Fallen, because, man, he has been informed today, right? He's had numerous important high-impact kills, not always the flashiest moments, but just showing up when they need him. A reassuring factor here for FURIA, from top to bottom, taking this win as a team. 12-4.
Nice team, bro. Nice team, bro.
And a prospect of a matchup that we've not seen in months. Not throughout all of FURIA's rise. They have not played Spirit on LAN since their debut event with this roster. Even then, they took a map off of them.
Your final round of play, you start it at 50 health, nade out through the window, Wakadia now wounded.
Now after you.
No one's itching to be the guy boosted up into the window.
Oh.
Everything just feeling a little rough around the edges for Aurora.
Do you think they know?
Serato firing off, that's going to tempt them in. Catch for Yakinda, he sees that positioning, he knows they've just done the window boost. Serato's not going to move a muscle, just homed in on dealing with Magia. And so this is it, the beginning of the end, as Aurora are snuffed out towards middle. It all comes down to their rookie. And in a game that you've never felt control in, it's the least safe pair of hands to try and carry that torch, keep it burning for just one round longer. FURIA have been oppressive, they have been active, they have played their Counter-Strike, and that's what gets them through. Semi-finals await for FURIA, and they do not break a sweat. You want to believe it requires some insane step up. You've got to tap into the next level. That wasn't required of FURIA here today. That was a walk in the park. And now a rematch looming with Spirit, a team they faced at Molodoj's first event in the FURIA jersey.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's just another stumble, another crumble, swallowed on the stage in front of the bright lights. Again, struggling to convert anything they've done in a group stage into big arena Counter-Strike. And the new rookie has a reality check on this top team at his first big event. It's back to the drawing board for Aurora. And try again. FURIA, fire in their belly, ferocity, semi-final secured, and looking for yet another trophy.
It's a type of win that you can't help but feel pumps you up, right? Gets you excited for the games to come. I think you're still waiting for that true challenge. Let's hear from Fallen, who's waiting there, semi-finalist down on the stage.
You heard the man of semi-finalists. There's no such thing, I would say, as an easy match, but everything went to plan there.
Hello everyone. Yes, everything went good. We had a lot of preparation time for this game. It did help us here, and the team played super well. I'm very happy with the way we entered the match, and there were some insane key moments that went our way. Some force buys that Sid called. A lot of contribution from everyone.
Yeah, on that, there were times where we thought, you're out of this, FURIA are out of this round, it can't happen. And just those moments you brought back, is that the secret to FURIA at the moment, that never say die attitude?
Yeah, I mean, every round is not over until it's over. I think it's obvious, but you need to have this mindset if you want to go very deep, if you want to play well. And we had the mentality that we can swift every round on this matchup. And on Mirage, it happened a lot. Like, we knew they were rotating somewhere, so we're just pausing a little bit, let them overthink. And sometimes they were also giving us some audio cues on what we're doing, which helped too.
Spirit in the next round, in the semi-finals. How are you going to prepare?
We're going to have now a few hours of preparation. The Spirit has been, with the new iteration now, it's going to be a great matchup. It's been a while since we don't play then. And yeah, it's basically watching what they have been doing and try to come up with a plan.
As long as you don't mind me saying, you've been around a little while now, around this game. And we heard from Carmack earlier on, he said you were one of 3 players who would have remembered the first iteration of this, the IEM, right back in Hanover 20 years ago. What keeps you motivated?
What keeps me motivated is working on myself as I am progressing on my athlete career. There's so much I have learned about myself and about the challenges of life through competition and through playing Counter-Strike. So it motivates me. I'm learning something every new iteration of a team, every new phase of my life, and it just gets me going.
You've been amazing when it comes to this tournament. Wherever the city has been, it's a new place now, it's a new arena, it's a new stage. Anything that you feel differently approaching this?
No, it's amazing to be here in Poland. I was here for the major as well when Gambit beat my Mortals, right? My Brazilian fellas, and it was amazing too. So it's great to be in Poland. I remember back on the VP days when Pasha, Neil, Taz, all those guys were playing. I remember a lot of Polish fans here. So you guys are making a great show today. Thanks for coming.
Anything you want to say to them other than thanks for coming? Because they love you. Whenever you walk out, there's so many cheers.
Just appreciate all the support during all this time. I hope I can give you guys a great match tomorrow against Spirit. And I hope you guys are going to have memories to cherish for life with this weekend here.
And are you going to be lifting that cup in 2 days' time, that trophy?
That's not on my control, but it's definitely my wish. Let's see how it goes.
He's a man, he's a legend, we love him. He's through to the semi-finals to go tomorrow. Put your hands together for this man here. Fallen and FURIA, semi-finalists. And now we'll hand it... Freya, what you got for us?
From his very first IEM appearance back in 2012, 14 years later, Fallen still got it, and he is back in the semi-finals. I love how Ojo put it. There's no such thing as an easy match, but it did look pretty easy for FURIA in this one versus Aurora. We do have another champion up there joining us. It's Kay Serrano. Congratulations. Yeah, tell me that from your perspective. Did it feel as easy as it looked on the outset?
Not really. We won some rounds that was like key rounds, like economic rounds. So I'm really happy that we convert them because it's really hard in this game right now. So
The year started a little bit rough for you guys, but this was one of those games, especially on stage, where it felt like Fallen was really in the zone. Like that he was in full control, sort of you're thinking he knows what they're going to do before they even know it. Like, how was it playing on the server today?
It was really good. Fallen was calling really good as well, and I think everyone was calling something different during the round. Like guys around them, underpass them, hear the rotations, all these things. So I think everyone helps Fallen call today.
Just individually as well, you looked lights out in both maps, right? Can you tell me a little bit about what you were up to in the past 2 days, and just for you to be getting back to that form, right? Because if we're honest, start of 2025 was a little bit rocky for you. What does it mean for you to be back in the highest of heights?
I mean, it feels great actually, because we started losing the blast bounty, so I'm pretty great right now, because I don't know, it's just hitting hard. I don't know what's happening. I think that helps a lot that my wife and my dog is here, so I can reset a lot, and during all these matches.
I mean, 46 kills in 37 rounds. That did not look hard at all for you. You had it under control, and I'm super proud of you.
Thank you so much, man.
Yanko, I believe you brought up a moment. You've picked out something that you would like to share with Quesorado. What have we got?
Yeah, this is where we're going to get him to reveal all the secrets, you know, one by one. So one of the early gun rounds, FURIA just with the top mid smoke, and the first secret, is this intentional or not? Is this to bait this guy to get into bench and to spam him, or did someone just miss the window smoke?
I mean, somebody's me. I missed the window.
You missed the window smoke, all right.
It was not intentional.
So Yakinder helped you out here. He's going to just random spam Xantares. And in this 5v4, I'm also wondering, right, we now see Yakinder with low HP. He's in B apps. Is this like him giving the mid-round call, hey, maybe I can go B apps if you guys want to go back to A, or is this Fallen still at this point, like calling the mid-round?
Actually, Marek said he called this round that he gonna go B. We changed the positions because we already had the A rotation. We called this Iceland, so he just decided to go B, and I gave him a molly because I know that it's important to lurker B and molly market to delay the rotations. So I think it was a pretty good call, and also he took a lot of space when he won the round because we did a lot of contacts on A, and also I went back with from A to B, and then we won the round.
Yeah, we'll show it to the people at home now. FURIA going back with the bomb. Yakinder just chilling here. The execute comes in, and what's important at this point in time, keep an eye on the radar, right? That's major over there. So as this hit is coming in for the side of FURIA, he's going to start running. This is where Yakinder makes the call that the site is clearing. Doesn't really matter. This was a set call regardless. You can see C4 already in spawn. So whether he heard something or not, the bomb was going to always come back. Here, Fallen can really connect on the final kill, but so much space being created by this fake Yakinder with the deep molly. Even though Aurora now knows what's going on, still can't do anything about it. Molodoi sticks around to kill the rotator, and then just Yakinder and Quesorado take care of it. And this seemed to be the theme for a lot of T-side on Mirage. They were throwing a lot of fakes, and Aurora really couldn't get a good grasp on where you were or what you were trying to do.
Yeah, I think that we pushed some rounds, that we did some gimmicky shit, and also it's hard to understand what's happening, what is a fake or is not a fake, because in this match we prepare some new stuff, so it's really hard for them.
We heard Yakinder and Fallen also talk a bit about how you guys were changing some stuff coming into this year, and despite having a really good end of the year, knowing you have to keep changing to stay on top. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Your Mirage to start the year wasn't very good, and now you're picking it. You beat Navi on it, who's a really, really strong Mirage team. So what really flipped? Like, what changed for you guys?
I think the position changed a lot because when Marix was the comp player, he used to call, and also he needs to focus a lot. Who play cons knows that is really like about aim, not about talking, dying, talking. So now he changed that. Now he goes short and go calm. So that really helped because I just focus on my end and he's hitting hard. And also he calls in mid-round sometimes as well, as me calling as well.
I don't know how involved you are in the kind of map veto discussion, but we had quite an extended discussion about it just because obviously Anubis coming back in, very good map for Aurora. We did see you guys banning it out. Was there ever any discussion of maybe leaving it in for an option?
I mean, it's kind of funny because every time we play against Aurora, we do the same veto, so it's ancient. So every time it's like, you're gonna pick it or you're gonna pick it? It's like but we had to prepare it for sure.
And just looking at your next opponent in the semi-finals, it's going to be Spirit. I believe you haven't faced them since last Open London, right?
Yeah,
it's been a bit. Obviously, new composition a little bit for Spirit as well. How threatening do they look in your eyes?
I think it's not about them, it's about us. I think we have to focus up and also prepare for them because they are a really good team right now, and also we cannot do mistakes against them because otherwise Donk is going to donk us.
I asked JL the other day, how do you avoid Donk? And he just said, just don't peek him, just don't give him anything. Is that the same strat for you guys?
No, of course. As I can see, as you guys can see, Donk is too hard. So.
Well, Quesarado, is there anything you'd like to say to all the FURIA fans out there supporting you guys?
Em português?
Of course.
Obrigado, rapaziada, que torceu por nós. Fico feliz que a gente conseguiu essa vitória e espero que a gente tenha uma torcida incrível. Obrigado a todos os brasileiros que estão aqui na arena torcendo por nós. Dá pra ouvir de longe. Cadê o... Aí, tamo junto. Muito obrigado, rapaziada. Obrigado quem torceu. Beijo pra minha mãe, pro meu irmão. Amo vocês, Bolivão. Amo vocês, Brasil. Beijo, Madhouse.
Quesarado, thank you so much for joining us. Massive congratulations once more. That does mean it is time to be checking in for our DHL MVP.
Will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
It is indeed time for you guys at home to have your say. Put those Twitch channel points to good use and get voting in the chat. Of course, you've done as your first. You also have Quesarado, I imagine, coming out because he had quite the performance, as you alluded to, JL. That many kills in that few rounds, that's no joke.
You don't see that often. Sometimes you see a very good game on map 1, but then on map 2 they kind of fall off. But Quesarado was so consistent on both maps, I don't even know who else to give the role to.
He was in the zone, like it was just crazy to see. Individually he was sharp, but as a team FURIA was one step ahead, so he had a lot of good situations, was in a lot of good positions, and yeah, always a joy to watch these closers when they're having a good game, just how much impact they can have. Yakinda
is our final option for your DHL MVP. I love getting to hear the insight from the other teammates of FURIA, right? Because Yakinda, of course, has had so many ups and downs through his career. The fact that he's just so intertwined in this team, right? You hear so regularly, he's chiming in with ideas, kind of secondary calling in some aspects. We can't underrate how hard that is to be chiming in with so many options, but also shooting this hard as well, right?
Oh, it's very hard. Like throughout his whole career, he has been doing that, being the second voice in the team. And we've seen some struggles in 23, 24, but he still continued doing it. Even though he didn't have the best performances, I feel like he still stuck to himself. He stayed true to his game, and now you can see a resurgence from him. He's coming back and he's having really good performances.
But I think what you mentioned was key. I think he got a bit humbled, in that period when he also took over the in-game leader mantle for Liquid. For a while, it's like just trying to do maybe too much, right? Instead of taking a step back, I think always he's going to be a vocal player and always going to be that second voice, but really, revived his career to some extent here in FURIA, just fits so well together with the rest of the guys in and out of the server, and that's what had this FURIA team rolling at the end of last year.
What I love about FURIA is that they actually give the love and respect to Yakinda. They really appreciate whatever inputs he has, and that's what a team needs to actually succeed.
Yeah, you can tell he's a confidence-based player, we can say. Just in terms of your takeaways from what was a very quick first quarterfinal, Dupree, did you expect FURIA to be handling Aurora as well as they did on both maps?
Both yes and no. I think it's the first word that kind of comes to my mind when I'm looking at Aurora is obviously disappointment. One thing is that from the perspective of like the viewers and us watching the game, but I mean from themselves as well, it's still the same, right? They still really haven't figured out how to perform on the stage, and it's a steep learning curve for them. And on the bright side, FURIA is really a team that's picking up pace. They're looking hot, and sure, Aurora maybe didn't play their best game. That's for sure, right? But still, a quarterfinal where they look this dominant and where you can see the individuals really get to shine, and they just seem calm. That's a good setting for a semifinal.
I don't know. I'm not disappointed in Aurora whatsoever, right? I think FURIA played incredibly well today. I think they just outplayed Aurora on so many levels, and of course there were moments, especially on Dust 2, where Aurora maybe made some small mistakes and lost some key rounds that made the game more difficult, but I think, as I already said, they exceeded expectations for this tournament. It was always going to be near impossible to go deeper than this with Soulfly's first game, on stage. He made a few mistakes here and there. I don't think he had as bad of a game as the stats show. A lot of rounds, especially on Mirage, rounds were ending on B. He couldn't really do all that much and so forth. So I think for Aurora, the one bad thing is sometimes maybe seeing Zantara still sort of get frustrated, but I wouldn't read too much into that. It was a frustrating map for him, sometimes getting smoke spammed and everything. Aurora just needs to continue in this way, right? They need to continue to have the same attitude that they did throughout the tournament and just keep improving with time.
There's no doubt that FURIA played well, but when I'm mentioning disappointment, it's the fashion that Aurora loses in. Like you can just see that the mistakes just piling on top. There's multiple times they have like the right read, they had the right gamble, they had the setup, but they're just not aware. Like on Mirage, they would have a situation where they would go for it. Like they were actually having 3 guys on B, but they're not aware of what's happening in mid. They're not communicating. On those 2, they would smoke double doors 3 times because they're not aware of where they have each other. And sure, that's mistakes that can happen. But when it's happening in these type of games and it's happening too often, that's the red flag, and that's why they really gotta start earning the respect.
I would just put the blame on stage pressure, to be honest, because Aurora is not a bad team. They have good game plans, they have good strategies, they have good players. You see, they took MOUZ, they took Falcons. You can see that they can play really quality CS, but once they get on stage, it's a completely different story.
Is that fair though, with only one player being unfamiliar with the stage? I don't know, not to pile on you, JL, but I don't know whether that's an okay take, considering last year and what Aurora did manage to achieve, making it to the stages and still crumbling this year, right? You think within a year, having had that experience, you'd get used to it, no?
I feel like the core 4 players for Aurora right now should be taking the responsibility of performing like that on stage. Maybe Soulfly is having some dead zones, like he cannot think about the whole game clearly because he has the stage fright. But the other members of Aurora have to calm him down and kind of put him on the right track of, we're gonna do this now, you should expect this stuff. And I feel like, yeah, that's a feel from Aurora players.
And I guess maybe people can be a bit too harsh about the overhaul of a system, even when you're just integrating one new player, right? I mean, you've been in that situation before, Janko. How much does have to shift up when you're welcoming a new man to your roster?
I think in the case of Soulfly, not too much. I mean, that's your anchor on CT side, lurker on T side, right? The rest of the team is there. I think Major is definitely honest about how sometimes they have to play in a one-dimensional way because they're not great at taking map control, and he doesn't have necessarily a lurker that he could really trust to work on his own. So perhaps with time and Soulfly getting more adjusted to the rest of the team, that's another element of their game that they could expand on, something else that they could add to the playbook.
What do you think the spells for the rest of 2026 then for Aurora? Obviously the map pool, when they can play Anubis, is massively helpful in their situation right now. But do you think they're going to be a consistent contender? Do you think making it deeper than quarterfinals is kind of on the cards for them?
I hope so. I mean, it's a team that time and time again shows that when they go to the group stage, they can play really high Counter-Strike. They proved it here as well, even with a new guy. But if they every time they get into arenas and they can't get that flow going, if they can't convert that performance, then they will never really improve. It's all about the reps, and obviously the first step for them is to be more consistent by making the playoffs, and then they need to get the reps inside the arena games. And I think that is like the path forward for them. I definitely feel like for the Aurora side, also talking with the stage experience we have here, we see that, Voxic and Centaurus and Major, they're like supposed to be the experienced guy, but I didn't really feel today that they were the one trying to be there for the team. It felt like they were a lot more focused on, okay, I know I'm not playing like the greatest game. Centaurus had a bit of a tilter. Wakadia sort of new still, right? But it just felt like the atmosphere in the team didn't really seem like the experienced guys were trying to pull up the rest of the team. And that's not fun, I guess, when you're Soulfly. When you've never been on a stage before and you have the ones that you look up to and the one that's supposed to be pulling things together, and then you kind of feel a little bit left out.
Well, for the first appearance for Maja at an IEM being 17 years ago, unfortunately this does mean the end of the road here in Krakow. So let's get a few final thoughts from him.
Aurora doesn't get past the quarterfinals at IEM Krakow, and I'm here with Major. And yeah, Major, what happened?
I think overall really, really bad. Like of the teams, like I think individually we all play bad, as a team also, me included. It's okay, like I think a bad day, and we didn't fight yet. We had a very good opportunity, to be honest, like the pistol on city side on B. One times we were again free time on B, but I think nothing very green today, not like the group stage, but it's okay.
Can you look back on Soulfly and the start that he was able to give in the group stage and the very hopeful things we saw from Aurora there as the building blocks?
Yeah, I want to congrats him. Like for the big pictures, he played really well for his first tournament. Now, obviously on playoff, it's the first time for him in his career, so it was not easy for him to deal it. So we had 4 people in the team who tried to help him, but it was us also. We very play poorly, so it's not his fault. I want to thanks to him because when you see the big pictures, it's give up for the future. Yeah.
What does it look like now for you? You are such a leader for the team. I know they all look up to you so much. So how did this first hour after this match looks like, wanting to make sure that you lay the groundwork for building from that point?
Yeah, I think like everything was ready, you know, like individually, like I think we play really bad, like as a team, like, and you can't say much, you know, when it's like this. We just need like now to rest. And talk after some hours together, like what's happened. But we have 3 days next. We have a tournament, so I think we just focus on the next tournament right now, and that's all. And I'm very sorry for the final in Turkey because today was a really sad day in Turkey because three years ago, the 6th February, there was a big earthquake in Turkey, and we lost so many lives there. So it was really important for us today to play good and show some love and show some good things, but very disappointed. And yeah.
I saw that was something that played on your mind as well. So is there anything you'd like to say in Turkish?
Arkadaşlar, bugün önemli bir gündü. 6 Şubat biliyorsunuz 3 sene önce çok vatanımız yani kötü şeyler oldu. Bugün önemliydi bizim için ama kusura bakmayın yani gösteremedik yeniden. Ama yani Caner'le ilk turnuvamız yani sahnede bence gelecek için daha çok çalışıp daha güzel bir şeyler göstermeye çalışacağız. Teşekkür ederim. Aslan, Defne, Ceren, size seviyorum.
Teşekkürler Majer.
Very mature words, as always, coming from Maja, even in the face of defeat. Something I do want to touch upon from that interview, though, and I don't know how you feel about this, Janko. I think last year, Aurora were victims of their own kind of setup, if you will. They attended literally every single event they could get their hands on, and we saw the repercussions of that. They were so burnt out just prior to the Austin Major. I don't know what their plan is in terms of event attendance this year, but I hope they've learned from that mistake.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on the team. Some teams like to play as many tournaments because that's the best practice for them, right? Obviously, you need to balance it out at some point because of the travel. But I wouldn't put it on the schedule. You know, they had a decent break before the Budapest Major after lifting a trophy in Bucharest, and, you know, they still fumbled over there. So I think it's some of the internal things that they need to work on. Obviously, the first iteration, first tournament, big one with Soulfly. So let's give them a couple of more before we can really place them and see where they're at.
I think it's a great positive for Aurora, though. They've gotten Soulfly, and Soulfly coming into the team and being that piece that Major maybe I feel like he's been lacking in the Turkish team for a while, right? So for them to move forward and now feel like the roles is more set, and they're actually leaving this tournament regardless of the disappointment, maybe not showing up today, but they're leaving with an idea of that we've got this team that we want to be working with right now. We have that player that we got, and the guy that fits into the system and the role that we needed that we didn't get out of Jota. So it's gotta be looking forward for them. But sure, it's also about making sure that you don't fall into the same kind of trap if you felt that was a trap as of last year.
Yeah, and just a very pointed word from Maja in terms of Soulfly's performance. Sure, he said, of course, we struggled on the stage, but we all did today. This was a failure as a team, and I imagine that's what you want to hear from your in-game leader coming out of a defeat like that.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is very honest from Majer. That's why a lot of people respect him. He's a role model in Turkey and for his team as well. And I really loved the way he put it. He didn't put it on Soulfly at all, because Soulfly right now is probably feeling that he was the mistake, he was the problem in this team. But this is not it. It was a team performance, and he just focused on the team performance. Don't put himself into the picture.
Just a final thought on Aurora. Give me an emotion to kind of wrap up what we saw from them here in Krakow.
Optimistic.
Okay. That's good.
I guess.
Yeah?
I don't know.
You're positiving. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they beat MOUZ and Falcons.
It's true.
We can't forget that, right? They had a very close Ancient against Vitality, and that's what they should focus on. and perhaps today is a day to forget.
Yeah, I think that's very apt. Looking forward to tomorrow, though, Peter. FURIA versus Spirit. Haven't seen that for a long time. How do you feel about FURIA's prospects there?
I think if FURIA can show up the way they did today, we have a very interesting game on our hands. That's for sure. I mean, it is obviously a very different kind of team that they're going to go up against, and now they also have to deal with someone called Dunk on the other side of the server, right? It's a good sign for FURIA. I really love that how they have progressed since the start of this year to now where they are. It felt a lot more comfortable today for them. It was good to hear that it was very calm, but it's going to be a whole different story tomorrow, and it's going to be one for the history books.
Well, we do have another game on our hands. That is our second quarterfinal between G2 and MOUZ. Of course, G2 of 2023 fame, hoisting the trophy right here. MOUZ, though, on their quest to claim some silverware. It's going to be going down after this short break.
Players taking into the arena now. The Toron itself about to host another quarterfinal. G2 versus MOUZ. And these guys are unruly, unhinged a little bit. Yeah, let's get out the way, man. Get out of the way. I'm trying to talk to this man. What's going on, Spinks?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. You know, just a couple questions. Want to get a good vibe feel for how you guys are going into today. First of all, what was on your music playlist?
What on my music playlist? Actually, now I listen to some random TikTok songs.
Okay.
It's a bit weird, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You want to tell any of the class, or you save that for later? Can you sing it to us?
No, it's just like music that puts you in the zone, you know? I don't know how to explain it. It's just music and not words or anything, yeah.
What time did you guys start activities today as a team?
11.
Did you guys watch any of the FURIA Aurora game?
I did a bit, yeah.
And will this arena be for or against MOUZ today?
Probably against.
Anything you want to say to him?
Lava, Satas, you are still coming to the arena to watch us, so that's it.
Thank you very much, Spinks.
Thank you.
Hello, Matas. Nice to see you. How are you feeling ahead of your very first time in the IEM Winter playoffs?
Yeah, hello. We are feeling amazing. I think all of us. Obviously, last season towards the end we lost. I think we didn't even manage to go to playoffs 3 times in a row. I think not even in Chengdu, ATC. So we are very happy. We know we can play good. We showed it finally at the start of the season as our first tournament, and we'll hopefully manage to do the same here against MOUZ.
Thank you for mentioning it. It's true you hadn't made those playoffs as much as you would have wanted. Is that a hunger that you have that you really want to show? Like, hey, people may say maybe we can't do it on a big stage. What do you say about that?
I think the most important is that we know it between each other, to be honest. We don't really much care about what others say, to be honest. And I think we can do even better. We showed it in Blast when we won the tournament that we can play even better in playoffs. That's why we are here, and we will try to go for the match 2-0 against MOUZ.
Nice. What do you think about the stylistic matchup versus MOUZ? People say you're similar?
I guess people can say, but I don't agree that these teams, us and them, we don't have star players or anything like that. I think that's not true. It's only people who are saying it who don't know how the game usually works, to be honest.
Okay. Are you going to be the star player today then?
We'll see. Maybe in some positions, yeah.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Opening fight here and no utility to deal with Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
The new G2 is really clicking heads, while seeming to have a great chemistry already. I mean, I agree.
They just hit all their shots on train.
G2 fans witnessed one map era, XDDD.
The G2 map pool is still super thin.
G2 just trolled the veto. Inferno was free, Mongols have a terrible Inferno. We should ask Bossman about that.
G2, whenever in advantage round, they panic and start jumping like idiots. Lol.
I mean...
A bit for check.
Sometimes it happens probably. Every time I went all in with G2, they shit the bed.
Unlucky. Only men with balls and high IQ know G2 will win this.
Minus balls, but win. G2 strat book.
Hunter might be the best Kovac currently.
I said it, better Kovac insta after first clutch when we played official. So looks like Ibiza final boss. Okay.
How can Heavygod and Matis be so consistent? Those two are truly elite players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you. Mongols will eat a Heavygod for breakfast as bra.
Nobody except Heavygod can eat that much. I agree.
Is it correct? Is it correct?
I agree. I agree.
Heavygod is so overrated. As one tap kills, he crouch and spray.
I agree. You know where Heavygod is because he just missed some bullets.
But there is comments. Heavygod save us. True, true.
Daewoo Matisse is a fucking machine.
Daewoo, bro. Can't believe Matisse stuck on Fnatic for years.
Matisse tried to help but ended up cosplaying as a sandbag with 617.
Yeah, I don't even remember this mail, so thank you.
I had 617.
He was used to only playing online banana caps for Fnatic, so I get it, traveling is tiresome at first.
You can take a man out of CCT, but you can't take CCT out of a man.
Probably betting, yes.
Yeah. I agree.
Matty's first time ever on Overpass, the guy is totally clueless almost every round.
I don't think he's like extremely tilted or something, it's probably his face. Yeah, that's true. That's true, that's my face, I'm angry.
MOUZ and Matty is farming donk. Did we actually? On Asian at least, probably.
Marbs Heavygod Matush is a cracked core.
Mattis on Heavygod shows Nico and Monesi how to beat Vitality.
Nico to G2. I miss you so much, baby. I just want to get back together with you.
G2. I don't think about you at all.
Let's go G2. Heavygod and Hanta will humble Messi and Boltpex.
Messi and Boltpex. G2 means give 2 rounds max to Vitality.
G2 back to reality. Honeymoon is over.
G2 suddenly forgot how to play pistol rounds though.
Vitality brought guns, G2 brought water pistols. Yeah, that's true. I don't...
Rushing B with no door smoke, am I watching Swears play Loma? I mean, sometimes you have to play 50 prem, no, I guess, for check.
Imagine getting outfragged by a left-hander. That's
handicapped. Back to the reality for G2, this lineup is washed, fluke tournament. Yeah. Thank you very much, we appreciate it.
Classic G2 choke.
I'm here with Saul, coach of G2, and today we're looking at Ancient. The blue one's CTs, the yellow one's Ts. These are Molotovs. I know they look like players, but I need you to pretend they're Molotovs. Flashes and smokes. Ancient is a map that has been in the pool for a while now. You've been coaching teams on this for a decent chunk of time. How do you find Ancient?
Generally, I like the map, but I think more recently it's gone a bit more in like the random direction, I feel like.
Okay.
Like teams are having good solutions both sides to like fight middle, and that's kind of the key but it can decide a lot of rounds like really fast, and it can be chaotic, and no matter how much you try to look at it, it can be a bit tough to make like the perfect mid takes in a way, even though you have many, and then it's kind of clash of freeze time calls in many situations, which can be like chaotic and random in that way. So yeah, I think that's the direction it's been going more and more.
Okay. Let's present like a scenario, and then I'll get your theory on what the solutions would be, right? Obviously, some of it needs to be premeditated from spawn, otherwise you're not in a position to do anything. But a standard setup on the T side is one player heading towards B lane to try and make it to heaven, right? You've then got probably a player ready to pounce on elbow, and maybe there's somebody with him, and you're going to go 2 guys. You've got somebody who's throwing the red smoke and the donut smoke and the flashes sitting back, and then this last guy could be anywhere really, right? Like you could have a second guy ready to throw another wave of flashes. You could have him watching the B ramp as the heaven guy goes. But let's just say in this example, he's watching B ramp, this guy's trying to take the heaven control. You've got one player smokes red, smokes donut like we've shown here, there's a cave smoke, and then this guy's ready with flashes, right? They're not going to go on first timing, they're going to throw them, they're going to pop somewhere there above you, right? So don't go on first timing, they allow the CTs. The whole concept of the T play here is we're going to molly close so they can't scale and fight. We're going to give, like we kind of want to channel them up heaven because we want to catch them with flashes and catch them on a timing. The CTs are playing all close A in case of a rush, and they're playing 2 mid. So CT side, red smoke lands, donut smoke lands, what would, right, and you were saying out of spawn, let's fight mid, but then donut smoke comes in.
Yeah, then I mean if it's a spawn call to actually commit to the mid fight, then you're gonna commit no matter the donut smoke.
Okay.
As an example. But yeah, it can be, again, where was the operator?
I put him here, but let's say that, let's say even if he started A, he could flash over mid right and help.
Yeah.
It's probably not the best flashes.
If you would have these kind of positions, if the mid guys are committing, like the 2 CTs, then you don't really have like early supportive flashes early on in the mid.
Sure.
So you are risking,
let's put
it a tiny bit.
He's flashing here now.
Yeah, I mean this is more like normal where you will commit and you will fully send it. Then the question is gonna be like, are you gonna do like a run boost heaven or something like that? Then again, it might be also instead of AWP, you might have a third rifle in middle. Question is more like if you are gonna do a run boost to heaven, you can cut off the B who is running also there.
Yes.
Because you will get there before if you run boost. Or if you're gonna commit more like just to fight on the elbow side, so both of the CTs would go down, and then you would trust that maybe the cave guy can get out. But it depends also on the T-spawn. Like if the T-spawn is playing with a good spawn, he can maybe cross it, and then it becomes these smoke fights where the cave guy can try to get behind him after it and things like that. So yeah, I mean, there's many fights, but as a CT, like if the question would be like what's the safest or the best way to get middle or to secure middle?
Well, it's just because everything that happens in the games that we're spectating is we don't know what you said in spawn and we don't know what they said in spawn.
Yeah.
We can only just talk about the openings that we see, right? The conversation right now is to explore reactions to things because there's standard ways of operating that people do. Like the way that I look at it is the Ts, you want to be able to pressure the CTs for mid control. You don't want them to have this full lane control for free. You want them to feel scared, to get naded, to be mollied, to be uncomfortable. But you want them to want to fight for it because if they give it to you, you're going to punish them. And then once they have to go heavy mid, like this setup, you're able to do an A pop, right? You're able to pounce onto A and punish that type of stuff. So like the flow to the game, like what you just expanded upon here is if this guy has the good spawn and you're doing this for mid and this guy, let's say it's the one that lands in the doorway, so it's a clear channel, or it's the one that lands here, it doesn't really matter. This guy can path through that smoke. This guy's screaming, they can cross heaven. What's the protocol for these two? They're committed to the mid fight. It's just best of luck.
No, that's the thing that you should try to secure as a CT in a way that if you know these guys are committed to the fight, so then it means the B guys, the cave and the B guy probably wanna stop this guy from getting heaven, which could be right a molly here, and then double HE for the best spawn, meaning that if this guy runs the fastest way, just close to the wall, he will get double HE. Or he needs to take more of a way close to here, dodge the HEs and smoke it, which gives 1-2 seconds for these guys in middle, if this guy needs to slow it down. And then it does depend on the smoke as well, because if they do this cave smoke, then obviously you can like bounce a molly from cave here as well. And this guy usually, like he would have one smoke for this molly, but then he can't stop this molly, and if there's double HE, again it slows him down. But then that's something you can't really plan from, or you can plan it from spawn, but then it's reactive, which smoke it will be.
So that's just that's theory though, like if we see this, we react like this.
Yeah, and then it can be okay if they did this smoke that's more outside here, it gives you a tiny bit more space to play a CT, and then you can use that smoke to get out as well if needed. Or potentially like also instead of smoking, like if the Ts do this normal cave smoke, you just do like you extend the smoke with your own and stuff like that. But the cave guy should be ready to support and help the mid guys in that way, I think.
You know you're against a lighter buy, maybe there's like a hero AK or there's like a Tech 9 purchase. You're probably not going to play this type of setup because you can get capitalized on middle, right? You're probably going to jump like one guy out to donut. We'll get rid of some of these pieces of you two. Let's say they still smoke red. Your AWP is going to start A, temple, whatever. You have one guy who can stay behind, who can break it with a HE. You're just going to molly here. You're going to do your elbow smoke. You're going to do your B door smoke. For the B players though, in this type of situation, when you don't have people fighting for mid, is there a rule in your team, or do you think there should be a rule where like the cave guy doesn't extend to this point?
Like it depends on a lot of things, but this is more where you can play reactive, like instead of comparing when two CTs are running down mid, then you don't have so much time to react, so you need to know beforehand how you can be helped and what flashes you are getting, how you can be anti-flash. But in this kind of like default starter, you can react more. You can say like you said, this window guy can break the window smoke, get some info from there. The cave guy can listen for this molly, are they gonna smoke it or not? If they're not smoking it, you have this space basically for the 7 seconds. The B guy as well, like, well, he doesn't have a lot of support unless the window guy can have time to flash for him, like backlines here. Same maybe if the A guy, depending where he starts. If he starts, like let's say somewhere on site, he can flash for mid, for the donut guy or for the window guy if they break the smoke. But this info obviously should be connected with heaven as well. Or if he starts more close to CT, he will have time to flash for against a B rush if there's a B rush and your B guy just doesn't instantly die and stuff like that. So you can play more reactions from this, like depending what happens. If the window guy sees them a lot in mid, maybe the B guys can connect, do some banana pushes down here and things like that. Or anything really based on info.
Can I ask this question? I'm going to do a setup right now. So this guy's going to be boosted tree. This guy's close main. This guy's in donut. This guy's long side. This guy's cave. Everyone has a smoke. You're playing a block everywhere. Is this a U creation? Do you remember this one? Yeah. I love this one. This is one of my favorite ancient force rounds I've seen in a while. Because you're not all in.
Yeah.
You're not playing just to catch people on a timing. You're playing to block and channel them into miserable situations. Did you make this?
I don't remember who made it exactly, but it might have been me. We brought it from Heroic.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the point is to block with the smokes and to just slow down the round, because as a T, like when you are playing anti-eco also, like sure you can risk it and do a rush or a B rush or whatever, but then you're just flipping a coin basically. And that's where you kind of need to make sure that this is not the only force play you do, because obviously B is a tiny bit weaker with having.
I've seen you try different variations with this as like a similar, like some similar spot, but with some people cheated elsewhere and stuff. I just think one of the things, you don't put anyone, like obviously he's watching the red cross, right? And he's going to block, but it's because I don't think people on an anti-force are going to go red.
That's like less likely that people use window so much. And even if they do, it's still like somewhat far away from A and B side. Like it would be a bit weird to do anti-eco where you just put numbers in window and split A or B. It's not so common. And then even if you get to window, then possibly we can have reactions where we can double up and push A. The B guys can also double up and just cover some area of the map, whether it's like trying to hold inside cave, or if you somehow know they are like numbers in window blocking like these backlines areas and things like that. So that's not the biggest risk. And then you also trust a tiny bit in the factor that it's hard for them to get all the smokes out at the same time. Like if they wanna do it, they would need like one guy at the same time trying to bully you inside cave, one guy trying to do the same in donut.
One quarterfinal down, one to go. The Toron Arena, our debut in it. It feels special. Already I can hear the roars of the crowd just after that game has concluded. And Chad and I have the luxury of bringing you the next one. We've already locked in FURIA versus Spirit. The question is, what's going to happen in our second quarterfinal?
Yeah, this one right now is an interesting one. There's not a whole lot of data between these two teams, especially since the changes on G2. You go back to last year, they played against each other just once with this roster in head-to-head. So it's not something that we can take too much data from. It's a bit more of a special match in that. It's not the mind games that you traditionally expect. I think what is interesting is the winner of this will take on Vitality, and we know how that went for MOUZ in 2025. They had 11 head-to-heads. They only came out on top of 2. That's a 2-9 losing record. And for G2, they were one of 2 teams who beat Vitality in a best-of-5 final. So with those matchups, the potential for our semi, MOUZ have done it, not in a grand final, G2 have, and they're back on a bit of a rise. So as we look at this one, these are teams without household names, without superstars, trying to vie for a spot to take Vitality on in that semi.
Maybe it's a new year, new MOUZ, but G2 also a bit of a sleeper pick. I'm excited because we're going to be bringing you all of the action from the commentary booth, so do stay tuned. Can't wait to raise the roof with this one.
Pre-match time, and we're going to catch up with Torzy before they jump in that server versus G2. Torzy, we're going to run it into the Falcons game just the other day. It was a thriller. You guys had all the rounds, all the maps. Talk to me about that series. What did you guys pick up from it?
Yeah, I think that was a really close game, 2-0 with 2 overtimes, with multiple overtimes. Our take, we took a lot of things from that game, you know. I think it was really nice to see that on the overtimes we could close it out, and even though maybe we lost some runs what we shouldn't lose, and we also could have won. We also won some runs what we should have lost, and I think it's always nice to be on both of the sides of the plate, you know. And yeah, I think mentally we were really in the game and we were pushing all the time. We were winning those 3-on-5s and 2-on-5s, and yeah, I think that's what we take out of that game.
You know, Inferno, you split pistols, you end up in OT. Why was that Falcon CT side troubling?
Oof. Yeah, I think Monesi had some really good runs, especially in Banana. I think he was punishing us a little bit, and I think our Banana fights were not the best. And I think Inferno is a map where maybe if you don't control Banana the best, you will lose a lot of runs on T side. So I think that was a key point in that game, and I think that's why we struggled maybe a little bit.
No pistols on Dust 2, still going to OT. What do games like that on those long days, what do they teach MOUZ as a group?
I think it teaches us that we need to start the game better, because we like to start the half really loosely, and we don't like to lose the pistol runs, but we lose the pistol runs a lot of times lately, I would say, and when we get to the buy runs, we always bring it back and we bring it back, but sometimes if you play versus a better team, they will punish you, you know, and maybe that you start with 5-0 on a half, they can just run away, but maybe versus some teams we can come back. So I think it teaches us that we need to start better in the beginning of the maps, and we need to be focused from the get-go and win some pistol runs.
Last question I got for you this. Just wanted to get your big picture opinion on the current G2 project across the way over there. Yeah. What do you think?
I think they are a good team. I think they are a little bit similar to MOUZ. I think they have a great coach, just like we do, and some upcoming players. That they are really talented, and I think we have a lot of similarity in this matchup. I just feel like personally, and I think it's gonna be a good game. But yeah, I know Hunter is a really experienced IGL, and I'm excited to go up against him, to be honest.
Anything you want to say to the arena?
I just want to say cheer for MOUZ and let's go.
Va MOUZ, thank you very much.
Va MOUZ, Va MOUZ.
It's time to see G2 and Heavy God on the big stage. So my first question is, what is it like? How does it feel sitting here, seeing all those people?
I mean, it looks good. I just want to feel it, you know, more in the game, and I'm excited for the match.
How was it walking up the iconic stairs, actually? Because you guys did that earlier. That must have been bucket list moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see it from close point of view, you know. I never saw it. It was my first time seeing the stairs, and it looked really nice, and I hope one day my team will also be there.
We'll see how you guys start today. Now, I wanted to ask you about how the group stage ended, because you had such a phenomenal streak, but then that match versus Spirit just felt like such a heartbreaker, right? How did you guys contextualize that into good info for the playoffs?
I mean, we just, I think, didn't close a lot of rounds of ourselves, and we didn't play to our best. I would say we start like the map one, not on the level we wanted, and then we converted map two, and it was a bit difficult, I would say. I mean, they were better in the end because they won, obviously, but it wasn't like heartbreaking. Obviously, it was like another quarterfinal for us. That's how we said it, and it was a really nice game to play against, and we learned a lot from the game.
Did it change your map veto at all? Did you learn things? Because you, of course, won their map pick of Overpass.
No, we didn't change anything. We just play to our strengths, and we always try to do it, like to play to our strengths and to see what we can do the best as a team.
What about your strengths do you have to play towards to beat MOUZ? Because it's not a team that you've had the best results against.
I mean, we just need to be ourselves, I would say, have a good communication, help each other mid-rounds, don't frustrate a lot, and be supportive teammate, and obviously be good individually.
From all of your answers, I'm gathering mental fortitude. Make sure that throughout, no matter how many maps we see here, that you all keep the same focus. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good luck.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, and the City of Krakow.
The quarterfinals set to continue at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow as two more teams begin their trophy crusade. Arriving by the trenches are MOUZ, having battled to the bitter end versus Falcons to deny them arena berth. The playoffs pressure cannot be understated. MOUZ need titles, and they need them fast. On the other side, familiar with this very trophy are indeed G2, but only Hunter remains from their 2023 championship run. Fast forward to a new era in Krakow and a new composition of G2. Is his leadership enough to bring G2 back to the top? Those are the questions we are going to be answering over here on the analyst desk with JL, Dupree and YNK. I just want to get straight down to business because, Janko, it's been a while since we've seen G2 and MOUZ go toe-to-toe, right?
Yeah, it's been since that great run that G2 had in London, ended up lifting the trophy, but they did lose to MOUZ along the way. That's why they started in the quarterfinals, and I think a known and an unknown quantity, right, in this quarterfinal, because on one side we have MOUZ, who's a very, very, very good team that will never win an event. And then we have G2, who struggles to make playoffs of events, but they actually already have a trophy in their cabinet, right? So I think for G2, the problem has been getting to this stage of the tournament. You know, at the major, they fall at the last hurdle at the hands of the Falcons. Unfortunately, in Chengdu, you know, Hunter can't play the decider game. He falls ill. So just getting to the stage again since London has been the main problem for G2. And I'm excited to see how they'll perform now that they're back here.
Are you going to take that, Peter? I know you're a secret MOUZ fan. Will never win a trophy. Did you
closet MOUZ fan?
Have never won a trophy? Like, did you misspeak there, Janko?
I've never been a closet MOUZ fan. I've been straight honest about it multiple times, you know. The thing is for MOUZ, I've lost a little bit of faith. I'm not going to be completely honest. I've lost a little bit of faith over the time because you're right. They haven't won a trophy and they're still looking to, you know, get over that hurdle of, you know, playing as superstars, and they can actually still play their game and also, you know, just be the team that they want to be, right? But it's been a struggle for them for a while, and I lost a little bit of faith because when it's enough, right? When are they actually gonna be coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need to do something different? Right now, we can see on the positive side, they decided to stick with the squad. They didn't make any changes in their offseason. That clearly paints a picture that they are still looking at it in a positive way, saying that we have more to give for this team. We still believe that it's going to be a possibility.
Do you believe that? Do you believe like that's their decision, or that someone made the decision for them in the sense of there was changes that it could have happened, but it never really came through? So then it was like...
Do you know something?
You know something?
No? Well done.
I know.
He knows something, but he doesn't want to speak.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
But yeah, I think it's a valid question. Do you think this was a situation of circumstance or a situation of choice?
It could have been. I mean, we're like left a little bit in the shadow. Like some people apparently know something that I don't, but it's obviously for the MOUZ side. It's with what we know. Like we got to be looking on the they're looking on the positive side that it's still going to be a possibility, and they keep saying that we're supposed to be like a new MOUZ now. We have a little bit of a different approach. Hey, that's what all players say when they come into a new season. We've been working on all these kind of things, but they did manage to, or decided to skip not going to Bounty. So they do come into this as the first event of the year. Maybe not looking super solid, but I mean, it had a big scalp by eliminating Falcons in the elimination game in the group stage. So I think for the likes of MOUZ, it's if they don't get off to a good start this year, then I do believe that it's due to a change.
I actually love that they stayed together as a five. I feel like they've played great CS. They've been great teammates to each other. The vibes are good. The chemistry is there. It's just at the last hurdle of getting over maybe the stage pressure, or just putting that last bit of effort of actually overcoming the obstacles and getting to the trophy. Maybe they'll find it this year because they've been very close last year.
But do you buy that? Because, I mean, on the other side, right, like MOUZ is keeping the same roster throughout the year. Other teams are making changes to become better. I mean, Falcons made it last year. Spirit is making it coming into this year. You know, FURIA made those changes and ended up rising in the ranks towards the end of last year. Like, they're staying the same while everyone else is making moves to improve.
I want to pose a question to you, Django, because you did mention that the Falcons side, you actually liked that they didn't make a change, right? The fact that that they actually had a good results last season, they just didn't really close the finals. Why is this a different case for the likes of MOUZ? Because that's kind of the same thing.
I think because Falcons made much more significant changes when they did. I think that Brolin coming in for Shui and becoming an IGL is a big change. But I don't think that the reason why they lost some of these games and didn't win a tournament was because Brolin doesn't have enough experience as an IGL, or that he let them down, or anything related to the roster change. In the second half of the year, they lost to so many different teams as well. And so many other teams went on to win a tournament, G2 being one of them, the Mongols, FURIA won multiple in a row, right? And they still struggled to get over that hurdle, which leads you to believe that, a roster change is necessary for that to change, because different players just go missing in these key moments.
So do you feel it's because do you think it's because they're lacking you talked about the stage pressure. I don't think stage pressure actually is a matter for MOUZ anymore. I think they've been in multiple situations now to show that they can play on the stage. I don't think that is the issue. I want to go back to what Spinks said, that they have to find those 2-3% to actually perform better, and they believe that if they could find that, then they would be in a case to win trophies. That's where I want to be seeing them in, and that is why I hope that with the new MOUZ that they've been talking about, Exertion talked about taking a bit of a stake back, allowing the rest of the guys to also have more saying in the rounds, be more aggressive, have more cards to play, and always just relying on having Exertion to be a big playmaker. That's why I want to be seeing if they can find more percentage. If that's going to make it in the long run, I don't know. They still have struggles when it comes to superstars, but that's why it's good they play G2 now, right?
I hate most roster changes, and I feel like MOUZ, if you change a player on MOUZ, I feel like that there's gonna come short-term success, if you know what I mean, like a short honeymoon that makes you play a little bit better. Maybe you feel like you play better, but you don't actually play better because the playbook, you sacrifice your playbook just for that honeymoon, and I don't think that's the correct way to go.
I feel like we're kind of split down the middle of the desk here, because I'm kind of, for once in my life, siding with you, Janko. You seem to be putting through the logical conclusion that when we look at the second half of 25, everybody else was able to take the final percentages off of Vitality. Obviously, MOUZ managed to do that in Cologne, then absolutely collapsed in the grand final versus Spirit, no? Is that not something that we should be slightly concerned about?
I think you definitely should be concerned about it. I mean, you guys talk about the 2-3%. Why didn't they find them last season? What's going to change now?
They haven't figured out what it is yet.
Also, it's just time. All these losses and all these tournaments to all these different teams haven't been enough for them to find 3%.
Well, I mean,
in your opinion, what is the extra 2-3% that they lack?
I think their players just don't show up in the big moments. I think different guys take turns going missing, making mistakes, breakdowns in some rounds as well, a la Falcons, right? In the big moment, they would go and lose a 4v2 against Vitality on a force buy, right? That would turn it around. There was that final or a game against Vitality where they're up 11-3, 12-3 on T-side nuke. They can't win the game at that point in time. It's just finding new ways to lose games, really, where the pressure just gets too big for them. I don't think whether it's the stage or not stage, but they just can't handle the pressure of those moments.
Yeah, I really agree with you, though, on the fact that they cannot afford to have multiple players go missing. That is the core issue I think it is for MOUZ Sports, because they don't have a superstar to pull them over the finish line and win these crazy rounds by just making an individual play, right? But it also feels like MOUZ is aware of that. It's also a team that they know they need everyone to be there, but the thing is then getting it done.
You see, you activated my trap card, especially with JL here, right? Because Navi in 2024 were the best team in the world, right? JL played like a superstar in key moments. That's why he has the major MVP. That's why he was top 5, player in the world as well. You wouldn't think of him as a superstar player, right? But in key moments, when they would go on to win tournaments, whether it was him, whether it was Bit, whether it was someone third, would step up. They were a team that also has a great coach and had a high floor and a good IGL, right? But in those key moments, you have to have guys deliver. And for MOUZ, it's been the opposite. It's just no one is sort of stepping. And so when someone does, someone else, drags the team back so much where it sort of balances out.
That's obviously an issue, but I do still think that there's players inside this MOUZ team that is actually capable of doing the things that you just mentioned JL can do. Maybe that be Insertion, maybe that be Torsia. I also think Spinks can do it. Sure, it is about finding that perfect balance where you don't have a guy that falls so deep into a hole that he will drag the entire team back. Sorry, that is exactly why you got me looking.
I like that we're getting so impassioned here. Maybe something that we can agree on, though, is the trajectory for G2, because obviously during the middle portion of last year, there was huge roster changes for G2. Hunter takes over the in-game leadership mantle. In terms of the VRS ranking, Janko, what we've seen, of course, a massive high getting to win Blast London, which nobody really expected. First team that can take down Vitality in a best of 5 as well. Story since then, what's it been from your perspective?
Just struggle to replicate that success, right? We talked about how they were struggling to even make playoffs of some of these big events. Sure, and here's the thing, like, this can be a bit deceiving because you look at the teams that they've been losing at these events. I mean, it's very good teams. It's the likes of FURIA, it's the likes of Vitality, it's the likes of the Mongols, and so on, right? But that's just it. You have to be able to beat those teams. That was the next step for them, and they kind of. I mean, they did beat the Mongols to get to this stage of the tournament, who seem to be shaky at the moment. But for G2, they'll just be happy to be at this stage of the tournament. And this is a great opportunity for them to sort of show us what they've been working on, how good they actually are when it comes to these high-stake environments.
I think it's interesting that both teams, respectively decided to skip the first tournament of the year, then move into this one. And now both teams is in the playoffs, and they go up against in the quarters. So now it's about showing who has worked the hardest, I guess, in some sense, right? I'm also just going to be looking towards G2 as this team that needed time to settle in, and that maybe, let's be honest, it was a bit of a fluke that they won back in London, right? And Saul also said that they didn't win off playing great Counter-Strike in like tactic-wise and having a lot of ideas and playing off each other. But it was more like the individual firepower really excelled in that tournament for them. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can now mix those things to be playing even better, and that's where I'm curious to see.
Somebody once called your major win a fluke, JL. How do you feel about that?
I'm going to be honest, I really hate the word fluke. Not because...
No surprise.
I mean, not because I take it personal. Maybe I do a little bit. The main problem is, it's not a fluke if other teams failed to close out. Like, it's true. As Navi at the major, we played as heavy underdogs to win the trophy, but then we beat every single opponent that we faced, and people call us a fluke. Like, call the other teams bad or whatever. It's not our problem.
Just in terms of map expectation here as well. Obviously, first series was very interesting in terms of the Anubis conversation. I feel like MOUZ are one of the teams that have got the most burned by this new iteration of the map.
Yeah, they really got. I can't remember the last time a team was this hard done by the roster change, by the map pool change, right? Because it's not just that their previous permaban is being introduced back. It's like their best map was taken away. They really felt like they became the best trained team in the world towards the end of the year, so that gets taken away. You bring back Anubis that they have never played, like in previous, when it was in the map pool previously, so now you have to sort of pick up Dust 2 again, which was your permaban during this train era, and towards the end of their Dust 2 they actually were improving on it. Again, teams were picking it against them a lot, so they were learning a lot, but obviously a map that they're not going to be most comfortable on as they've been banning it for a while now.
It's clearly a little bit of a double trouble in this one, and it is actually, it's kind of scary sometimes how much Valve implications and how they can, affect the game by deciding what maps should go in and go out. They actually can change and have a huge deal for teams. As you just mentioned now, the fact that Anubis is back, that's going to be an interesting thing, but it's also just puts you in a place where you just need to, that's just how it is, right? You need to start working your way out of that. You can't really just sit back and cry about it. That's like the whole idea about it. I think I've been pretty lucky in my career that we've always been a little bit lucky with how Valve decided to change that map pool. That helped us tremendously, and it's sometimes people felt that was a little bit unfair, but not about me anymore.
JL, do you feel like you might have been burned in the past by a map pool change?
No, I feel like MOUZ are kind of struggling to close out the tournaments. They kind of have a chance to win, but then Valve comes in and removes their worst they remove their permaban and bring up the worst map, and for me I don't know, it feels like a lot of things are going wrong for them, but like for my eyes I feel like they should be really, really good.
Well, maybe we should see exactly how they're going to be playing this one. Let's roll the veto. I suspect we will be seeing Dust 2 in this one.
It's very, very possible for G2 to go for it, right? I think for MOUZ on the other side, it's interesting because the punish pick would be Overpass, but that's really risky to pick, having to start on the T side, and MOUZ doesn't feel a team that's there quite yet in terms of comfort level on the map. It's more going to be Mirage, which hasn't been great for them statistically lately, but going back into last year, it's been a staple for MOUZ and their map pick a lot of times. Either that or another one could be Inferno, which is their most played map, but also something that G2 has had success on, especially during that run in London.
Really no surprises here in the fact that MOUZ, they do get rid of Anubis and G2 as their permanent getting rid of Nuke. I think that on MOUZ Sports side, I would be looking towards Inferno. That's been their like new go-to map. They really enjoy playing it, so it wouldn't be a big surprise to me if that one comes through. They actually decide to go over. That is quite interesting.
Also, on the T side as well. Ooh.
That can be a ball. So that's always going to be interesting to see. So for the G2 side, I think there was like multiple options. I feel like it could go either in direction of Ancient, a map that the MOUZ Sports hasn't been playing that much. They think they played it twice since they were at the major or something. So it looks like a map that they had their issues with. Okay, they actually go for Dust 2. Everything's just turning into a little bit of a curveball here.
I think if they pick Dust 2, they can still get Ancient as the decider here. I think that's what they're thinking. If they don't pick Dust 2, it's not going to be in the pool for the last map. MOUZ gets rid of it. So between Inferno and Mirage, we see Mirage as the decider for G2.
Is there a clear winner in this veto?
I think this map pool leans a little bit towards G2, in my opinion.
I think it does. I think it all depends on the Overpass pick. It all depends on how MOUZ will do on Overpass. It will either turn out to be a brilliant call or a disaster for MOUZ, right? Because always there's the danger of G2 getting rolling on the CT side. They were able to beat Team Spirit on it in that upper bracket game. So I think for MOUZ, if they don't win Overpass, I think they're in a lot of trouble, and G2 will probably close out the series.
No doubt about it. There's got to be something they've spotted to be utilizing against them. I mean, like the Spirit game is the most recent one that they played against them. So obviously there's stuff to be looking at, and maybe they found something they can abuse, and that is what we see sometimes. You know, you also got to surprise your opponents a little bit in the vetoes. So maybe a curveball here, but as you mentioned, Yanko, I think it really comes down to how MOUZ comes rolling onto the Overpass, and starting on the T side. You know, we've seen that a couple of times throughout the event that can cause some trouble. So yeah, I think we are in for a banger.
It's just funny hearing Torji talk about how we get into the games too slow. I mean, we pick it up in gun rounds, but we need to have better starts, and then you decide to start T-side Overpass, you know, on the stage. Bro, you really need to turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
Like if there ever was a time to turn it around, it's now.
Let's talk about some of the individuals then, because when we were, discussing an editorial about the theme for this matchup, I think the one that really stands out is there's no clear star on either side of the equation, which does mean you have to look at some of the individuals to be bringing their A game. And I think we should start by talking about Exertion, right? I caught up with him on a media day. He's taken it very personally in terms of his level dropping off coming into these crucial games. He said to me multiple times, I'm taking this on full force. It's my responsibility to show up in the playoffs here.
He's like this player that really has understood that how important it is to have your group stage confidence, bringing that into players, but actually not really converting it. And he took it a lot on himself. You know, I think he feels a lot of responsibility in terms of them not making better results, because he is the playmaker on the MOUZ side, and he has been a very important piece for them in a long time, both when it comes to making plays, but also coming up with ideas, hyping up the team, but also just the way that he creates space for the rest of the team. And Exertion is, alongside Roland, probably the two most aggressive players they have in that team. You're not going to be seeing Spinks and Jimfat doing crazy shit, right?
To say the least.
That's what I mean, right? That is also what I hope that they have kind of realized. He said in his interview that he needed to take a step back to allow the rest of the team to also feel that they could make plays. Because you need to have more cards. You need to be able to have more players that can do this, because otherwise your opponent is not going to know exactly what's going to happen. Because every time they would eliminate Exertion or Brown, they're thinking, then we just have to deal with the flanks, right? It's like looking at Spirit on Shiro. If he doesn't go for the openings with the AWP, then he's really going to be, just red, and we know exactly where he's going to put it. So I hope that this new look, or at least the realization of the new look we think MOUZ Sports is in right now, that it actually shows in this game. Because one thing is mentioning it, one thing is then you need to show it as well.
I think it's also a matter of, you could see him throughout last year trying different things, right? So when it comes to some of these stage games, there was definitely a period where he was trying to do too much to sort of prove that he's going to play exactly the same like he does in groups, doing sometimes silly things like pushing through the bottom banana smoke, on the CT side against Forest Buy, just to show he's not scared, and things like that, where now it's doing more harm than good. So it's been a case of finding that balance and seeing what works and understanding how to approach these stage games.
Exactly the issue, as you mentioned. Like, he wants it too much sometimes. He at least he keeps up with what he's doing in group stage, right? But it's also about realizing when do I actually have to take a step back? When is it doing more harm than good? And that is the thing that he needs to learn. And I hope that this is the year that he might do that.
Give us your take on that, JL. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like no, I don't agree 100%. I feel like some of the times when players come into the playoffs, they feel stressed. They feel like they need to do something extra, and I feel like that's the complete opposite of Xerxertion, because he values playoffs too much. You just continue playing the way you played in the elimination games, in group stage games, and just be yourself. Don't try to be anyone extra. You don't have to carry the whole team on your back. You just have to do your own job, and your teammates will ping pong off of you.
Now, this might sound counterintuitive, but it's not always that we have to look inside the server for the kind of star, right? And I think that's very adequate for G2. We're looking at the supporting staff around them. Who else stands out for your money on the G2 side, Peter?
I mean, I think I'm mentioning, if you look a little bit outside the team, I think Saw is going to be extremely important when you look at the team. If you look inside the team, I do think that also Mattis is the one to look after. I think he's proven a lot. But Saw, with his history in ENCE, what he created with that team, then he was brought into Heroic, what he did with that team, and now picking it into G2. And I mean, sure, they won a trophy last season, right? But there's still more to prove. But if there's one guy, if I could pick a coach that I think would actually do really good inside of this type of team, I think Saul could be that for it, right? He's a guy that likes the system. He's mentioned as boss man in all his teams. Like, people, they really respect him, and he has an idea, and he wants to follow that idea to the door. He wants to make sure that the players know exactly how he wants to play. But he also is, I hope, good at allowing the players to have that freedom that they also need.
Why are we doing him dirty with that trophy count, though? My man's like, the whole point is he's doing more with less, right? Like, you look at the teams that he's had, the players that he's had on ENCE, on Heroic, he's always been able to get those teams to outperform the expectations, really, right? Yes. And now on G2, probably has the best team that he's ever had in terms of talent, and already leading to a trophy win. So I think he's just great at making the team more than the sum of their parts. Great for Hunter, who's a first-time IGL, to play in that sort of a structure, to have a lot of tools to be able to in-game lead on a high level. And as we said, these teams emulate each other a lot. They're very similar. So the same questions we have for MOUZ, those are the same questions we, to some extent, have for G2. When it comes to these games, who are going to be the guys that are going to carry a bit more of the load, right? I think Hunter absolutely is a player who's proving himself on the big stage. How much space is there still for him, though? Now becoming the IGL, that's what we'll have to see.
I really hope that we get to see Hunter being this big game player that he's kind of always been, right? That he still has this in him, even though he's in-game leading. Sure, it's gonna be way different, right? But if he can feel that the team, it's still sort of young, right? Some of the players haven't really making this kind of runs at big tournaments yet. He's still looking to have that much experience. I hope that really shines through. I hope that he will go in, and if he can feel that there's any doubts or any hesitation from the players, that he will be the front figure to go leading them. I think that's gonna be very, very important for G2.
Just in terms of you're talking about the openers in terms of Xerxertion and his impact. What about more for your role then, JL? The closers on both sides of the equations. What do you make of those?
Heavy Goat, one of my favorite players. Like, he's so versatile. He can go aggressive. He can be in your face. He can be pushing you. He can stay back and just hold angles, and you never know what to expect from him. And to compare him to Yimhat, I think Heavy Goat is gonna come out on top here. I mean, I'm just a big fan of this, I'm honest.
We all love a little bit of Heavy God, right? I mean, I really think that him coming into the team, being such a solid ank, has also just been very, very important for G2. I think Heavy God has just proven over the last couple of months that he's here to stay, right? And I'm even in a consideration that if Heavy God continuing delivering that he is, that other teams might be interested in him, right? He's playing positions that is so hard to recreate what he's doing. So he's also going to be very important. And he puts a lot of, I wouldn't say put a lot of pressure on himself, but he puts expectations on himself. But I feel like he's doing it in a way that he kind of lives up to it. And I think that's very important.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, definitely robbed out of the top 20. This year, I don't know how a guy can be top 3 in his position, in a finalist for closer of the year or anchor of the year and not be, a top 20 player. But I think for G2, their highest rated player at this tournament is Sam Pius. We have all this conversation about everyone else, but everyone's been close to each other. Hunter had a great tournament outside of a stinker against Spirit in that final game. And I think this is just going to be an awesome series for G2 to prove themselves, right? And to show what they've been working on. And for some of these players individually, MOUZ had a great year when Nico and Monesi were there, sort of, finding ways to get back to that level to some extent, but Mateusz too, I think he's been a revelation, bringing him in from Fnatic. The thing about G2, all of their riflers are so versatile. Like, they had to play so many different roles before, and that's perfect for a coach like Saw and his system, because you don't really need to depend on, you know, a certain player doing one thing. Like, anyone can do anything depending on the situation. Oh, now Heavy God needs to run in first. No problem. He's done that before. Hunter's gonna have to be a bit more lurky this round. Great. He's done that many times. So I think it just gives them a lot of options in building the game and when game planning against some of these teams.
Given that you have so many tools then, as you're illustrating on G2, is there a necessity for them to have that clear start, or is it okay that they've gone with this composition and maybe you don't have one person you can rely on always popping on?
The thing is, on paper it's fine, you know, you don't need it, but like we mentioned in the Navi case, someone within those guys needs to sort of have their moments, right? Like, when was the last time you saw a team win a tournament with, you know, no highlight plays from the players, no crazy clutches, nothing like that? It just doesn't happen. You don't outplay your opponents, you know, in 5v5s the whole tournament long, and they've had different guys step up at different times, and I think we just haven't seen them as much in playoffs, so that they can really get tested and we can get some of those answers.
If there's like one thing that could push me in a way of being a little bit worried, is that we just get another MOUZ 2-0, right? A team that is
no.
All right. A MOUZ 2-0 that will, you know, go far, close to winning trophies, but never really put this over the finish line.
Bro, I'll give anything to avoid another Vitality MOUZ semi-final, honestly. Just like, if it were Spirit on the other side, I'd be fine with MOUZ.
I just hope
to watch another Vitality
now,
MOUZ
so I can just pull back and rewind and show you that.
You don't want the 375th iteration of that head-to-head, Janko. Shocker. In terms of your perspective on this, JL, do you agree that it is okay to have a composition where maybe one player pops off one game, another can pop off in another scenario? Is that all right to be building a team like that?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's completely acceptable. We've seen many teams succeed like that, but talking about the Vitality MOUZ in the semifinals, if MOUZ somehow managed to win Dust 2, they deserve to play Vitality in the semifinal, because then they're a great team, because I don't see a world where MOUZ can win Dust 2 against G2.
Okay.
Tell me about this Overpass. That's the first map we're going to be starting on, though. What do MOUZ need to do on that T side to make sure that they're not starting off slowly, as Torzi really specified that he wanted to avoid?
I think good start is a must, because two-prong, not just because it's Overpass and it's your map pick and it's T-side Overpass and whatnot. It's because G2, as we mentioned, hasn't played on the stage with this team too many times. And if they get rolling early, you know, get that momentum, I think they'll be very, very hard to stop. They might just snowball the whole series.
Get the pistol. That's like, get the pistol, get the conversion, get that 3-0 start, and I think MOUZ will be rolling.
You agreeing with that sentiment, JL? You've been in this situation more than most, right? What is the key to having those hot starts?
Yes, I mean, going for a punish pick, it could turn out a really wrong way for you, because if you don't get the pistol loading, you kind of look the force or the anti-force, and then you lose the map somehow. And then you have to go on to Dust 2. I hate my life.
That's dangerous.
So is there a clear favorite for your money, or is there a clear expectation, Janko, for what we should be seeing?
No, I think it's going to be a very, very close series. MOUZ has the experience on their side, but G2 just feels like the more exciting team at the moment.
What?
Yeah. Right, I'll go MOUZ, man. Well, since you're part of
Hey.
the G2, I'm going MOUZ. Just
Wait, we've got a couple of minutes. Share with us your shock. Why are you so shocked at that statement?
I mean,
what's exciting about MOUZ? Tell me what's exciting about MOUZ.
The results last year, they were still looking.
Second places are exciting.
They were so close to getting the trophy still, right? You know, you can't overlook how exciting, you know, how difficult it is to get to that part, right? They just need to get it over the finish line. I still believe, and I know that you just picked G2, but I'm going to keep my hands on MOUZ.
Same here. Yeah, it all depends on the Overpass, but my vote goes for MOUZ.
I think, I don't know, I think you bring up an apt point that second place, when it consistently happens, or even third to fourth, right, we can't deny that it did have a bit of a drop for MOUZ in the tail end of 2025, even on home soil for Torzi, right? He had everybody cheering against him, even in his home crowd. It was a sight to behold.
He's done the unthinkable.
It's pretty mental. But it doesn't breed that same excitement of, okay, maybe this time we see the run, because I feel like we've been baited into that situation so many times before, right?
Honestly, if anything, that's the best example of why, you know, I have no faith in MOUZ. Is you could have lost to, I don't know who it would. You lose to FaZe Clan. Have you seen FaZe Clan at this tournament? Have you seen them at any other tournament except for that major? They made them look good. like that. Those are the sort of unforgiving losses, really, for MOUZ. You know, like if they ended up and lost to the semifinals to Vitality again, you wouldn't be surprised. But that was just felt like final nail in the coffin for that lineup. But
alas,
look at us.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love that we power our sides. You know, it's like we're going up against each other. It's fun, right? It's but. I don't see in any world that MOUZ is not supposed to be the favorite in this one.
Sell me very shortly on G2 then. It's all well and good piling on MOUZ. Give me a really shorter elevator pitch as to why you should be siding with G2.
I think they're just very excited to be here at the moment as well. And they've lifted the trophy before. They know what they're capable of. They don't have that emotional baggage and everything behind them, right? They've had 6 months with this lineup. Now is the moment where they sort of start racking some results up and show us how far this roster can go.
Well, either way you look at it, we're going to need every single individual firing on all cylinders if they want to cement their place in IEM Legacy.
felice appieno, chi su quel seno non riva amore. La donna è mobile, qual più maledetta, muta da
Hoy nada de loco exceso, te quiero lo confieso, amor dame tu beso.
Co to za gówniana muzyka? Jesteśmy u mnie, the home of plow.
Alrighty then, here we go. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Winter Championships. Krakow, how we feeling? Oh man, I am feeling vibey, I know that. A new city, a new era, the same trophy, but this is what it's about. Now what we need to know ahead of this second quarterfinal is we louder than the last place? So, my friends over here, let me hear you. Not bad. My friends over here, let me hear you! That was good. My friends at the back in the belly of the beast, let me hear you! That is what it's about. This great arena about to witness a second semi-final. The teams, well, one of them, they got it all. They got the players, they got the skills, they got the plays. What they don't have, according to one man who may well be in this building, is attitude. That is what they need. who they take on as a team. If you looked at this trophy, you look at 2023, you will see a team's name. Of that team that lifted this beautiful, iconic, oldest trophy in all of esports, only one remains. He's gone from superstar to greenhorn IGL. Is it enough? We're about to find out. You ready to meet the teams? I said, are you ready to meet the teams? Please welcome, it's G2! They were one round off making it straight through to this stage. Instead, they have played every moment of this tournament here in Krakow. Does that make them battle-hardened, or does it make them tired? We are about to find out. It is time to meet their opponents. Krakow, let me hear you. It's MOUZ! Last year, 2025, they were a bridesmaids. In 2026, it's time to see if they can go one better and put a ring on that finger. This is what it's about. This is why we are here. This is what it is gonna become, a place in the semi-final. But who's gonna win it? I wanna hear from you. Is it G2? Is it MOUZ? One more time, is it G2? Is it MOUZ? It's time to get it on!
A trophy built only for the best. Hunter knows exactly what it takes to hoist it, but this is an entirely different ball game. This is an entirely different G2 to that of 2023. And dupreeh, he needs every weapon in his arsenal to be razor sharp tonight.
It really looks like the crowd has made their decision who they are going to be cheering for. I want to see a MOUZ that fights, a MOUZ that puts the word to the test. They will go into the server and show that new look MOUZ, that we can bring things into perspective. Show that they want it, show that they can find these last 2-3% to make them owe that finishing line. On the other side, G2, a team that has now been together for quite a while. Now it's time for them to show that what they have been working on really comes to fruition.
Maybe they got a paint job, FURIA, but it's the same old busted up engine inside. I think this crowd is booing them for a reason. I'm not sure MOUZ has what it takes to turn things around for them. G2 might not be the biggest of opponents for them, but they might just have enough in the tank to take them down.
But dupreeh, you can't deny there have been chances after chances after chances for MOUZ to win us over and prove exactly that they are capable of lifting trophies. Are those chances not running out for you?
I mean, of course, you could say that it's running out, but still, there is some belief in the team. The team has stuck together. They know that they have what it takes. Now they need to prove. They need to prove that they are still built for greatness and that they can still find success with this roster before it's too late.
You know Hunter better than most, Janko. What do you think he's saying to the guys in that huddle before getting into the first map?
No fear. Just play your game. Don't be afraid to go for moves. Talk. Help your teammates. Have good energy. Cheer each other up, right? And just believe in yourself.
And I feel like that's what Hunter brings, right? It's not only the leadership he's able to impose, but the fact that he's able to lead by example. We've seen him popping off in the group stage.
Absolutely. He's a guy who's not going to be afraid to call his own number, right? If he sees that the players are a little bit quiet, that they may be struggling, the nerves are getting to them, he's going to be the first one to go in. He's going to create the space for his players to thrive in.
The next chronicle in this epic is poised to be written. It's quarterfinal time here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow. It's G2 versus MOUZ.
Good evening, Krakow! Second quarter final about to commence. The Intel Extreme Masters Playoffs Counter-Strike. This is where that pressure gets amped up a whole lot. The desk has set the scene. On this stage, we separate the boys from the men. On this stage, we separate the good from the great. Under the bright lights, in front of Counter-Strike's biggest fans. And MOUZ have chosen to take us to Overpass to start. The desk say it's a must-win. Let's find out if they've got it. Overpass, map 1, second quarter final, Krakow, let's go!
We'll temper expectations early. Not only do we have a tech pause, but this is Overpass. It's going to be a slow roll out the gate, so we'll get this one sorted.
And it kind of falls into that similar conversation about the risk of picking a map like this is you start on the unfavored side. You're picking this and you're forced to start on nobody's favorite T-side Overpass.
That comes down to a punish. We discussed this during the Spirit seeding game for G2. That is their biggest win on this map yet. Before it was little knocks against the likes of Rooster and Ents. So this could be G2's second biggest win on Overpass with this constellation of players. As you can see, we've got the admin team out to sort things out with Mr. Heavygod. Want to make sure everyone's comfortable, pressure a big conversation. Desk framing houses at a potential tough time against a G2. I think that's possible, but it's not due to stage fright. They've gotten over that. It's not a concern anymore for MOUZ. It's the big ones. It's the grand finals where this team can go missing.
Yeah, typically the quarterfinals somewhat of a shoe-in for MOUZ. You expect to see them on semi-final Saturday.
Yeah, you're talking about shoe-ins traditionally. They go straight through the groups. Right? No issue, no need to play 2 best-of-3s in the same day. That is the difference maker for MOUZ this time around. It's the first time they haven't glided through the group stage. They had to play those 2 games, and the second against Falcons, both being overtime affairs. They've got that taste of pressure before they've stepped out on the stage.
I see. So already a difference on their path here.
This is icing out the start of this, isn't it? Everyone walks out, they get the jeers of the crowd, they're ready to go, they take their seats, they have their speech, and now you sit in quiet.
Yeah, but this is when the mind can wander. Sometimes it's better to just get straight in.
A new venue for these gentlemen to digest.
Yeah, it's bigger. A sold-out stadium. As these guys put on a show, playing their very favorite game.
All right, fist bumps are in, players back in server. Let's get this one underway, shall we? Both these teams skip bounty for going the warm-up, focus on preparation for a hot start in Krakow. Pistols, G2 throughout stage 1, stage 2. It's a bit more 50-50 for MOUZ. It's in about 35%, and they're heavy over towards B. Heavy God takes a glance. MOUZ flashed in. Now set up for that B pop. Spinks with the molly. Smokes and flashes a boatload of those. As it will just be a 3-man B defense. So they want to take this short control first off of Brolin's flashes. Then they will have that staging area of short. Get a barrels molly in, smoke over towards Heaven, and away you go. They're going to take it silently.
It's all about his jump spot. How many numbers does he get? Here's the commitment. Surprise is tugged. Heavy God loses vision. The flashes, the flames. Could it be too much to handle? Mattis has done well, gets one, dips away. But look at Jimmy pushing through the Molotov. Nothing from him. Brolin and Spinks have given them the advantage. MOUZ needs that clean headshot, and he does provide it. Takes down Brolin, the bomb now down, and erecting a boost could be good. Not going to be able to spot anyone out. That's info now for Spinks. 2 kills deep into the pistol from him. Torji with the reroute.
Yeah, plenty of time. 45 seconds still on the clock. No need to rush this situation for either side. MOUZ need to get that bomb and start the plan.
MOUZ has got another opportunity. Spots out Torji. Short push. Nice from Spinks. A 3rd kill. In form to start off. Anticipates MOUZ's position as well. It's all Spinks. Stunning start. Wow.
Yeah, he's the player in this team that knows what it takes to win. Obviously donning that Vitality jersey once upon a time. Wasn't so happy there, but definitely picked up some silverware. If he can rock up in the quarterfinal, might be able to push them over the line with a bit more ease, but good trade work on the way in. Spinks, some sharp shooting there. This one's massive, alleviates so much pressure, then he can turn the attention towards Heaven while the bomb's going to go down, and then MOUZ has so much to worry about.
Nice lockdown, good job, bro.
And casual with that one, MOUZ. We talk about the T side being a tough start, especially with an arena game, but ooh, they're breaching this, they're going to fight.
Yeah, there's a big brawl coming. 5-7 and MP9 swinging into potentially their demise. He's got an AK, and he's got Brolin in support as well. Mattis is going to be blinded off. Does he have that? Ooh, the tracking not there. Brolin's nailed it. Already this force buy looks to fall flat. Sampaio's already catching flak, and that MAC-10 will finish off the job, chased down by the Galil. Hunter hoping for an overstep here, but they're just going to let that smoke fade, and Tertian will find him eventually. Wow, this has been a flawless second round. Can they keep it that way? Only MOUZ that could put a little blemish on the record. Not going to happen. Fair enough. Clean as you like. And you want to talk about T-side overpass starts? Well, winning the first and second, winning that conversion of your pistol, you're already halfway home.
I think that the fact that was so clean is huge, right? They're not under too much stress. The comms don't have to be chaotic in that moment. The pistol was tough, but this one a whole lot easier. And now you are up against the eco. But picking Overpass, knowing that you're going to start this T side, it's a map where you really get to control the tempo. You have this and you have Inferno. 2 maps that play very, very slow. We do have tech, so not live. 2 of those in the first 2 rounds of play. So 1 before we even got going, but we can expand the conversations. G2, sure they won London last year, but this is a team that has very limited stage experience with the 5-man roster. You've got your Hunters and your Sampaios of the world who have tasted it a little bit more. For Mattis, alongside of Heavy God, those are names that are hoping to become some of the future if you're G2. And both have had great output. Both are very good pieces. And this time the attack is with Torji, so bear with us.
Well, on the topic of Heavy God, I've just found his gameplay very inspiring. He's winning impossible rounds. He seems like a very valuable member of any team. And just consistency, you know, that's typically one of those hard things to have and master. I feel like Heavy God's got it.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to play whatsoever.
But it did sound like there was a very clear crowd favorite when OJ was doing a temperature check.
Was it MOUZ booze?
It sounded like booze. These guys can't catch a break wherever they go.
I don't know what it's going to take.
How about a trophy on Polish soil? That might do some convincing.
All right, looks like things are all sorted out. Back underway we go. And hopefully no more of those. couple of light investments coming into this. A few pistols upgraded, some key pieces of utility. Hunter with a monster smoke lobbed out early. Mattis with a HE and Hunter with a flash. So there's always an idea for G2. The same for MOUZ. Both these teams play very good team Counter-Strike, but we know what MOUZ can offer on the stage. Remember, it's just the grand finals that are the problem. G2 are still learning.
Talking of still learning, both teams with relatively new captaincies. Roland and Hunter both developing that skill live before our eyes, and it does look like Spinks could be padding some stats here.
Exertion saying they're choking already.
Oh, how many's he got? Just the double? Jimmy and Xertion sweep the rest under the rug.
Okay, we need to reflect upon the match the other day against Spirit for G2. MOUZ was the fire starter, right? He was very aggressive, taking fights in connector, aggressive towards A. He has the support of Simpias. Heavy got to be dealing with Monster. You're going to have Mattis dealing with Short, and then yet rotating in-game leader of Hunter between the sides. But they need to get going and early. So they don't have any fight in them. Vitality awaits in that semi-final. Hunter. Oh, there we go again. I heard the type in. And third time's the charm, they say.
One more time.
This is not what you want if you're G2. You really want to start getting stuck in. And the fact there's been so stop-start. So this is with Torji. The headset is off. We won't talk about what the buys were starting to reflect. We'll make sure we hold on to that information, as we do have a mic problem with Torji. We need to get that sorted. Communicating with your team in Counter-Strike. I've been playing a lot of pugs lately. Not something you all do, but something that is very important to winning a game. So if we could all just, you know, start talking to one another.
Certainly a good start. See, I have no trouble with the talking. It's the shooting I struggle with.
Well, I struggle with both, but...
okay.
Yeah. A lot of limited data to go off in this one between the two teams. Now, not only to start the year, both skipping Bouncy, but the head-to-head. We have these matches in playoffs that we were constantly seeing throughout 2025. This one we only caught once with these two rosters. And you were talking about, yeah, the short tenure of Brolin as an in-game leader. Well, it's been a year now, right? It was literally this event, the IEM Winter Championship back in Katowice, where the change was made, right? They had a bad start to the year. Shui goes out. They wanted to bring in Spinks. They had to use one of their academy players, Zelex. They have a terrible placement there. But from that point, with these 5 players in the server, it's been a pretty damn good run from MOUZ. They were the most consistent team outside of Vitality in 2025, right? Making playoffs of every event that they attended. Most of the time, especially in the format offered up at IEM events, going straight through, whether that be the quarter or the semi, but having no issues having to play 2 best-of-3s in a day. So it's 14 events, 5 grand finals, 1 trophy that was at Cluj, 7 top 4 placements, and 2 5th to 8ths.
Well, that's consistency in another way.
So this roster, we know that they can definitely deliver deep runs. They play class Counter-Strike. It's a very solid set of players. For whatever reason, they don't seem to resonate with the audience. G2 have that highlight of London we previously mentioned, and outside of that, well, not a lot.
No, it's been a long time between drinks for G2.
I think it's one of those scenarios where maybe it came a bit early. That was the potential of the team that we got to sight in that moment, being the first to beat Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final. That's something to take with you, to know that there is the chance that this team can deliver. There's some really strong pieces on G2 as well.
And, you know, this is just the first step, only having to overcome the big bad waiting in those semi-finals, awaiting the victor.
Yeah, that's the big issue for MOUZ.
Yeah.
Got some more numbers to throw your way.
I love them. What have you got?
It was a 2-9 losing record in series throughout 2025 for MOUZ versus Vitality. It flipped in the second season. It's 2-2 if you look at the second season.
Oh, I think they prefer, and I prefer that framing. Okay.
And you go to Cologne, MOUZ beat Vitality in the semi-final there. That's a massive win. So I think the winds of change are definitely in play. But when you look at that record, team versus team, it's 31 maps played, 22 lost maps, only 9 won.
If it isn't a win, it's a lesson.
Well, they've been doing an awful lot of learning. This is where you want to see an attitude era start to develop for MOUZ. So I'm going to test his microphone now. Hope everything is working. And we are back live again. Hold your breath. We're not making any promises around here, but freeze time's starting to tick down, so we can get this one underway. Rifle round number 1. Had the pistol, came down to a 2v2. 4 spy, nothing for G2. The eco, a few ideas, but still nothing to note. And now we get into the gun rounds where Sampayas and Torji both bring out the AWPs. Starting the all-pump B with the boost, trying to catch that short control from Spinks. Very reserved early. First wave from MOUZ, they block bathrooms, they throw a divider, but they are doing a second wave. That's just been deployed now and landed. MOUZ has called the rotation back over. Sampayas will join him, and in tow will be Hunter. So not being risky at all, MOUZ. They don't want to give over an opening pick to an aggressive MOUZ.
Does look like a test is coming. MOUZ and Sampayas' setup way.
And they've got all the map control they'd like. The only thing to add extra for MOUZ right now would be short control. Now you need to start working on bathrooms, and well, they've just grabbed long. This is looking very likely to be an A finish. MOUZ is searching. Can he disrupt this?
Oh, he certainly found the fight he wanted. No trade as well. Manages to dip away on that low HP. Sampayas on high alert. Brolin was tugged with the bomb there, hoping for an overextension from his rival Orpa. Torji throwing out the nades. Sampayas hoping to catch him on the punish. Neither of them connects the initial shot. It's Spinks that will finish off the job. Pulls them level with 15 seconds, and Mattis, golden opportunity on this flank. He takes his time, finds the headshot. Awkward for MOUZ. Just Torji and Spinks, and there's just simply no time. They're not going for it. Backing away, G2's first opportunity on the guns, and it will be theirs.
Need to hold on to this one. Mattis goes down to Spinks there. Finances are going to be a problem for the CT. Sure, that's their round, but the fact they lose 3 players, drops are going to be a little bit more difficult right now. Hunter and Heavy God can drop some guns across, but someone will be operating with a little bit lighter. And considering MOUZ just found you the opener, you don't want him on an MP9, but I've got bad news for G2 fans. So MOUZ causes the chaos, a little bit scattered because of the clock from MOUZ. Mattis with the knockout blow on the flank. Zershin goes down. So MOUZ will actually be into a FAMAS. Still not the best weapon for the job, but better than the MP9 he had previously equipped. Both orbs out again, short aggression this time.
Seems like a clear game plan, doesn't it? G2 wanting to fight for this territory early. Throw on that second round. Oh, nade break! Opportunity squandered! Sampayas set up to succeed and doesn't. Important. Heavy got aggressive. Look how far he's pushed up the monster pipe. Finds Brolan to give them that man advantage, and Torji even spotting out an opportunity onto MOUZ long. Exertion trying to punish that gap. Starts to accelerate as well.
MOUZ needs this.
Yeah, but it's going to be a weird fight. Torji's ready for it. Oh, the FAMAS does connect.
Zershin's close already.
Yeah, there is a way he can turn this on its head, but it's going to require some mechanical brilliance.
They're aware of this, and I think MOUZ just heard him bomb down very deep. Jimmy and Zershin need to fight their way out of this. There's no way to get the bomb. It needs to be frags.
Well, G2 give them opportunities. Looks like MOUZ will. Strafing on out the double peak. Left and right, and good night. That's clean.
Massive push there by Heavy God. Very impactful. Throws the round into disarray, and then some sharp shots from Mattis. That's what you need out of G2. We know these players can shoot. That's not the conversation. It's feeling more comfortable in this environment. They play class Counter-Strike. These are the type of shots that you would love to see Sampayas hitting on a consistent basis. Right, here's a supportive Orpa. He throws a lot of util, but we know in the big stage matches, remember him in an Ends jersey, he is a beast. And that from Mattis is massive as Heavy God lets out a roar. Tactical timeout called. Cyclone on the mic.
If I kill him, we win.
And Torji knew how important that fight against MOUZ would have been. Cyclone wanting to get on with a quick chit chat before they run out of finances. They already have 3 on the T side. If they're able to get 4 or 5, they know that the money is still right where they want it for G2. So this is a very important round up next. G2 win this, we're all tied up, but then it will have to be MOUZ going into an eco, and that loss bonus starting to build. So how can they insert themselves into a bomb site to get that down, to keep more buys flowing, keep the threats, keep G2 on high alert? No AWP for Sampayas.
Does look like MOUZ is going to be in a more aggressive stance, and he's beaten the timing on the torch.
He mollied out.
While he arrives, he slips off. Forced wide, MOUZ is in trouble, but a missed shot. He gets away with his life once more.
Supportive flash there, good team play. Senpai's making sure that's a possibility to get out, but MOUZ is very low, down to 32 points of health, and he hasn't even seen anybody just yet. So it's going to feel like a bit more pressure for Jimmy. If Spinks doesn't have short water control, he has to worry about it a little bit more as he goes through the motions.
Seems a test for Heavy God imminent. On the fade of the smoke, Torchy's going to be hoping to catch some exposed toes.
Hunter's not with them right now either.
Reblocked.
So we're going to come down to the timing of these flashes. Are they anti? Do they get caught?
The infamous nose flash. Heavy God is going to be eating that. Yep, gets vision back. Sprays him. Oh, I was going to say both down. His Matt is good for it, but now eats the flashbang of his own. Still gets vision in time. Puts down another. He's hitting every damn shot. 3 kills from Mattis. And sending Torchy tail between his legs for the orb save.
Yeah, this kid's class, right? He's got some damn good aim. He also very good with the decision making. Maybe a newer name for most, but I think people definitely noted his performances when he was wearing that Fnatic jersey, and his aim is sharp. So shuts them down together. A little bit sketchy there for Heavy God, but he did his job. Slows them in the choke point. Mattis then activates. Rotation comes in, and now Torchy looking to hold on to this AWP. Don't think they're going to get to him in time, and this MOUZ starts flying up, and
he is having a look.
He's going to run out of time on this one.
2, 1. Torchy survives.
Okay, so there's still a weapon into the next. The bomb doesn't go down. It's 2,900 losses, but a big smile on the face of Mattis right there.
Turn is so perfect. Fair play to Heavy God, and then Mattis with a cleanup crew.
This is what we're talking about when Heavy God's in the server, the understanding of the situations he needs to play and the output that he's able to provide. JL saying that he feels that a player like Heavy God breaks the meta of the positions he plays, always with an answer. So the hot hand for Mattis is the money is broken, but this AWP threat a problem. Now, if they don't save this again into the next, the AWP will be limited for MOUZ.
There's a chance he gets the fight here. This is the first round MOUZ has decided to start Con, and he swings one out. Flash for success. Hunter aids MOUZ in a double kill to start things off, and that AWP is gone.
Team play is singing right now for G2, and that is key. Shows that they're not feeling the nerves, the comms aren't chaotic, they're playing off of each other, the ideas are there. This is really nice signs early for G2.
And now you get the info on Exertion's position. No reason to give him the fight he so desperately wants. Brolin has managed to at least retrieve that sniper from Torchy's corpse.
Yeah, the mission changes a bit right now. MOUZ, how many kills can you get? And G2, how clean can you keep it? Start building that bank. You know this is the saved AWP with the eco. Deal with this one. There's a few casualties as possible.
Oh, you be back, and ooh, an AWP does sound off on long side. MOUZ lucky to get away with that.
It's a wrap so far in Krakow for G2. 14 maps in total. This is number 15. Stage 1, Stage 2, now the playoffs. Hearing that.
Hoping you hunt for that, and oh, the timing from Mattis is insane. He was just looking at it. Spinks turns away, Mattis feasts on 2, and it's 5 alive for G2.
All right, beautiful. They even get the AWP. Mattis will pick that up, he'll throw it over to Senpai's, and they'll keep that one flowing. Now, there will not be a Torchy AWP. The finances weren't there on his teammates, and because he didn't get any loss bonus, he'll be having to operate with something a whole lot lighter, but this is beautiful. This is the Counter-Strike that you love. It's not a dry swing. It's not just a player running in YOLO. This is teamwork. And you can see this from Torchy's POV. So blind, white screen, then dead. The saved AWP gets nothing. So that one's going to start breeding some frustrations. But remember, 3 rounds T-side overpass already because of the pistol with conversions. This is Aggie.
Hyper aggressive.
I know they're not against an AWP, so they can take these liberties.
Yeah, Torchy, yeah, he was unprepared for that. There's no way you're expecting to see 2 CTs in the playground.
I might just force your hand to look into a pick for B.
Spinks will start searching. He's so proficient at these kind of duels. And that's the fight he's waiting for. Mattis loses his head. Heavy God got a lot of work to do considering the block smoke hasn't thrown it out yet. Now getting run down. Spinks is going to sprint in. He's not ready. Brolin's found him. They're into the site.
Needed that, can't hit the shot. Hunter just the one. MOUZ have seized control of the bomb site, now losing another. Sampai's ball to a crisp. MOUZ, however, he pushes through, makes a 1v3 look a little more manageable.
This is still very tough. Has to wait for the smoke to fade. Has a kit, has a smoke of his own. If they don't play the bomb and he can get into the side, he does have an opportunity now. Spinks will stay at the pillar.
Starts his investigations. Not being given anything. Audible to Spinks. Set to collect now. That smoke on the bomb, looking to force the fight. He gets what he's looking for, but now that 18 HP, 5-second defuse. How would it possibly go wrong? Exertion's not letting that go. You were saying 3's pretty good. How about 4?
Problem, again, and we had the same thing happen for G2 in one of their earlier rounds, but for MOUZ, they lost everybody. Exertion goes down with the ship in that situation, so the literal high end is 3.9k. That is going to make this next rifle round very, very difficult.
So yeah, you feel like you lost even though you won.
That's why Cycron's taking this timeout. They need to work out what type of a round that they're able to piece together. There will have to be omissions, right? You're not going to be able to go firepower heavy. Your players with 3.9, they can go AK flash. But do you want Galil with full util? You know it's very difficult to take map control without it. So looking like they are going to go Galil heavy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's going to be up against a bells and whistles fully bought up G2.
Yeah, so it could have been a whole lot worse for G2. And they do get this opportunity now as we are getting play back underway.
What's the opening move? Sampai's had a little look towards the fountain and
he has to hit one.
He's going to have to hit this shot. Jiggled out, hits the leg shot. Roland walking with a limp. Jimmy again. Oh, the flash play works out. Different player, same result for MOUZ.
Needs a way out, needs to try and par that short here. The support from his teammates is great, but surging towards long immediately is Exertion, trying to buy them another way out. They were great with their response last round. They knew that Hunter was aggressive with MOUZ, and they just took their time going for B, knowing the rotations in, knowing that Mattis and Heavy Gold would be left on a bit of an island. MOUZ staying in connected does limit the opportunities of MOUZ to rotate easily, right? That's a key fight to be winning out consistently. It might not seem like much, okay, they get the opening kill, but it means that you're not able to transition as easily as you would hope for. And he will be able to bail out now, so he can reset the round. Limited util over towards this B bomb site. It's just MOUZ with a flash. Heavy God has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, we've seen Heavy God handle these flashbangs before. Mattis as well with a supportive one to try and get some answers. He'll swing on out. Spots nothing. A confirmation of presence. Spinks on the walk.
Have to come down.
Flash, he's surely dead. How's he managed to do some damage? Spinks does find an equalizing frag. It's MOUZ, however, ready to receive. Mattis will swing off as well, and it is just going to be a feast for G2. Comfortable frags for MOUZ. Sprays them down. Exertion's whereabouts now noted.
20 seconds left, that bomb on the other side of Monster, and do you really want to save this Galil? Try and grab that rifle if you can and give yourself something better going into the next. They are having a look, trying to hunt him down. It looks like Exertion will be getting away with this. So another round with the rifle saved, but still financial issues. 5-4. MOUZ will be happy with this half, right? The biggest issue they have is losing momentum. But the flash work and team play from G2, it's stunning so far. This is Team CS that you want to see, and then with a nice little flare on top of some good aim-based moments. But again, you see the alley-oop. Thank you very much, MOUZ.
And this is that multi-kill to secure the round from MOUZ. Very composed.
He's doing exactly what he did against Spirit, right? He was aggressive, he was taking fights, finding a lot of openings. And this is a terrible type of round to have to save in. Put the Molotov here for Sampai's. This is also a similar scenario as to what Spirit found themselves in, right? On their T half, they kept saving an AWP and an AK. So they're like, well, we'll just keep buying behind this. And you never really got to play out an awful lot of gun rounds. I think the padding, though, puts MOUZ in a stronger position. We haven't seen them play this map in their Krakow run. Last time was back at the Major in Budapest. They've only played 4 maps, so this one we can add to the mix as their 5th. In terms of different maps so far. How much value can they get out of this saved gun?
MOUZ in his forward position, just facilitated by Sampaio' util. Might catch Brolin on the exit, does so. Nice find now, looking to run him down. Just Deagles though. That rifle doesn't need to find the opening because Jimmy's just got a double. Deagle entry, okay Jimmy, now the bomb can be planted. Now there's an opportunity for more. Not just a couple of kills, how about a round? Golden opportunity here. Can't let this one go to waste. Torji, oh, he's missed the shot. Hunter doesn't, nails the headshot, knows Exertion's long side. Heavy God on this flank has got a lot of work to do. Spinks has got his nades out, and it's a free frag onto Jimmy. Spinks and Exertion still alive, still kicking, that clock is ticking. He's walking straight into it. Oh, Spinks manages it perfectly. Mattis in the clutch. What's your play? What's your move? There's no way you stick it. He's gonna go down to Spinks. MOUZ steal away around, and it's the Jimmy double D to start.
Yeah, that's tasty, isn't it? It can show you just how fickle these setups are. You're giving them the space, and that's what you want to do against the Pistols, right? You don't want to be pressing up, taking the fights, giving opening kills, giving them the map to work. They get the first frag again. That's opening number 4 for MOUZ, but this is it from Jimmy. Massive on Sampaio. The AWP goes down the second he has poise because the teammates made the space, and this is a tough retake. Matt is trying every trick in the book there to see if he could just try and steal this one from under their nose, but they lose this. They might even lose the half. 7-5 MOUZ. They're in a strong position right now as the money dwindles.
No surprises, Spinks is short. Gets past the boost. Anticipating the flash, he is just so dialed in. He's already beaten out Mattis in this 1v1, pillar to short before.
Fine margins for MOUZ. He's in under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, he's going to be sandwiched in. He hears the long players. Party occupied. He is surrounded, and yeah, he's going to get blindsided. Exertion catches him staring at the bricks. And Sampaio's reaction is to actually fight forward.
Had a lot of misses so far. This will have to be his moment if they want to salvage this round.
Salvage this half. MOUZ making a strong case. How do you handle this? Sampaio is going to have a lot of work to do. Some combat AWPing required of Sampaio, but again, back turned. Majority of MOUZ's frags, their opponent's not even looking at him.
Yeah, didn't have a good read of the situation right there, G2. Sampaio is actually late with the flash for MOUZ, and that's because he is throwing a monster smoke at the same time. So he's throwing the monster smoke to help that B defense, trying to do too much. MOUZ needs support. The flash is late. MOUZ is in between 2 fights, and they're looking to save an MP9 alongside of this M4. This is going to be miserable for round number 12 coming up next. Because of the streak of rounds, never really building any loss bonus, and that's fortunate, but it is going to be a real scrap right now for them just to walk away with 6-6 to be tied up at the half. This is MOUZ with a pistol. Big 4K thanks to Spinks. And then the Jimmy double dig, that's the backbreaker. That'll be bookending this half. And that's going to make a big difference. We got Dust2 coming up next. Mirage is the third and decider if we need to get there. I think fortunately for G2, Dust2 has been a little bit of a weakness for MOUZ. They've moved to banning an Uber since its return to the pool. This team stung the hardest by the removal of Train, and too easy for Exertion. Just those steps baited in. MOUZ having to worry about an awful lot. And good trade work from Jimmy. Sampaio, you know, when we have seen him have chances for shots, it's been tough, and that situation didn't even get a moment. Right now, it's just going to be Deagle, 2 MP9s, the M4, and a 5.7. Need something special here, G2. We're saying there's no superstars in these teams, but this is where someone might need to stand up and be counted. Mattis has had a couple of moments, 11 and 6. MOUZ 12 and 7. Can you really keep trying this trick over towards Connector? Deagle up close. Good luck, MOUZ.
They're going to give it a try. Jimmy this time tucked. Doesn't stop MOUZ from hitting a bullet.
Oh!
Ooh, yep, he's nailed it.
Okay, you can scale A though. He's sandwiched.
Got him, surely. Oh! The MOUZ dig gets 2. And a third from MOUZ! Just what
G2 needed.
That's the aim on display.
And that's an individual stepping up. Unbelievable haul.
Hank's got the Tauron making some noise, but it's a 2v5. Torji and Spinks, as we caught this in the replay. Nade's no good, bounces back his way, but the bullet is perfect, straight between the eyes. Lobotomizer. Well, A is open. There's a bit of a gap right now. This runway, it's still going to be tough. Spinks and Torji, can they clutch this one up?
Surely not. Not the 2v5. Not with this little time left. Torji just hearing one bank, worried about close-up sight. Spinks finding some pious. 9 seconds. He knows he's got a plant. Now sound heard. Hunter, do you want to play to stop this plant? Mattis is thinking about the same. Covering fire from Spinks. He's doing damage. Getting weird now. It's all up for debate. A 7 HP clutch.
Poke for the bomb.
Surely not. Heavy-God can just run at him. The pistol, the MP9, it's the perfect weapon. Okay, a little bit of something for G2 to hold on to. They got MOUZ to thank. It's 6-6, but that's T-side overpass. Pistol gonna be necessary. First map of this quarterfinal delivers.
couple of stunning deagle shots has enabled G2 to end the half 6-6. MOUZ feasting good with a T-side pistol on their map pick of Overpass.
Yeah, you mentioned deagles. Jimmy had a couple too. That backbreaker late could have been the difference maker, but G2 with a recovery. 6-6, it doesn't feel like the bar, but with a pistol, they can put themselves in the lead. Mattis and MOUZ delivering. The T-half is going to get a whole lot harder. You're going to get past this Torji exertion A defense.
Oh, Jimmy's B defense looking pretty solid too. Nails the initial headshot. Heavy God watching from the sidelines for round 13, and already G2 have to operate at this disadvantage.
6-6 half and both pistols.
That would be the recipe for success.
Really up against it, G2. This one is going to be a character build-up.
That's one way to frame it.
They've got the staging area. Mattis trying to get them some room. If he could draw one back and turn it into a 4v4.
Sounds like that's his plan, and he has got the head-to-head duel with Torji.
Torji's just going to back off. So currently 3-man A stance. Very limited answers over towards this side of the map. And the other thing they've noted is, hey, we've been pushed back from an offensive line.
And speaking of line, Spinks is on it for this next fight. Steps heard, forces out some block util.
Time's going to be the issue right now. If they're trying to get tricky, show the bomb and rotate, this is going to be so tough, and they've lost another.
They lost Mattis, a clean headshot. Now what? You're just going to run into the dual Berettas and hope that first bullet out of MOUZ or Sampaio' pistol hits. Jimmy hasn't. Second time's the charm, though. He's nailed it on the cross. They can't even get across. MOUZ lock them down, both pistols on their map pick.
Yeah, trying to get a bit tricky with it there was G2, trying to string them out in that 4v5 situation, show themselves over towards A. If they see the ball, maybe they'll over-rotate. That's going to open the avenue for the players to sneak in towards the B side. When you're hitting a couple of crisp ones, it's good to see MOUZ in this form. It's one of the keys throughout their group stage run that you have to admire. Sure, they lost to Aurora, but big wins over FaZe, that was dominant, and then one that has given them the taste of pressure before the stage. 2 over Falcons, overtime affairs, absolute barn burner of a series. Glock Eco for G2, this one will be a farm fest. Sketchy.
Yeah, not as efficient as you would have liked. Torji, however, more than 4 kills with the MP9, the better for the AWPA. Ronan wants a lick. Torji playing for his 4th. Heavy God kicking up a fuss. Denies the quad kill.
Okay, well, Brolin is going to be able to pick up that M4 from Exertion's corpse. They should be able to get out this Torji AWP. He'll just have some questions regarding glass cannon or not. And no AWP available because of the buy pattern decided upon by G2. Again, Sampaio has had a couple of moments. He was the highest rated player from stage 2, but overall Mattis has been with stage 1, stage 2 combined. He needs Sampaio in some form with the AWP, and he was missing too many shots in that first half. Nice nade damage done, but unconfirmed. Hunter looking to take some space. They'll volley back balloons and getting cheeky with a boost right now, seeing if they can find on the scale.
Oh, Sampaio, his game's just gone from bad to worse. An opening death that he can't really explain.
And this was the way to start getting back into the game for G2. If MOUZ go 3-0 again, and next to be a partial.
And Hunter's just fallen to Spinks, goes running into the crosshairs.
Seems obvious now, doesn't it? So this one not with too much pep for G2. We knew with Overpass it was going to be a slow roll at points, and this is one of those scenarios, especially when those kills are coming in one by one.
Exertion and Jimmy's bomb site, they're just going to be walking on in. Mattis is ahead of the timing. They're going to be caught out with nades in their hands. That's one hell of an entry. Heavy God has opened up the site as well.
Bomb should be planted, heaven occupied. MOUZ relays that information, gets away from the opening shot. Mattis beneath. Potentially overlooked, the flashbang and orb as well. Torji turns, Mattis, they hit them both! Wow, one hell of a turnaround there. Some Pius, no Hunter, no problem.
I've done very well there, that setup. Spinks is clearing out A throughout all of that. She'll have Torji and Exertion over towards the side. The two B defenders, they just get pipped on the timing, so both teams being able to pull off a little move like that on their T-halves.
They're just juggling nades, they have no idea. The whole squad's just rocking up to their bomb site through short.
Yeah, but no issues with any wobbles regarding the aim for the G2 players, besides Sampaius, right? Everybody else has been looking relatively sharp there, so some very important shots. They will get back, and that's a 3v5. MOUZ is going to feel like that should have been there around every day of the week. And they're going to be tough in this buy department. Spinks will be able to drop one. Jimmy can buy himself. So two players are going to be lighter on. It's 5-7 or SMG territory. And this is the cheeky boost used early. So Torji on the head. Opening kill comes in. And yeah, I think that's why you see Hunter surging into toilets, thinking he has a gap that he's able to work with. But very important, right? Heavy God playing that last piece, covering. Brolin tries to play forward, offers himself up, and then MOUZ with a banger. There is no way in.
Yeah, that's going to be the first real test for MOUZ on this CT side. You don't get everything you want. 3v5. Maybe there is more to be said about this second half than I thought.
They can break the money here and then they can take the lead. They're just going to get past this.
If by this you mean Spinks with an AK-47, I wouldn't say it's a guarantee.
This will be tough. Oh, there you go.
Shot.
There's a Sampaius shot.
Just a couple of pixels of Torji's hair. That's all he needs. Spinks gets nothing either.
You might be considering the save right now. I understand it's not a lot. It's just a pistol, an MP9, and that M4. But with both going down with ease, you know that you're going to be rotating into a lost site. Now the util starts to get laden, and there would just be no way in. You have to thrive in chaos with these type of weapons. So hold on to this to give yourself at least something, because next round will need to be the eco. So Spinks has been having a game, 18-7 at this point. Second man to go down, but it's a great opening kill there from Sampaius.
Yes, in an orthodox fight, you rarely see Orpers clash on that line. We'll see it again.
This is his first opening kill of the map so far, and it's a key one, right? Because this is the type of round that if you lose, you're back down in squalor. MOUZ going to start running away with a bit of momentum. So that is a massive fight to find. As the Mattis likes that one. This Spinks, Torji, hey duo falls. They're going to keep all five alive off the back of that. So this Tango war on Overpass will continue. So you don't know what the other three handle. You know it has to be relatively limited. You're going to assume there's probably an M4 in the mix. And as far as AWP is concerned, that's not going to be a worry.
How does that change your approach?
Well, they could go for the same type of play over towards A. Play heavy through long. Once you get that staging area, you can set up a very strong execute on towards the site. I feel like if you're going towards B and connector, you're going to be playing more up close and personal. Oh, missed smoke. That's got a massive gap, so they're going to be able to scale quicker than MOUZ are ready for.
Just a couple of pistols on the other side of things. Nice reaction from Sampaius, quite quick to it. Again with a kill onto Torji, no less. Setup still looks potent. That's Spinks, yep, nice in combination with Brolin. Catches Hunter in between the two of them.
Eyes on Jimmy.
Oh yeah, if he catches the bomb carrier as well. Look, Sampaius is looking the wrong way. Covered for now, but a timing onto his teammates. That's big from Jimmy. Anticipates the swing, a 1-2-3. Both peek in, MOUZ finds it.
It's the M4 dealt with. Now they don't know exactly what lies on the other side, but things have gotten a whole lot easier. Sampaius, low on HP, but Spinks continues to move. He's got some real confidence. He's locked the door. There's no rotation back. Sampaius holding this, but Spinks, wise man playing to contain. They do get into A. He can also activate and find one of these dropped rifles.
Brolin's stuck around as well.
If he gets another, real problems. 40 seconds now.
You just wouldn't expect it. Oh, nice adjustment. Important frag. Brolin's gone.
Now Spinks
now
activates.
He starts to move. You haven't got time to hold the flank. Sampaius is going to have to give this up, and Spinks is just going to pip that timing. With 25 seconds, Exertion's forward position, he's hoping to be overlooked. How diligent will MOUZ's clears be? So good, ready for the headshot. Spinks last piece and MOUZ secures.
All right, that is a stressful moment. It's a lighter bar, you know it should be a gimme, and it turns itself into a 3v3, so that's a tough one to get past, but G2, they take the lead.
Especially considering that first pistol bullet did find some Pius's head. He does well to pull down onto Torji.
So 2 rounds in a row with openers. Now this is the easy one, right? He's even worried about that boost coming into play again. Not this time, and this time there will be no Torji AWP.
Logically sound the setup as well between Spinks and Brolan. One gets spotted, tucks in, the other reacts.
This is coming together nicely now for G2. They don't know it, but no orb that they have to deal with.
Ooh, they Molotov'd it. Completely nullifies the boost and enables some Pius to adopt a very aggressive forward line into the site.
Heavy God's watching this.
He is holding for this exact maneuver. He knows what they're up to. The flash comes through, perfectly timed on the uncrouch of Exertion. Oh, the spam actually wards them away. They can't stick and weather that spray.
Under a lot of pressure, this B site after that spam, and Sapphire still has this line. He's making sure they can't transition between Monster and the site. So this has made the B execute a little bit easier. Nice nade, more damage done.
Some Pius will finish off the job onto 1. Opening kill provided. He's having a half. A non-issue on the first half of play.
Spinks is making another move.
Pius peeked by Brolan. Audacious to be peeking into the sniper, but the Swede finds the equalizer. 43 and blocked on Monster for 20.
You go back towards A, there's so many questions, right? MOUZ has cleared at least front bathroom. Spinks being pushed forward. They know that this timing is always going to be open, but do you want to go into the stack or do you want to try and reroute? It'll come down to the timing. 30 seconds. Making their way up con. Hunter leading the way. Heavy got behind him. Mattis just throwing U2 on B. He'll be the last piece of this.
Spinks is once again looking like he could have backs turned and profit greatly. Mattis going down. Spinks to adjust the duel. He can't win. Important from Heavy God. Puts us into a 3-on-3. Bomb will be planted. An uncomfortable retake for MOUZ.
They really want to go for this right now. No kit in play on the 3 of these, and another nade. This time softening up Torji.
Oh, it feels like Heavy God isn't favored in this duel. Maybe the off angle catches Brolan. Ooh, he adjusts. Important kill. 2 nades. MOUZ knows where the rest of them coming from. Hunter wants to take a fight. Try and find the equalizer. Now he's been spotted. MOUZ can't do anything. Hunter in the clutch. Brolan not ready for his position. The first is found, but Jimmy's ready for the swing. Important conversion of the 3v3. Retake MOUZ could be happy with. And only the 1 kill, but Spinks, he gets the info, enables the early rotate. More impact from Spinks.
There's labeled on that trade as well. Heavy God's low, then it makes it a whole lot easier for Brolan coming out of connector. So this is it, the timing. And I said you're going to have to worry about a lot. In fact, he's able to do so much damage. You just see here, Heavy God brought down to 22. Brolan comes out, crosshair not in the right place, still able to adjust because of the low HP. MOUZ thinks he needs to win out a fight because they're under pressure from both sides. Steps forward, doesn't play the time, and time could have been on their side. They didn't know it, but there was no kit in play between those 3. So we're all tied up again, 9-9, but MOUZ are being made to work for this. They want to pick up their map choice and book yet another semi-final against Vitality. They're doing the World Tour, Austin, Cologne, London, Chengdu. Now, hoping to do the same here in Krakow. And this is just map number 1. Both teams with 1900 loss going into the next. Going to be in a tough position down the stretch, whoever loses this one. Finances low on both sides and starting heavy towards A this time with the defense.
Aggression from Spinks. Looks like MOUZ is in trouble. Yeah, he's got a head-to-head, he can't win. Spinks brings aggression into the mix, round 19.
He's having a great game.
And Mattis has gotten away with this once. Surely not again! How has Heavy got adjusted? 2 heads roll, hiding in the smoke. They'll find him. Exertion gets brought down low. How's he still alive? They're spamming every bullet. Oh. Exertion still gets 2! What is that? Spinks sidelined. Important kill from Hunter. Still not a guarantee. Torji on the site, but no commitment. Reveals his position, shooting corpses.
Only the rotation. He's going to go through this.
Ooh.
Now it's all about the fakery. Does he think they're really rotating back towards A? Torji looks like he's going to be in the right place. He can win this.
Following his gut instinct. Considers the potential of the flank, Sampayas and Hunter. You've talked about how important this round is. Torji wants to equalize. He finds the head-to-head, removes Hunter. Sampayas, a high-pressure clutch. G2 need this now. Smoke break, puts him low. Torji can win this. Damage exchange, puts him on half health. Still the pressure to block. Jumps. It's massive from Torji. Outrageous. Doesn't give him a moment to breathe, a moment to plant. Constantly pesters and isolates the 1v2.
That is a huge round there from Torji. But really, for me, it's this exertion double. It's the Heavy God double first. We'll catch that from his POV. The flick into the second, that transfer is huge. And then in the smoke over towards Monster, Sampayas with exertion. They knew that the players were in there, they were spamming the Glocks, they were even doing team damage. And exertion comes out and still gets the double. That's what keeps this round alive. Without exertion pulling that off, which looks so unlikely considering the circumstances, Torji is able to pull it together.
I thought he was a dead man.
Well, I think they thought he was stuck behind, going to be later on that rotation, right? They drop that molly, they scale into the side. I think they have the timing on him. And then offering him up the 1v1s, Sampayas, he knows that's a miserable spot to be in. He's been doing a good job in this second half finding opening picks. But left in the 1v1, the AWP up against that rifle was never going to be easy. Both teams still. It's tough around the edges of this bite. Torji did pick up that AWP. Still 4 rifles and Tech 9 for Hunter. P7 for Jimmy.
And Spinks once again facilitated with aggression. Head to head. Heavy God versus exertion looks good for the CT side. No, held on. Heavy God getting away with just a scrap of health. Big one back as well. Mattis brings the fight. Double available. He just takes another head. Spinks unprepared.
They really now need to hit the brakes and gather themselves. And unless the call has been made just to hit that W key, Heavy God spots this, damage done, they know where Brolin is, but the Orb's still in play. How do they get past Torji? This needs to be a collective effort.
Yeah, but Orbs can do magical things in this position. A missed shot, all it takes to open up the A site.
Brolin might be heading for the hills right now. Remember that loss bonus situation in the last round was 1,900 for either. Now it's just 1,400 for MOUZ, and it was only Torji staying alive.
Fair play to Mattis. It's just these impactful multi-kills.
Yeah, the bravery to run through that smoke as well, right? Heavy God playing on the cusp. He wins up the duel. Exertion hero in the last, this time giving up that opener right there. Then Mattis just launches through, knowing that the trade potential is against Heavy God. Comes through the smoke. It's a labored spray, sure, but turning around and finding another frag. Winning this round with that double.
So Heavy God narrowly wins that first duel.
Yeah, this is it, straight through the smoke.
Action.
The spurts of aggression there from Mattis. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the output of Spinks right now. MOUZ is up there as well. And this is just going to be so stressful down the stretch. This is forced by territory because of the 1,400 loss. You have to go all in on this. So who's going to take the AK? Do you give it to Spinks, who's got the hot hand right now? Torji can bring in the Scout. Brolin with the FAMAS. That's going to be pistol upgrade for Jimmy, and exertion in with the MP9. So they made the best of the bad situation. But will there be a pace change? This would be a good time for it from G2. They've missed that smoke again.
Yeah, it's not landing. Maybe that's exactly what he wanted, a head-to-head duel, but MOUZ happy to take it.
That's the gun. That's what Brolin saved. That's already removed immediately from the play. An opening kill, Spinks goes down.
Tantalizing for G2 to take the lead. If they can convert.
Not only that, it has to be MOUZ eco into the next.
Oh, perfect placement of that scout bullet right between the eyes of MOUZ.
Gotta keep moving. There is Torji. So MOUZ down. 4v4 settles in, and grouping now over towards B. As the last block smoke used towards Monster, it's just flashes and HE left as now they start to search short.
Just in time as well. Obscured by the smoke. Close angles. Oh, audible. They know where exertion is. It catches him off guard. He was not prepared. They collapse. Just that scout now from Torji. That's all they have to get past, and the diligence to throw the Molotov. Path of least resistance secured for that 11th.
Good poise right there. Looks like they're going to head for the hills and see if they can find that AK that was over towards Party. This will be another upgrade, so it is going to soften up. But do you start to hunt, right, G2? Do you really want to let the dogs off the leash and see if you can take these guns away? You don't have the finances of your own, so that would be a risk to take. They're investigating. Are they able to find these upgrades? There's one for Brolin. And there's one for Torji. This is going to put them in a much better position than they would have been. Board not wiped. 11 to 10. And remember G2's record on this map. It's been a punish pick against them throughout the iteration of this roster.
We've heard analyst desks. We've even heard you discuss that over time, that map that keeps getting picked against you, you do get more reps on it. Maybe G2 are starting to feel a bit more at home on Overpass after all.
And you can't be missing smokes like this, right? That is twice now we've seen it for MOUZ just go missing, and that's a key, especially when you're sending your rifle up for a duel. It's a 3-7 record, 10 games played, only 3 wins, 7 losses, and their biggest in that seeding match against Spirit. It's a B-rush. This is the knockout blow. They want number 12.
Yeah, running into what? An unarmored USP. Just one rifle at the back of the sight. It's Brolin, and he only gets the one. Insufficient. Massive spray from MOUZ. Wins the round in one magazine of the MP7.
And that was always going to be the state of the nation right there.
I mean, you've got to try. Brolin still gets himself the one, but he needed a whole lot more. So up to 12. With Dust 2 up next. I felt like a 6-round T side was setting the bar too high for G2.
This is a great comeback from G2 in the second half, and that is with losing both pistols. Right, they have had to do this on hard mode right now.
Crazy.
And this is a team that we know can play Counter-Strike at the top level. It's just about the consistency of it. We saw it in London. Otherwise, it's been a bit more missed than hit. But in terms of the pieces, there's no doubt that these boys are able to deliver, and they're doing it against MOUZ right now. This is a team that forged themselves in 2025. It was once upon a time the Studio Merchants. That wasn't the case last year. Winning games in the playoffs, getting to finals, just not able to convert trophies when it mattered. And this is suppressive. I like the pace change, the call straight into this B play and then just farming them up. MP7 on display. MOUZ continues to be that opening incision that G2 desire, and he's been under the spotlight for all the wrong reasons in recent times.
Smoke break, hoping to expose one, and it is going to be Jimmy. Sitting duck, jumping into the jaws. Exertion will punish. Mattis at least claws one back and knows there's another across. Important Jules one out. MOUZ have that man advantage. Does Exertion dare try and cross back to the monster side? It would be a death sentence. MOUZ doesn't get forced forward. Hoping to catch a tiny. Yes, he does! Oh! Exertion gets caught with nades in his hands. Info on Brolin towards Graffiti. But this one's still up for debate. Pius and MOUZ are 2-on-3 to take their opponent's map pick away from them. Brolin swings out. Ooh, needs only one bullet to the head, but he doesn't connect. Enables Spinks to close the gap from the short side. Smoke enables him to hold the angle. Nice from Pius. Sweeps into Brolin. Pulls us level.
Okay, they're going to have to make a move.
He wasn't ready for Spinks. Just like that, MOUZ extend play.
Okay, fortunate there. MOUZ not ready. This block smoke comes in. Spinks just playing behind it. Gets it another important frag. Gets him up to 21. We go again. Gonna be touch and go. MOUZ, can they push us into overtime?
MOUZ goes for the round the world, and he's surprised to find Spinks on the sandbags. I think he's going to be really frustrated about that one.
Oh, this is desperate as well, isn't it? So the nade comes in. Hunter does an awful lot of damage here, and must be saying, yeah, 1 HP, 1 HP. Heavy God runs in, straight into the den, the belly of the beast of this B site. The timing is there. This is labored from MOUZ. Still gets the job done, and once they're in, the smokes felt like they were going to be enough, but MOUZ just so worried about a late flank. There's no sound cues given away. Torji puts it in, and away we go. Round 24, we've made it. This is what we're looking for, Krakow, a game that delivers.
And it's going to continue to do so. Torji blind, but succeeds. Mattis gone. Uncomfortable now for this G2T side. You've got to operate at a disadvantage, and already those CT pieces are moving. Torji and Spinks partner up for an adventure on the long side. It's going to get boosted up. MOUZ is going to be in the blind spot, won't be able to see him. He's heard that. Will relay the new home of the sniper. Spinks will use that to make moves. Peeks in, too easy. The flash didn't do its work.
Okay, 5v3 situation right now. MOUZ, if they don't enough to secure this overtime.
Looking good for it.
Yeah, Spinks going walkabout again. He's just going to take so much space. We've seen him be a nuisance on the flank time and time again. And off the flash, Torji keeps on delivering.
MOUZ, they're cornered, but they fight fiercely. As Hunter short, a clawback headshot onto the sniper, but the damage is done. Torji's 3 kills still reverberate around the Toron arena. And this must win Overpass. They pull it to overtime. MOUZ not going down without a fight. Gotta be frustrating. 2 map points squandered from G2.
Hey, just see the importance of the AWP there. That first one being fully blind over towards Connector. They wait out the util, the flash comes in. Torji still gets it fully blind, but just keeps on moving. And that's showing you the AWP on this map. If it is making moves, it is going to make your life a living hell on this T side. G2 are going to be feeling like they've let this one slip.
That cross smoke Torji threw as well, serving 2 purposes. He still has an angle to peek down Banana.
And we're back underway. 12.5k. Can G2 reset?
Solid nade connection. Spinks wants a fight. He's going to have Mattis and Hunter on his plate. How's that clears? Pre-fires there. 1 and done. Connector control for the T side. Can't say the same about short water. Exertion occupies. Jimmy's just spammed out Heavy God there on the monster smoke, so that's a massive find. And now Hunter's position confirmed, he's still there. A little bit of a team play, but he's got the vision, he's got the kill. G2 just getting picked apart.
Well, they had to fight hard to put themselves in this situation, right? They were able to win out some really tough rounds earlier, but right now, MOUZ, they found themselves, and they should just be able to grab another. Shadow spotted, Roland. Not like it should have been easy as you like, but Torji is still the thorn in between these two.
Yeah, that AK versus M4 difference.
It's going to be tough for some pies clearing the bathrooms. Can he catch this?
He does catch a whiff. Torji's hit the shot, though. Can't say the same for some Pius. The no-scope connecting, but there's Exertion. Loses his teammate, loses his partner in crime for a 1-on-2 clutch.
As long as Sampaio takes the flank, will be in position right now. Jimmy going to be up through Connector. Sampai's going to punch in the digits.
Yeah, Jimmy's stalking his prey. Starts to accelerate upon the sound cue. Sampai's gone. MOUZ take round 1.
All right, magic number we're looking for right now is 16, 15, 15. We do it all again. Going to prioritize those AKs. We've got the funds to get another AWP in the mix. Those AKs going to be worth their weight in gold. And this is that spam through Monster you were talking about, just Pip and Heavy God. So he's going to be feeling pretty hard done by with that one. At this moment, you think, okay, problem wins this, round over, nothing Sampaio can do. Still difficult to get into this one. So a nice shot from Sampaio, but I think so far Torji's had him outgunned on the AWP.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
Nice, guys.
There'll be no getting in control of the finances in overtime. So he's got the polish with the rifle rounds. Everything you need, everything you desire to go time and time again. We're going to see who's got the better approach on Overpass. Salt taking to the mic.
I mean, for MOUZ, with both pistols, they probably feel like they shouldn't have even needed overtime to get it across the line. Testament to the tenacity from G2. But with all the bells and whistles, surely MOUZ have the polish.
Yeah, this team comes in as the favorite of the matchup. I think those paying attention know that G2, they're a team who can take it to the top dogs. G2 are going to need to snatch away one of these. They're starting the Orb in Connector again, wanting to take another heads-up fight.
Okay, and Mattis, he's led once more.
And some confidence has Torji, he's going to keep on going.
That's respectable. Hyper-aggressive sniper completely removes Connector, and now Sampayas could be caught out. He's in so much trouble. Spinks just close-finds him. Heavy damage inflicted onto MOUZ, and the nade will finish the job.
Blink and you miss it. This round was damn quick. MOUZ enjoying this now.
Hard not to when everything's going your way.
Well, they know where the gap is. Probably coming back over to deal with this, but Hunter, this will be a 1v5 for the ages.
This would be a 1v5 of Hunter's career. So one last chance to get that T round on the board.
Yeah, Matters going down early is tough, right? Because it's been him and MOUZ with a couple of key moments, key frags. The fact that he's given away these opening deaths in back-to-back rounds in OT, that's tough. And then Spinks just activates. Playing on balloons, gets 2. The nade is good. Torji just a real nuisance.
Oh, could be better.
I don't think you're going to be able to play through Connector in the same way. You've lost that pick 2 times in a row. Do you gamble and go, all right, well, he can't come here again? No, you bring the AWP.
You might. Torji considers it, hoping to listen out for any sound cues, any indications of numbers.
But having to change your play rate, this means you're going to be slower on your default towards A. It's just Hunter having to worry about pushes long, which we've seen before, and aggressive moves. The Spinks just spams away from the heavens. Worried about everything right now as we're on board with Sampayas. And have short control, and they are just starting to slink into what is going to be a timing play on A. No B presence. They're thinking, let's group up, let's be direct, let's not lose these picks. Make sure we're in positions to trade off of one another.
Spinks has arrived just in time. He gets across the sight line. Now Sampayas on it. Does he just swing off? Good flash. Perfect flashbang. Enables Mattis for the opening, but Torji's up on the back of Dice. It's hard to overcome the sniper. He gives up the space. One missed shot, and now access to the bomb site granted.
How's the scampering over? Big rotation from B right now. They'll be suppressed by the util for now.
Just enough to get the bomb planted, ticking in their favor. A boost erected. Rare to see this one work out, but it does for Exertion. Quick adjustment removes the head of MOUZ, now operating with the advantage.
You're not playing sight. There could be a smoke for the bomb. This is going to be so tough. MOUZ are in a strong position.
Someone to step up with that multi. Mattis, not the opening death this time. Maybe he can close. Maybe he can continue to find impact when G2 need it. Last of the nades. Swing comes out. Nice headshot provided, but not the second. Perhaps overlooking another. Yep, Heavy God. The bait and switch for the first. Now 1v3. Peeks on in. Removing Torji. It's just Jimmy. And he holds on, but no time. G2 get that one. That necessary one on the T side.
All right, well, the change of approach there. Turn it into that wolf pack. Group up. Spur onto the side. Trade out. Not just getting picked apart at the seams. A good call to keep them in it. Cycron, he'll take the tactical timeout. Think about how they got here. It was a pistol with the conversions, and it was a Jimmy Dig to bring finances into question. The reassuring hand to the coach on the shoulder there of the in-game leader. This is going to be his shots to call once the timeout transpire.
Yeah, is it lessons learned in regulation? Is it a page from the strat book we have yet to see?
Yeah, but now is there a bit of stage fright for G2? In regulation, battling back in. You did the hard work. Now in overtime, you know you should have closed it in regulation. Do you have it in you to make the right moves? Spinks hasn't backed down from a single fight. He's been aggressive. He's been a tempo setup. And we are back into play. MOUZ starting in Con again. Think about the amount of times there was this flash pick play in Con. Surely he can't get away with it again.
We might find some bias there. No, this time the Spaniards actually hit the bullet. MOUZ is positioned to try and punish an overextension. Mid-control util. MOUZ forced forward.
Problems and Pius. This pathing into upper bathrooms.
MOUZ will have likely warned him into possibility.
It's a gamble you have to take as Sampayas right now. MOUZ has been pinched in these toilets before.
Oh, he's not acting like he's clearing diligently. Perfect from Exertion. Reveals his position, but removes the sniper.
That had to have been known. There was no way that you haven't communicated the possibility Tucked in right now.
That is just such an exertion move, and he's doing it now on those big stages. Gets his team an advantage. MOUZ stands and bangs, loses out, can't finish a meal. Two of them low, Spinks' whereabouts, trying to keep and curtail the
All on
rotations. It's one man versus MOUZ. Hunter cleared by Jimmy. Surely that's 15. So much damage and not a single kill. Heavy God staring at smokes. There's nothing for them here. Mattis and Heavy God up against the full roster. Around, you got to give it a go. Right? Mattis tries to fake it out, hope they overextend, make a mistake, but they're not giving this up. They'll go down with the ship. This is their 15th round. And they get nothing here, G2. Just one is all they want. Look at the health on MOUZ. So much damage. Finally, a kill comes through. Consolation prize, a couple of kills. But 15 for MOUZ first. 2 map points.
Might look a little bit odd there, but that's the power of Spinks. Right, they are just trying to draw his flank, knowing that he can be just such a nuisance. He could have reset. He could have gone all the way around to A, but he was waiting on B. Right, but really trying to bait him into this type of a fight as, yeah, okay, missed utility. Speed wobble starting to show, and Sampayas with a couple of mares in this one. Just barrel first into exertion, opening kill. It's the T side where it's felt like Sampayas has done the better of the work. It's the CT side where he had chances with the AWP. As a gamble he's taken.
Just one more of those and MOUZ will have converted. MOUZ wants that flash play once more. It does connect and he removes. Not one, potential 2. Exertion denies. That early skirmish setting MOUZ up with the advantage.
Haven't got flustered. Stayed poised.
Just having someone anti to trade, it works out so wonderfully.
This is class Counter-Strike from MOUZ. They are being put through their paces, but they're not showing signs of stress.
Oh no, they're taking this one in their stride. Agonizing silence. Playing forward is Hunter. Exertion confirms him. Forward position. Ooh, the AWP was overlooked. He doesn't hit his shot. Forced away, and now 30 seconds. The time will become a factor. Bit of an execute coming in from the long side.
Hunter's got to B.
Oh, and Spinks. Oh, he's taken down Heavy God, the only man that was on the scene. Hunter just rounds the corner in time.
You're going to go A now, into the AWP. You have to.
It's Sampayas' moment. Sink or swim. He's got nothing to report. Back. Hunter's over-rotated. They are just playing with their food.
Out of position.
They've got no idea. Now the penny drops.
Evan smoked.
Run through. It's the only option. You just need to try and deny. Plucked from the sky. Brolan hits it. Ooh, not far off on the wallbang. Sampayas, a rough day in the office on Overpass. Hail Mary, bullets through the wall. As MOUZ set to collect the first map of this quarterfinal. Set to succeed, the AWP spotted. Can't connect anything through the wall. Torchi will. MOUZ map 1, a must-win converted.
Looking to pick up where they left off in 2025. Just one more map to get them there, and now they have that safety net. This is the same MOUZ that we remember, but is it a different look? Are they able to pick up the win in a 2-0 fashion and keep the ball rolling?
Get short out, Nicky.
Reactor out long.
Crouch.
They know no up, okay?
Nothing come.
Yes. One is already out long.
Banana one. Overrotate,
Want to be close to you guys and I need flash for long.
Let's go bank, Nema. Let's go bank.
Upper that long. Maybe one banana. I'm rotating now.
They can be close. They can be close, guys.
Yes. Flash over. Can you flash over? I want to clear side. When it's close, Nico.
No.
Come and fight Nico with me. Come and fight Nico with me now. When it's close, Nico on me.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Thinking. Get a headshot hiding, okay?
He's Nico. He's Nico.
Yeah, I'm taking him from left, Nema. I'm taking from left.
Yeah.
He's so like that.
Nico.
Nico full short.
He's water.
Blind.
City, I smoke heaven.
CT fighting, CT and heaven out. Heaven dead, CT one.
CT half HP, some files.
And one heaven, both here. One heaven out. He's peeking. Heaven. I'm gonna get shot.
CT dead, sorry, CT dead.
You can take good position.
אני מחזיק שמאלה כזה, לוטן. יכול לעבור ווטר.
אני חוזר.
לא, תחזיק שמאלה פשוט. יש לי את הימין. כן, יפה, אני מפיק עליך. אני עושה ג'יגל פיקס, אוקיי?
Water. Time. Sarah HP. If you... Nice!
Nice, boys.
Extra innings required on Overpass, where MOUZ would eventually secure that home run. By no means did G2 give them an easy ride, but those individuals we so desperately needed from MOUZ finally came alive. No question who came out on top in terms of the AWPing head-to-head. Spinks finding his flow state as well. Even when G2 pushed them to pre, MOUZ, they don't break.
Isn't this exactly why we love Counter-Strike so much? With this high type of octane game, that was absolutely incredible. Like with both teams looking, sometimes they were falling flat and losing unlosable situations, and it came down to the clutches, it came down to the individuals. It was a game that really got our hearts racing, and you know, to MouseSpots picking up Overpass, that's something we talked about being very important for them moving forward, because moving into those two, it's going to be different. But first of all, Overpass.
Yeah, I think nice change of pace after that first quarterfinal, right? Getting a close game, and we touched on having a good start for MOUZ, and I mean, they won both pistols. Without that, I think G2 wins this game really comfortably. When it came to the gun rounds, you could see that they were very well prepared. You know, they had a lot of different opening moves. They were playing together. They were decisive, and some of their individuals did a lot of work early on.
Yeah, I think that factor just goes to show how competitive this first map was, right, JL? This is arena Counter-Strike that we know and love.
Oh yes, I mean G2, even with Sampai's having a really bad game, they made the game really competitive, and just shows how when you have a team of 5 team players, you don't really need a star player. People are going to compensate for each other, of course. Just because they lost 2 pistols, I think that's the only reason they lost the game, but I feel like G2 were just a little bit better in Overpass than MOUZ were.
Let's immediately dive into some of those close situations we were talking about. This one kind of reminded me of Torzi in the group stage, saying, you know, there were rounds we weren't supposed to win that we did manage to get over the line, because in this round 10, Yanko, MOUZ coming in with less than ideal in terms of weaponry. What's the story here?
Yeah, I mean, outside of the pistol round, they were really struggling to get rounds on this T side. In gun rounds, G2 was shutting them down, so now they have an equal. We want to save them for exertion, right? But you can see MOUZ still pretty deep, considering the spy gets the first kill. Sampai's here, double zoom, gets owned by Jimmy, who gets the second kill on MOUZ too, and just completely this defense falls apart. The problem is that, you know, Hunter can't even do anything to delay them, to deny them the bomb site. MOUZ can take good positions and just stealing around the way really from G2, and it seems like all of the momentum was on G2 side.
It's just this rounds that, again, G2 just can't really afford to lose, you know, and it comes down to the individual mistake. I think we highlighted the double zoom for Sampai's in this situation that really did put him in a position where he actually didn't catch the kill. He would catch in between the zooms, and that just allowed, obviously Jimmy hitting a really good shot and then getting the second one as well, just allows them to get the afterpan situation, pick up the weapon, and then outplay the situation. And when you see this guy rotating back, having a flash, and the guy needs to find a guy playing long, but also a guy bathrooms, it's just an impossible situation to salvage. And you could see on the faces of G2 that it was just oh, we could not afford to lose that one, you know. And it's so hard, Gutting, to be sitting in on this stage, losing these rounds when you feel like we were actually about to hit a really good stride inside the game.
You're nodding there, JL. Have you been in those situations? Would that be how you were feeling if you were on the side of G2, MOUZ getting away with that one?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've been on the side of giving out the deagle headshots and also receiving the deagle headshots. When you give them out, it's really nice, but when you get those headshots, oh, it kind of ruins the mood for a couple of next rounds for sure.
There were so many moments during this map where, you know, the side that maybe weren't meant to get it over the line managed to convert it in their favor. Round 15, another example. Second half, this time from the side of G2.
Yeah, but G2 is left now in a situation where things is just getting extremely out of control. Like, if they don't win this one, then I think MOUZ will run away with it. And we do see that the classic utility usage here to get control over to the A-bomb side. The boost here from Torsi is what really catches my eyes. You know, they seem prepared. They were ready for some Pius going for this one, once again losing out the trade frag. And G2 is left in a situation where they can only do one thing, and that is pretty much searching up short. They catch a super good timing right here, seeing Exertion drop to water, and then from here on, it's literally bringing them back into the game by having a 3v3 situation. This is extremely crucial. Like, G2 is not doing anything tactically genius here. They're just hitting their shots, catching a good timing, and from there on, the game just keeps delivering. And G2, they needed this round to stay in the game, because if not, MOUZ would have run away with it.
Honestly, good timing was gifted to them by MOUZ. Like, why are they playing 2B in a 5v3 where Spinks is like got into playground? Why are two guys still on A? What are you worried about? Like, and I think that's the phase from Exertion when he dies. It's like, yeah, he gets wrecked, but I think he's sort of questioning, like, why are we only 2B? You know, when we've gotten so much information, and yeah, absolutely should have just been MOUZ, you know, converting that first gun round, but this gave some life to G2.
Is that the correct analogy in this moment? Were you also questioning maybe why they made that certain call?
I couldn't have even said it better, because on Overpass, late round scenarios, 3v5s, 3v4s, your easy way out is to go at B, trade, go in a 2v3, 3v3, but MOUZ given that the person that's perfect scenario of not killing anyone, and then it's a 3 versus 3 with people out of position, they're towards A, they're towards heaven, and yeah, G2 just came on top.
And this was pretty much the only thing that G2 could actually have done in that situation, because if they would have gone to the A-bomb side, they would have faced probably, obviously, more players. Spinks had a really good position. The thing is, if you want to approach the A-bomb side, the only way to actually get there without getting spotted, because jump spotting on the A-bomb side is very crucial, you get a lot of information. They've probably been seen. They would have had to come from the toilets and probably run into a crossfire, because they wouldn't be put down the utility, yada, yada, yada. So for them to go for short was like that one thing they needed to do. They got it right. And on the MOUZ side, sure, there was pretty much a mistake that Spinks had that much space, didn't rotate a guy coming over to help B, but obviously the read was different.
And when we come into the tail end of what was regulation, we've got to talk about some of those high-octane moments, because the clutch factor, it was real for a couple of these guys, right?
Really unfortunate for G2 that they couldn't just do a little bit better in these rounds. I mean, look at this, it's 3v3 and they have deep control of the bomb site too. You're thinking MOUZ for a second looked like they were going to save, but they changed their minds, maybe because of the economy. You know, Heavy God, low HP, loses the fight to Brolan. MOUZ is deep. They're trying to play off of each other, but it's not easy. He goes for the peak, gets spotted, right? Like maybe a bit of nerves kicking in, unable to stay in one spot and wanting to be the one that peaks. So losing this 3v3 was really painful, and then after that they end up in another 2v1. I mean, here Hunter doesn't even connect on one single bullet. I guess they're worried for, I don't know what they're worried about, because Torji could not have come from behind them. So you just need to make sure he doesn't go out to kill some pious planning, right? He has a smoke. You don't need to be pushing before that smoke blooms. Some questionable decision making in key moments in these back-to-back clutches. If G2 just wins one of them, I think they close out the game in regulation.
Just haunting them, specifically that 1v2 against Torchi. I think that's the grim one. The other one, if Heavy God just gets the flank kill, then it's pretty much over. But the 1v2 conversion was just poorly played. That was like, as you mentioned, maybe they were like hesitating too much. They were not just getting the bomb down. You had a guy like playing a little bit too like in front of the bomb. And Sampai's not getting the bomb down, obviously just doesn't put him in a good situation. Then he's left in a 1v1 where there's a smoke where you never know if he's going to go through the smoke when he's planning or he gets like a timing. It puts a pressure on him instead of just getting the bomb down and working around together.
And you don't want an op in that situation,
you don't want
right? Like, because he's playing around the smoke. And that's another why it's a mistake from Hunter. If he just lets Sampai's plan, Sampai's can run all the way back into bathrooms and play off. How are you going to win that round if you're Torji? So I think it's going to be really frustrated about that one.
You obviously touched upon maybe the lack of impact really early on from Sampai's. It wasn't really a great map for him. Would you put that as the only symptom of G2 suffering on this map, or were there other things that you feel like they struggled with throughout the duration of this one?
I think there were more things. It's not just the Sampai's op, because on the T side, they didn't have much op. He didn't have a lot of kind of opportunities to play, because MOUZ played a really good T side, and I feel like the combination of G2 not having enough, knowledge of the map that doesn't allow Sampayas to play his own game, or maybe he just doesn't like the map at all. We never know. And
They do know a thing or two about Dust too, though. I do want to focus a little bit of attention on this because obviously it's been a little bit in out, shake it all about for MOUZ because it came in back 9 months ago, and then obviously the map was changing. Now with Train being removed, they have to leave this in as an option, right? We saw them take on Falcons. That was a very high-octane overtime affair. What did you take away from MOUZ?
Another team that threw some clutches. I think it was 6-0 for MOUZ in that game. But listen, I said these teams are very similar, so I expect MOUZ to be very well prepared for this map. That's what I'm curious to see, what their approach is going to be, what is the game plan to sort of break G2 on this map. I think they could have expected this pick to come through as well, right? Like, it was labored, but the most important thing is they managed to win on their own map pick. And G2, they have to show that they're able to mentally reset because they will definitely feel like they had that game in their hands.
That's the two storylines we need to be looking at. Like, the mental reset, is that going to be there for G2? And are they capable of doing it? And I really think that the game against Falcons that MOUZ played in the group stage is going to be very instrumental to how they may be approaching. It's one of these games that are, sure, it's different because it's a different kind of team. But I think that MOUZ now gets the point to where they've actually had that really strong and really close game on Dust 2. That's going to pay into their favor to how they want to approach it.
I think it's important for G2 to deny MOUZ a good start, not just because of the rounds. MOUZ is maybe even the best team out there at controlling the economy and at playing the macro game and saving and giving themselves opportunities. Well, maybe outside James teams, but giving themselves as many opportunities as possible, right? So they'll save a gun here, save a gun there. There'll always be maybe an AWP on Torji. There'll be something to deal with. So if you can deny them that good early start, win the pistol or just get an early reset, take control of the economy, you're really putting them on the back foot.
Well, either way, MOUZ finding themselves 1-0 up in this quarterfinal, but don't think this is going to be an easy run to the semi. It's a complicated relationship with Dust 2. That is what is going to be greeting them on the other side of this break.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I wanna record another one.
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is!
$100,000! I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
Bro, look at him. Just look at him.
Yeah, it's oozing from him.
Yeah, bro, oozing.
What is your secret? Is it the hair? If we can only unlock that one key ingredient, that aura. If we find that missing piece, the trophies will start flying in.
Okay. Detecting a little bit over here. He's faded, but he got it. Oh yeah, there we go. Aren't you just a snack?
Yeah, I can't deny it. He got it.
Look at the size of him.
Yeah, he is a big guy.
For you. Imagine him just slowly joking. Your bomb shot with utility. And then just blowing it.
Bro, what?
The old school VP, the plow. Know your history, bro.
Sorry, just got PTSD. Hey bro, we need to lock in. I wasn't even the crowd favorite in my hometown. Like, I was looking for my family, and even they were cheering for FaZe. We are in the mud. How even this guy has more aura than us?
He used to literally have 0.
Yeah, so did most of these fucking bots.
Until... Wait.
They won an actual fucking tournament. Shit.
Fuck.
An overtime affair on Overpass. G2 to turn it around on their map pick. A must-win map if they want to be seeing semi-final Saturday. Vitality awaiting the victor. How are we doing, Krakow? You having a good evening? Very good, very nice. And what about map 3? You think this one goes to a 3rd? Optimistic. G2 to turn it on. Force us the distance, Mirage if required. Or will MOUZ once again find themselves locking horns with their nemesis tomorrow? G2, you came this far. Is it really going to end in a whimper? Or will you put up a fight, play your game your way, and decide it on Mirage? Let's find out together. A T-start for G2. MOUZ on the defense.
It was the 3rd map in the G2 Spirit seeding game. And this one went the distance and delivered. Mid to B smoke lined up. Have you got taking contact along with the P250? Ward's rolling off. That's a mid door, smoke, excuse me. Lands Xbox. Denying vision, and now Heavy God can take some space top mid off that. Blocks B. Cancels plans for now.
Heavy God and Torji going to have a little bit of a fight. Torji wise to the potential for the jump up around the Xbox. Smokey sticks around, happy for a duel.
Perhaps with the smoke and flashes, is he going back to do the mid to B? Yes, he is. Bit of a problem with this setup right now.
I mean, yeah, if that smoke lands, it's just Jimmy versus the world.
Exertion has a flash to trickle in. He'll play across. They're looking to fight this.
They're giving them nothing. What is the cue? Mattis still has that smoke.
Starting to investigate long now, so out of position are the rotators. They just got that info back. Surely you have to go now. There's the smoke.
At least Exertion realizes that he's going to have to lend a hand. Not just Jimmy. Exertion's there, turns away, gets away. Jimmy ready to farm up, starts clicking as fast as he can, eating flashbangs. Hunter sets up his boys to breach the site.
Yeah, this will be the first pistol for G2 in the series, and again, it's these flashes. Brilliant for Spigs. Go back to map number 1. This guy was a force to be reckoned with. There's looking for a bit more damage will be Brolin. He doesn't even need to carry through to the next. Torji and Spinks, as long as they don't take any damage, they're going to get that cheaper upgrade into the head armor. So that's going to be tidy for them. Brolin can stand around, try and move a couple of bodies, see what he can add to the bank balance.
So the slow, methodical approach, it does bear fruit. Brolin sticking around, gets nothing.
Now, this is a map we've seen G2 play fair amount of. They're running Krakow so far.
How's it been going for him?
3-1 in the department with the only loss to Spirit, so not bad at all, but MOUZ have been tested on this as well, 2-1, so they've played it 3 times. They at least have reps on this in Poland, whereas Overpass was the first time we had seen it since the major for MOUZ. But that flash, you can just see how suppressive it is. Beautiful work, Supplies getting the opener there and even flicking into the next. He had a rough go of things on the CT side of Overpass. No doubt about that. That's a big conversation online right now. It's going to be the force for MOUZ behind the scout of Torji. Maybe they want to path through middle late. Now, because of the suppressive Molotov mid doors, it means they're going to be late to this. Hunter's already in lower.
Yeah, Nate doesn't do too much, and Hunter will be able to tend to the potential walk. I say that as actually the smoke will completely block his vision. A two-man forward setup, hoping to disrupt if they try pop mid.
At least they stop them from getting into lower. This will make things simpler as the Molly flash combo and then the second wave. They know it's a possibility slipping through the mid-door smoke, which is fading now. And Torji's found him in the right position with this scout. If it is a full A execute with the Vanguard smokes, still going to be tough. Not going to snap into action towards the mid-doors. Matters looks like he'll be the man having to deal with that lurk at any given moment.
As that AU tilt's thrown. Spinks pulls away and Mattis will activate. Ooh, damn, it nearly transfers into both of them. Heavy God finds Spinks as well, and it's a cheeky pivot.
Yeah, it looks pretty when they're able to pull that off, even with the drop in towards CT spawn, so keeping it tricky against the force. The scout sounds off, and if they can move these two upgrades, they'll be going into a very easy eco in the next. Torji. Pips Hunter at the post.
What gun did he have, says Torji.
MP7 that Brolin might be able to get his hands on.
Really nice. I mean, the fact that they had this set up doors and you managed to force a reaction, get Spinks turning tail, then you activate. I mean, that's just worked out exactly to the G2 game plan.
Yeah, there was even a setup to deal with it, right? So Spinks is dropping back. You've got that close piece and still no casualties on the mid to B. Just Hunter going down there on the hunt. What can Brolin find around the mid doors? Dip on through. There might be a Famas on the ground that he could find. Just going to walk away with an extra flash to his name. So handling that one, RG2, but the playoffs for MOUZ to start 2026, another arena, another opportunity for them to try and make some fans, because again, it just feels like they are always up against it.
Felt like Spinks was the one catching this kind of timing on Overpass. Gonna feel good for Mattis to be getting one back over him.
This might be either a B pop or a fast B play. Insta mid doors, that could be fast. They've got SMGs and they've already smoked the B doors. Torji out of position.
And there's no one in the sight. Perfect call. And you get one of those opportunities. Torji fires off a shot. Goes for a jumping no-scope for good measure.
Okay, now it's about damage for MOUZ. You know that you'll be buying into the next round, but how much can you limit G2? How many guns can you take away?
Oh, that's nice from MOUZ. Not playing too scared. He knows he's got the weaponry advantage in the firepower department, and a burst from some pious and necessary kill onto Spinks.
Okay, well, starting to farm up a little bit of extra cash. These SMGs liberated right now as Hunter will have to swing into Jimmy. We've seen what his D could do on Overpass. Pretty key multi-kill from him. There's the shadow, there's the shot.
Second one even through the doors, finds Heavy got a little bit of damage, and now Jimmy trying to get away with that Galil. MOUZ having absolutely none of it. So a couple of kills on the way out. G2 3, MOUZ 0.
Yeah, they won't be able to get that Galil on the ground out of this, and Pass was too far away. But either way, they don't have any issues in this buy department. A couple of okay long spawns to work with now for G2 if they want to keep things a little bit pacey. But Torji will bring out his AWP, Supplies the same. No, he's sold back, so this could be telling of pace, right? If you wanted to use the AWP, boost him up. Okay, they want to try and condition this B bomb side early. They're going to be finding themselves going into what is likely a B pop or a mid to B moment. Jimmy the only one with head armor. Hunter hold of that MAC-10.
Spinks fully flashed off of the line, turns around, but the boost is perfect. Exertion, he knew what was up. One has slipped the net though, and it's going to be picked up by Spinks all the same. Finding great output, first gun, he could be flawless, looking to do so. Sunfire's just the one, no bullets, and a pistol from Spinks to finish. Solid output, you can't keep him down. Sure, it's not the quad kill in the pistol we saw map 1, but immediately finds impact on the first
Yeah,
gun.
impact is the key word there, right? He's actually playing some selfless Counter-Strike right now. I think one of the things in the past, maybe people can be a little bit critical of Spinks being baity at times, but this is a move that he has to make. That boost for exertion, he takes the contact, then they're not expecting Spinks to be coming through the smoke. That impromptu crisscross catches the timing as they're trying to scale. MOUZ not thinking that was possible at all, already past the sight line, and then it's just the B site as we're long picking right now. Sapias can't stay in the flames. Backs off.
That's very early short pressure as well. You've already got full control of short.
Well, how's it giving it to you? Not fighting for anything early lower. No short peaks. And their space taken as they want to try and grab this back. So really clear out the left. Torji can stay focused on this right side. Exertion with a flash at the ready if Torji gets blind and wants to pick back into this. Actually, he's going to play flash second. So here comes... Oh.
Missed shot. New lease of life for MOUZ. And applying some real pressure here, trying to get info. There's one up close. He's got to adjust. Exertion.
Great trade.
Great trade from Hunter.
Heavy got hoping he has hands on a gun, but not right now.
Spinks is hearing all of that.
And 2-2 split. As Lurk Smoke on B is currently up. Jimmy's not even going to play close to it. He's going to play for the mid to B right now. He deploys his. Now, they might have to brave this. If they call the cancel, it's going to give MOUZ enough time to rejig the setup.
Hunter's out middle. Two members of MOUZ.
He's about to be screaming.
Yeah, he's going to be screaming, get into B. Okay, did he spot them both? I don't think so. Jimmy, the unknown entity, but he will find the fight. And Spinks wins it out.
We're in the sight.
Sapias, a must-hit shot if they dare. Faffing around with his nades as Brolin is found. Torji on the wall bang. Looks great from Heavy God. He profits.
Coming through.
Just like that, charges them down from Jimmy. Oh, you thought you had a moment? You thought you had a chance to get that bomb down and take a breath? Jimmy rips that out of your lungs with a double push.
Yeah, you're spewing if you're Sapias. You got the bomb, all right, wait, I need to now drop this in the site and be out of position. I was in a strong spot. If we had had the bomb in the site, it was planted. He can actually sit up and deliver, right? Sapias, he didn't have a great map number 1, but you can see in some of these situations, he's just being left to have to do it all. It's an important trade. Hunter gets the information, but Jimmy off the back of the flash, confident stuff, and it continues to flow for MOUZ.
Outrageous.
Yeah, it's so frustrating for Sapias. He's having to do so much.
He's got a lot of plates spinning. Oh, Heavy God so blind. Team play on display. Big one back from MOUZ. It's crazy that he needs two. Need a trade at least, because Exertion's hitting every shot he takes. Pops 2 of them. On the long side, these unarmored pistols have not got far. Quick one to tie things up. Heavy God will be reporting that he did get out long, though.
Yeah, well, with the type of setups, you know, you're going to be expecting the long door smoke, the blue bin molly. Right? Otherwise, if you think they're coming fast, you're probably getting the double nades in. There's going to be different combinations. What's they're trying to set on the top of the list they need to worry about. And at the moment, it is pretty standard, right? You knew this was going to be the lighter buy. You don't need to do anything too crazy. But once they start to take some more liberties, they're aggressive short, they're playing into lower, they're breaking the mid-smokes with all the HEs. When the cash is starting to stack, that's where MOUZ can become a whole different beast on this CT side. This one feels completely in vain right now. Mattis with the P250 about to walk into an AWP.
Oh, he gives him the warning shot as well. Does pull Jimmy away, so Sapias does get to profit, but only the one. Torji on that cross, how good's he holding it? Oh, misses his opportunity. Maybe Sapias can plant. That's a maybe, because Torji wants to deny. Oh, just in time.
Heavy God would have loved that. An extra $600 in the bank for him. It's just going to be 3,100 after the AK in the last, and it is going to be Saul taking a tactical timeout. Now, Overpass, it still lingers in the memory. It was a map that you had a great shot on. You could have got it done in regulation. You flubbed the lines in the last 2 rounds. There were also some 3v3s and other scenarios that you fought hard to be in, but you were unable to convert. MOUZ aren't wavering. They're playing that same style of Counter-Strike that we know and love. They run to this point, a win over NRG, a loss to Aurora. That threw them to the lower bracket. They owned FaZe, and then the overtime game against Falcons. That's the difference for this MOUZ. A taste of the pressure on elimination's door. And now they're embracing the occasion, which, again, this isn't new. Seeing MOUZ make it to a quarterfinal, a semi-final, even a grand final. It's just about lifting the trophy, and we're still 2 days away from that. Crowning the Krakow champion here at the Intel Extreme Masters, so there's a whole lot more Counter-Strike that they have to play. Here you go. This is the aggression. It's just against the partial. MOUZ might have been expecting him to come through with a full buy, but this is pistols.
Spinks is calling for that flash. He wants to bring the fight up top mid. He's done well. Removes one before MOUZ's Deke sees to him. I think, yeah, that's enough damage to get exertion out of the short side. Gives them a bit more room to maneuver on these armored pistols.
So whatever the spawn call was will change now. You've lost a player. You've also responded to the space that the CT's had. Grouping up, congregating now. With Torji out of position, if Brolin plays behind the smokes, he'll be in a strong spot to lock this down, but no smokes just yet.
Yeah, they're being lined up now. Brolin has util to respond. They're ahead of the incendiary. Confirms commitment.
It's good.
Harding, close now, up and close and personal. Big shots being hit.
Might just call the save off that. No point throwing away this AWP and M4. Still a lot of rounds to be played in this first half. And you can see the difference there. But if you throw those smokes in the traditional pattern, right? You throw the first, the second comes in, you wait, the CT parts behind it, he locks you down in that corridor of smoke. They erupt on the first with the flashes, catches you off guard with the timing, and then MOUZ hitting 2 banger deagle shots. That hasn't changed. MOUZ and Matters had some very strong moments within that overpass game. Heavy God as well. And again, this is a map where G2 are going to feel a whole lot more comfortable. It's not the punish pick anymore. This is home turf. That one's going to inspire confidence. Saw takes the timeout. They get the round, and now they can bludgeon MOUZ and the finances on the other side. Torji's AWP set up with a lot of cash. He could even drop 2 M4s if required. I think he's just going to have to do the one. And the rest of them have the money to make this one work. So here it is, that scaling so quick, the flashes are coming, the rally of them, and MOUZ, bang.
That's what it feels like to play against the MOUZ Desert Eagle.
Long corner smoke in the mix immediately from G2, so you're going to have to worry about that if you're Brolin and you're on your own. Oh, into lower.
Yeah, aggressive setup.
It's time to clear this.
Spinks, ready, raring to go. A second available to him as well. He's getting chased down. Nade support, he's going up mid. He wants to fight and MOUZ welcomes it. Back to back, he's won out the duel versus Spinks and he pulls G2 into a 4-on-4.
We've seen this gear shift from MOUZ in 2 rounds now where they want to take these fights. Hunter, unforced error there, didn't upgrade into head armor. Could have given him an extra lease on life against that fight in lower, but still not prepared for it. That's pivoting into a 2-2 setup. Brolin has long. Torji's AWP in the power position. Exertion will join Jimmy on B to batten down the hatches.
Locked with a minute on the clock.
You know that MOUZ are feeling the pressure. Worst case, you start leering out one at a time and give a kill away for free. You want to stay turtled, but you want to be vigilant right now. They're going to keep the comms flowing for MOUZ. G2 throw them into B smoke. They just have to stick to their guns, and they've actually changed the setup on A. Brolin tucks into Goose. Torji does not have a flash to help him. So if Torji gets one, Brolin might go not cleared on the first fight. He gets a potential for a multi. Here comes the smokes, this time the double.
That's the gap Torji's hoping to profit off. Flash doesn't quite catch the sniper, but you've got 20 seconds, boys, and it's all too easy. MOUZ goes down, bomb sneaking across. Still a player on Goose, but it's Torji that's just reaping the rewards. Piece by piece, G2 4, caught pulling out the bomb. It falls perfectly into place.
Some great AWPing from Torji. Think about the late stages of Overpass, he really came alive. He found that confidence required and he's continued from there. 7-1 right now on Dust 2. 2 maps back-to-back where AWPers can have huge impact.
And only one of them has.
Yeah, well, in the spirit game for G2, Shura had a huge first half on the CT side, then Sampai's did the same thing.
That's true.
So unless you're being set up as an AWPer, you're constantly getting the boosts. You're using the long spawns, which you're not always guaranteed to get.
Nice, Luda.
It is going to be hard to find those early fights. So Pius has out the AWP, another timeout taken from Saw. Last time he took one of these, it was a lighter buyer, at least he forced them into it. And they were able to convert the round. This time, they have a few more key pieces to work with. 2 AKs, Tech 9, Deagle, and the AWP. Freeze time with about 10 seconds left as we're handing out the goodies here in the arena, but all eyes to Dust 2 as we're still tied up 4-4. Neither team really being able to capitalize just yet. It's going to be tough calling him into a B play right now with this AWP. Should they go last tick of the molly? Well, there is not one in play.
Just a flash. Jimmy's holding on to his as Torji's aggressions continue. Successful! Not for Spinks on the quick switch. B-side falls. Exertion perhaps ready for some bias. Doesn't quite track him over the smoke. G2 have gotten what they wanted. A post-plant scenario. Even numbers.
Sampaius needs to get in a stronger position with this all.
It's going to be very much B-ramp centric. All three coming in from the door side.
Lots of util for the retake. They can smoke tunnels, they can molly car, they can flash, and they can go. But another door smoke now in.
How do you breach?
This will come down to the wire.
Torji's got the flashbang lineup. Exertion and Brolin going to path in together. Window the aim. Nice shot from Sampaius. Flash connects, but so does his sniper. They're getting out of there. Mattis tries to hunt them down, but Brolin and Torji will preserve. And G2 will pick themselves up a fifth.
Real tug of war in this, right? You get that explosive moment, that's the intensity. Then in the retake, they have that spurt, they give it a look right there, but Sampaius hits a necessary shot, 2 for him in the round. And Saw, with another conversion off the back of the timeout, will make that 2 for 2 in the map. Cycron's turn. Again, this is relatively uncharted waters between the two. Only one head-to-head with these two rosters last year. It's not one of those games where you have the residual mind games in play. It's what have you seen on the tape, what's happened in practice, and what are they bringing to the server today, right here, right now. Do we continue to go back and forth down the stretch? So the timing, right? No molly in tunnels early. It's not that they're asking for it, but they want to hold on to those nades later in the piece. Huge opener from Hunter, important trade for Sampaius. And this one shuts the door on the retake of the B site.
Got just enough info between the two flashbangs to hit that flick.
Shaking off the woes in map number 1. They will, I thought they were going to boost him up, but no, they're going to start 4 heavy long right now. So playing for the long. G2 are posturing for a potential pop right now. The fact they have 4 players congregated outside the long doors. They will go for a pop. It's just Brolin here.
The rest of his teammates have evacuated. Brolin.
They're not even flashing.
Ready to receive a little bit of a sound cue. All he gets is an indication of commitment. He's done very well. Still alive and kicking. Playing around the smoke on the pit side. Knows he's going to be hunted down. A second from Brolin. Magnificent work. Mattis drops in. No, not another from Brolin. Sampaius going to be red-faced after that one.
Running rings around him.
Not out of the woods yet, a MOUZ. Spinks to provide support. Never mind. Exertion. Just in that off angle, Hunter was unprepared for it, and Mattis' whereabouts, they know where he was.
This is so tough for Mattis. He doesn't know it yet, but if he tries to return to B, Jimmy's already fortified the upper tunnels for him, and it's going to have to be the finish through long. And that was a contact out long. They didn't even throw a flash. They've gone dry onto Brolin, who's gotten huge output. The in-game lead at 3 massive frags.
I can't believe he gets 3. Like, one kill and surviving for a couple of seconds is supposed to be enough. He gets so much more.
Mattis is going to have to take dry fights again. There's no smoke for the cross right here, so heads up fight in towards CT spawn.
Nobody's looking. Jiggle out. Spinks gets that info. Exertion to react off of it. Jumping up. Doesn't hit that initial bullet.
It might do it.
It could very well. 7 points of health and a jumping M4. Brolin's going to get a firm pat on the back for that one.
Yeah, I think that smoke on the face says it all. That is a wild round for him to get away with, right? This defensive smoke coming in. So this is dry. Have you got going first? Okay, well, Brolin survives, drops this smoke, then MOUZ spamming. He's using that corner smoke as a wall, and he gets caught. And the fact he's been able to dip out like this looks absolutely ridiculous. G2, they've let that one slip. They had a player pinned in the pit, and he gets 3 kills. You're not expected to get that output. And now you have G2 on eco, and Sampaius is gone just like that.
It's nightmare fuel. Anyone else wants to try their luck? The scout connects, the deagle does not initially. Okay, Heavy God removing the AWP. These are the kind of rounds where Spinks will play a little bit more brazen counter-strike. He's not afraid. Hunter rounding the corner into Brolin's crosshair. A comfortable collection. And as far as best case scenario for this round goes, you're just looking for a kill. You're looking for a plant if you could dream it. But how does a Glock get past an armored M4?
And there should be a mow down casual work right now for Brolin.
Caught jumping up as well. There's a little bit of an opportunity. And all three for Brolan. Quad kill in the round. He's really padded the stats nicely, but the impact in the previous has put MOUZ in the lead. An opportunity to end their CT half with the 7-5.
That's not a perfect buy for G2 going into the final round of the half. I want to use these long spawns with a bit of pace right now. Heavy God could try and force the issue with Sapias. Limits the abilities to push into lower tunnels. You can see on the radar, yeah, two players want to give that a go. So they go the Extinguish.
Oh, and again, Torji happy to take these fights. Sapias an opening death. Again, Torji sits him on his ass. And a two-man setup in lower. If Hunter tries to do this on his own, the odds are stacked against him. Will they flash it?
Molly does nothing. They're still here.
It gets them on high alert. They know they're coming. And down goes Hunter. Where's the trade? Mattis. Wow! How's he got both of them? Impeccable.
Still.
At least a conversation.
Oh, Jimmy's coming.
The audacity from Jimmy. Come on, now you've got the advantage, but you're in the end-off angle, and he's still good for it.
Another hopeless situation.
Such confidence in another, 1v3.
You've only got 3 opening kills in your entire T half of your map choices. Dust 2. This is where you're meant to be able to be aggressive, be in their face. Find fights that favor you, and now it's Heavy God.
He will have a 1v1 on Jimmy. Car position. Ooh, Roland was on car. Now Jimmy next. Oh, next victim found. Heavy God making a case. Torji, ooh, doesn't quite find it. Now with that bomb planted, it surely favors Heavy God finding that impact on this quarterfinal stage. Torji trying to fake him out, hoping he hasn't played around the smokes. Bit of a showstopper from Heavy God onto the rifle. Torji swings in and a tap of the AK. That gets the crowd up. That wakes us all up. G2 6, MOUZ the same. IEM Krakow 2026, it's our final quarter-final. Looking to end on a high. We'll find out if G2 can take us the distance or if this is going to be MOUZ securing just a 2-map passage into that semi-final. Vitality awaiting, and we're ready for the swap of sides. Good spawns for Spinks.
Yeah, maybe a bit of long play here as freeze time does conclude. And 2-0, that's been named of the game for MOUZ so far. It's either been wins or losses in that department. But never mind. They're not going to take their spawns. They're still going to take that long pick and call nobody home. This is good information. You get it for free. There's a mid-smoke in the air. That's what we removed from the play.
Hunter has an opportunity, but look at that. He's just jiggling and wiggling. Spinks just manipulating his model to be as hard to hit as possible.
They're in a box. They don't have long control, and they're worried about short. You have to win this fight, and now.
Okay, maybe MOUZ and the dual Berettas can at least relieve some of that pressure. Not if Spinks just perfectly clears him into the HE. Doesn't matter. Spinks has managed to find 2. G2 collapse.
They missed the cross smoke. Mattis could delete a couple here, but the bomb will still get planted.
There, Jimmy's well trained. He ain't crossing that smoke, just holding for that jump up on the new box. Confirmation that Mattis still occupies CT. Outlook is bleak. No way in as Mattis punishes Torchi's overextension.
Ain't happening.
Jimmy just hiding now on the car as well. Will uncrouch on contact from his teammate Exertion. And just like that, the round is there, secured.
Okay, Heavy got holding on to the Berettas, the armor, and the smoke. So we got the full package here to block B, but that wasn't the case at all. Spinks keeping up this impact. Multi for him, securing the pistol, and that'll be 3 out of the 4 played so far in this series. And G2, other than the 12-10 scoreline they had on Overpass, I feel like they've been playing behind this entire series. Like, clutches are great, they add a little bit of excitement, but they're not the ones who are setting the tone in this series.
Not whatsoever. Loved the way Spinks did this, running down, wiggling and jiggling, making it as hard as Hunter to get that clean headshot. And this one onto MOUZ, I mean, just a perfect little crouch peek headshot in a HE, and he still finds the precision necessary. I mean, what a frustrating player to play against.
Feels like he knows what to expect every time. This is where the game can get away from G2. They force ball, 2 scouts and some pies running up mid.
Okay, and spots 1, info flows.
They're out long.
Already borrowed into blue bin.
Now, there's a lot of HEs remaining. Only a handful of smoke, so they can play to block, right, try and choke them out. Now should have a response to this, right? Do they try and boost over? Do they have the HE of their own that they want to break to scale with timing? You have to hit some scout tags. There's the first smoke on the cross. They've got 1 more currently with Spinks, and there's a block smoke. Oh, there's a tag.
There's a tag, yeah. Exertion gets softened up, and he couldn't move. Finishes off the 1-2 punch with 1 scout shot.
Can't overplay it now. Need to play the man advantage. You have warded them away. You see they're not ahead of the smoke. MOUZ gets across the car. This is a great position to be in to stop the Na'Vi long as Brolin coming short. Another smoke lands. That's it. You're going to have to use this one to cross MOUZ.
They start to activate Spinks with the clear, though. Overlooks the position for a moment. MOUZ does not get a chance to pull the trigger. It's all just falling into place once more. Pressure from the short side. Hunter gets spotted. They know where you are. Jimmy finds it. MOUZ. They get past those scout bullets. Sure, a couple lodged in their Kevlar, but mission accomplished.
That's going to be 6-8, and the scoreline doesn't tell it right now, but MOUZ look a level above.
They do.
They look, that's a situation where G2 getting that opening kill, and you have the key pieces. Hunter's playing a block on short. He blocks there. There's no way. Brolin's taking contact. You know the rest of them have to be coming through long. They had no smokes left, and everybody blink and you miss it. MOUZ gets blindsided, not ready for that. It's strange, that's the only thing he needs to be ready for in that position, and everybody else in the blink of an eye dies top A. It's not the G2 aren't putting up a fight. The fight's not good enough. Now it will be the eco, so we'll call that 8 for MOUZ, and very well likely 9. Spinks does go down with the ship, but with how good things have been going, I don't think he's going to be too worried about that. And it's one of very few opening kills that they get on that force spine, still unable to convert. It's hard to watch when you see them putting themselves in strong positions, but not being able to find the finish. This is a team that we're talking about on Overpass. It looked like the comms were flowing, everything was there. A lot of flashing for each other, the teamwork. They weren't playing individual Counter-Strike.
How's this for individual? Counter-Strike gets straight past the HEs. Exertion ahead of the play, but they've already completely vacated.
You do the same again, and this time you have even more, right? You're not worried about getting blocked. You know that there's not going to be any scouts in the mix. They have to take the eco, otherwise they'd just be flushing the game down the drain. There's one smoke for Heavy God. He's going to lob that out. But at 1 minute, that'll be gone. They're going to have to part behind this, so taking a gamble right now.
USP bullets do connect a little onto Jimmy. Two of them a little low, but absolutely nothing to celebrate here for G2 on the eco.
Have to be very sloppy on the finish. Still that minute on the clock. That smoke is now gone.
Haven't really seen any of that sloppiness from MOUZ.
Yeah, they're the ones who have been winning out the scenarios, especially on Overpass that maybe they shouldn't. That Torji clutch, that 2v2 late on towards the B-bomb side.
Just hoping to catch something around these smokes, pushing out, and it's all dealt with. Looking rather effortless. You boys will be seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, winner of this takes on Vitality. Already locked in Spirit versus FURIA. Panther versus the Dragon tomorrow. We'll see what form Donk and the boys are in. FURIA looked great today against Aurora, who had those stage jitters, no surprise. Need for the cross. Yeah, get it towards B safely, short. Okay, you know there's a player up close long. He's just spammed through the long doors. You've heard that. And Car, and that right there, mid-door smoke and Xbox, denying the ability for Short to really cause any chaos. You could jump up through this, as you can see. Exertion ready to play off Brolin. Not a lick of damage done as they've taken short control for free. Now they start to work through the nades. They have so much for the finish, and we're not even at that point just yet. Sampaius poking his nose in middle, wants to catch somebody sleeping. You block short, you know it's a possibility now. Staying diligent on the search, a HE lands, damage done.
Yeah, that one leaves a mark. Sampaius, an opportunity here with that AWP head-to-head. Torji anticipating the reclear. Not going to meet each other just yet.
So leaving B is Heavy God. They're going to play for mid to B right now. If it is a B split, timing of the Spinx lurk can be the difference maker. Are they going to drop Exertion into spawn?
He's positioned to do so. Sampaius, though, he's ahead of it. Oh, can't hit it. Exertion can. Hunter, though, stalwart on the site, maintains control. They're running out of time. They got to move. Brolin trying to lead the charge, trying to find a way in. Hunter's still there. You've got to get past Hunter. 10 seconds, a headshot angle. Oh, gets them both on the spray.
Loose CT.
There's nothing they can do. G2, thanks to a massive double out of Mattis. Hunter as well, just constantly blocking on the short side. G2 get their first round in this second half.
I think as soon as the AWP goes down, the call changes. All right, let's go away. We don't have to get past this big green. We know that it's not towards middle. We're just going to be able to take some liberties out short. And yeah, you mentioned the time. That was a bit of a problem. Cyclone going to take second tactical timeout. No issues in the bite for MOUZ. 3 staying alive for G2. They can drop guns. They'll be all good in the hood as well. And it becomes a 2-round game, but you need to win consecutive to break the finances of MOUZ. So that one felt dicey. A lot of these rounds, especially the ones finishing late on a knife's edge. Otherwise, it feels like it's over in the opening exchanges. One kill comes in, so does another, and then it falls apart for one team.
Small detail that may not matter, but Torji unable to afford an upgrade of his Kev. He's only got 5 armor left, potentially. Could fall foul to a 1-bullet headshot.
This looks sketchy from Mattis, right? He's just
I mean, the
in a
second
tough spot. Yeah, he's had some great moments as well on Overpass with the aim. Wasn't enough to get them across the line. Torji, is he going to take this long spawn for a peek? He is.
He's going to meet 3 of them on the other side of that. Peeks in. Oh, okay. Wow, quick flick onto MOUZ. G2 got to operate at a disadvantage right out of the gates.
Yeah, this is those other type of rounds I was talking about. Not the ones who are finishing late, the ones that feel like they're over early. And This is where G2 are playing from behind, so Sampaius needs to find something on these breaks. He has another HE, sees nobody scaling up short. That's information. That helps out Hunter. He can stay assisting that of Heavy God over towards Long for now, but with the repos, unless MOUZ go walking in one at a time, they group up, they find the finish, they can trade out effectively.
Oh no, if he wants to go pick that up, he could have caught, or been caught by Spinks. Confirmation he's there though.
Feels like you have to push off the back of that or do something, but right now, to mid to B smoke, that B site feels even smaller, even more disconnected from Hunter and Heavy God on A.
Throws it down.
If it's a mid to B, Sampaius and that Amatis, between them, we need 3 kills. Without it, it's just going to be a save.
They're certainly looking that way with Exertion lining up that CT smoke. Sampaius to be tested. And he's just not found the lethality he needed. A leg shot into Exertion. How many more chances will you get? Nice angle. Adopted Matters with empty hands.
Dave.
And an empty bomb site. East side taken 10 to read the top of the tables upon the explosion of that bomb.
They might lose more here. Showing yourself over towards CT. You need to hold on to these guns. Money is going to be a problem for G2. And the 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. You've got 1.8 on Sampaius at the high end. MOUZ and Matters will get that cash injection. They're just at the 1K mark themselves. So there'll be a conversation to have.
That just came so a little too easy.
There's no... We're not getting drawn into a counter game of Counter-Strike. This is all macro, especially when the opening pick comes in, right? There's a strong finish. The details are there. MOUZ are looking great. You can't argue with the Counter-Strike you're seeing right now. Might not be the crowd favorite, but they never are, and they continue to make deep runs. This is something that they're used to now.
And this was one hell of an opening. Just half a second flash of MOUZ. That's all it takes.
You're not even in the round. You're just trying to stop the long play. You're throwing the molly. You're not doing the smoke with the blue bin molly. You're playing heavy for long, so you're actually wanting to take the jewels and take the space off the rip. And there for Matters jumping up. He's in such a tough position. Knows that there is going to be the lurk coming through upper tunnels. Has mid to B to deal with.
And as he elects to jump up, he eats the flashback. It's just brutal.
The choice right now is, do we force buy behind these 2 M4s, or do we go for the save and then we can all buy into the next? Well, I think we can see which decision that's going to be based off the heads-up display right there. Saul took that time out to have this conversation, and we have just lost Exertion from the server, so one moment, please.
But yeah, if anything, I think I'd use that as fuel if I'm MOUZ. You say, you know, this is the same scenario. They find themselves in the playoffs. They are the librarians.
The only way it's going to change is when they start lifting trophies. And then at that point, it's undeniable, right? At this point, I think a lot of people sit and they look at these results and go, oh, these kids are playing spoiler to what could be maybe a more exciting game. So they beat Vitality, now they're in the final. Okay, they lose to Spirit. That was Cologne.
That was, yeah. I mean, there was definitely this excitement. There was this buzz in the air after the win in the semi-final.
It was the breakthrough.
Okay, listen to me. We're gonna do something special, okay?
Oh, you tease.
All right, well, we will have to wait until we're back underway before we can start with a chit-chat about that, but... It is good that MOUZ are picking up where they left off. One of the things that I thought could become a bit of an issue is it didn't work in 2025. There were murmurs about roster changes, nothing changed. It's the same team. There are interviews saying, yeah, okay, we still have faith in one another. The team is still the team. This is a very mature squad, right? The way, especially for young men, the way that they're talking about that, they understand the process. You talk to Syncron, it's about those last few percent. What can they get out of this team? Because maybe, just maybe, the dialogue will never shift, even if they are lifting trophies. They might not become those household names, those superstars, but you cannot argue with results. That's what this is about.
And the results are damn good.
Yeah, 14 events in 2025, 5 grand finals, 1 trophy, 7 top 4 placements, 2 5th to 8ths.
Just a wardrobe full of bridesmaids' outfits. Never the bride. So we've actually got Exertion back. It seems Hunter's having issues now. But it does feel that this is starting to slip out of their grasp.
Again, they've been playing from behind in so many of these situations, right? Heavy God, okay, awesome 1v3.
It was.
You know, but there's just not enough. And in a lot of these situations, MOUZ are the ones who are dictating the tone. Right on the CT side, they're playing aggressive, they're pushing up middle, they're pushing the lower, they're taking the fights. G2 are opening these rounds and they're understanding these things are possible, but they're not the ones connecting the dots in the openers. They get 3 opening kills in the whole first half on the T side, their map choice.
Yeah.
This is home turf. You were so close on Overpass. You win that, you're thinking you get this done in 2. Trying to return to the form we saw in London last year.
Crown seems a long way away from G2 in this current moment. Their map pick, and as always, as Chad has already highlighted, playing from behind.
All right, what's special that Blonde's got installed? Tech issues sorted. And underway we go. Torji boost up, making sure they can't take that space into lower. 4-man long start this time from G2 to guarantee that control. Can't keep giving that over to MOUZ this time.
The amount of space, just stretching his legs up mid. 1 minute 37, he's peeking into the A site.
Sampaius on the ramp, he's going to get caught off guard with the timings here.
Yeah, you'd expect so, right?
Not a single sound cue, just walking out. Okay. Oh, got the info, but they're still out.
Yeah, and that summons the long response. MOUZ trying to hit some shots. We know he's good for it on that Desert Eagle, but not happening. Shredded upon arrival, just MOUZ's Deagle here. Heavy got disconnected from the short side. He's going to be the last arrival. It's just perfect. So easy. Jimmy's ready for you. Flowing nicely. Kind of outrageous from Exertion as well. I wonder if that was the something special. You just stroll straight up.
Yeah, right. This is kind of a tone setter as well, right? You're catching them off guard. If they think they've been looking at the strat book, looking for the tendencies, well, we're just going to waltz on out. Because I think that MOUZ, by backing their aim against G2, that's the tipping of the tides of this one. Both these teams have very strong fundamental approaches. Both of these teams have players who can shoot damn hard. The difference is MOUZ are extremely experienced in this environment, especially when you compare that to G2.
Must-win round for G2. And Sampaius is not afraid to play with some aggression. The smoke's going to deny him the line towards lower. Fans haven't given up yet. With the perfect flashbang, need Mattis to activate, he can't find it! Important from Sampaius. Puts down Exertion, keeps him to 1. There's another though, Spinks takes his place, does better. Finds another headshot, and now they know Heavy God is likely alone.
Coach is activating.
Yep. Ooh! Gets spotted at the back of the site, you're peeking into an AWP, are you crazy? He's gone on down. B-side open for business. And MOUZ to seize 12.
This is polished, the reactions are there, the comms are flowing, the understanding of the situation, everything MOUZ are doing, you can't argue with it.
You just can't. But even that like staggered 1-2 out mid. Perfect flashbang, comes through the door, Sampaius forced off the line, Mattis M4 versus AK. Brutal.
And this is great, right? Torji knows he just has to hold the line because he has a teammate coming with you two, and Heavy God knows that. I can't sit in the side, I'm going to get mollied, I'm going to get naded, they're going to scale on me, I have to take the fight. And a level of frustration now for G2. Their run looking to come to a close in just 1 round's time. Starting in stage 1, win over Passion, win over Liquid. Both of them 3 mappers. Start off with a 2-0 over Mongols. Fresh with Cobra Zero in the jersey. They take on Foot, who upset FURIA, and that was their ticket to the playoffs. It was the spirit game, I think gave people some hope that G2 have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with some of the world's best, but a lower pressure game, and a Spirit who are still going through their motions. Just 5 kills for MOUZ to book another semi-final.
Oh, it could be just MOUZ here. They're already coming on out. Counter flash, MOUZ gives the space. Mattis takes some. Gonna try and trade territory.
And you need to do this, otherwise you're gonna regret this map. I think you never made moves, but they boosted over. Now they're finding the gap. Yeah, MOUZ, they're closer than you think, son.
Way closer. He's expecting nothing. Some pious. Oh, swap into his nades. He's lost a teammate. MOUZ has gone down. How convincing can you make it, MOUZ? Supposed to be G2's map pick.
And look at this. Brolin just slinks into B. They have the entire map. Wherever they want to finish right now, they can. 60 seconds and more to work with. Brolin with a full belt with nades. He's going to catch Heavy God off guard.
Yeah, they're going to make this agonizing. They're going to use every second on that clock. First strike on long, and the final knockout blow on that B-bomb site. Flash didn't get too much in the way of answers.
This isn't even the conversation though, is it?
No, the conversation is that B site is already lost. Oh, and there's Brolin revealing his hand. B site's gone, boys. Heavy God relays that info. Exertion versus Mattis. He's pre-aiming it. He's ready. MOUZ sailing to the semi-finals. Making it look near effortless. A Hail Mary through the smoke. Last man to fall. Hunter will do what he can, but that is MOUZ's map. That is MOUZ series. A knockout blow to G2, and they get 1 round on the CT side of their map.
Yeah, that's some class Counter-Strike from MOUZ. Everything clicking right now. That is Team Counter-Strike on display, but Spinks, he came in as a tone setter. It was a team effort here on Dust 2. Torji on the AWP was just picking them apart, but MOUZ have teed up their 12th head-to-head with Vitality. This will be the 5th semi-final against the bane of their existence. It's the World Tour. Austin, Cologne, London, Chengdu, now Krakow. But the form that they're in, looking to start 2026 with a bang. Something's got to give. Change is mandatory. And is this the form that could see a repeat of Cologne? G2 on the other side. Back to the drawing board. The fact that they made the playoffs. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Especially with the Overpass. The Overpass gave them, gave us, gave us all a hope that this was going to be truly, you know, G2's coming of age, coming onto that playoff stage, but not to be. MOUZ with such polish. And for G2, there was gaps, and they were exploited by the more developed team.
Many more reps required for G2 if they want to contend with some of Counter-Strike's best, and that is MOUZ. We have OJ down on the sidelines with Spinks.
Thank you, Chad. I'm here with my man Spinks. We just had a little chat. I said, how did you find it? Big smile on your face. Playing on this stage here in Krakow. First time ever in this building. How did you find it?
I'm super enjoying. I think the crowd might not be super towards us, but I'm just enjoying to be on the stage. I don't care if the crowd is with me or against me. I'm just enjoying the moment.
Well, you should enjoy it as well. You took on a G2 who, you know, they did what they did, they looked how they looked, but you guys did it in 2. What do you think the secret was of playing up here? Because we talk about you as a team that's got everything, but sometimes you feel the pressure.
Yeah, I think this game we won 2-0, but we had a lot of moments we were not focused, and it was a bit chaotic for us. So I'm happy we managed to win, but maybe against a better team, we don't come back from this one, so we still need to do better for tomorrow.
Well, let's talk about tomorrow. Vitality, they have looked strong, they have looked good, they have been the team to beat over the last 12 to 18 months. How do you approach that matchup?
Same like any match. Vitality, of course, was the best team for 2025. We don't know still what we expect from them for 2026, but same like any match. We just need to be a bit better, and I'm sure we can win.
You're the man. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. He's here tomorrow with MOUZ. Put your hands together for Spinks and MOUZ. Ready to the semi-finals. Freya, what you got for us?
Yeah, MOUZ once again locked and loaded into the semi-finals and making mincemeat of G2 on Dust 2. We thought this one was going to be a competitive affair, but MOUZ clearly had other ideas. First event coming into the 2026 season and looking very good up on this very stage. Zerston joins us over here on the desk.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations. This must be a nice start to 2026, right?
Yeah, feels good to get our first stage win. Also our first game on stage in 2026. Also against a pretty scary team. They can have a lot of momentum and yeah, I think we did really well.
Do you think people underestimate your Dust 2? They're underrating you on this map?
Yeah, of course. Also, it was our permaban, but at the end of it, we were like 6-2 against the very best. We beat Vitality, we beat Falcons. So yeah, I don't really understand why everyone is picking it against us, but obviously we were really prepared today for it and happy we have another win on it.
Last year you guys had a lot of games on stage, right? And in a lot of them you were the underdog. Does it feel nice to be the more experienced team on stage now in a matchup?
For sure. Obviously we have Vitality up next, so it differs again. But yeah, I feel like we're really experienced now, and against teams like maybe G2 or Aurora, I feel like we're really comfortable on stage compared to them, and I think that was the biggest difference today.
You mentioned Vitality, and you know it's been a historical matchup so far, especially last year. What's going to be different this time around? What do you think, and what do you hope is going to be different tomorrow? Because we've seen how this one's been going.
Well, obviously I hope that we put on a good fight. I think last matches were 2-2 against them or something like this, so we definitely understand more how to play against them compared to the 9-0 in the past. But yeah, I don't know what to expect yet. Obviously first we need to watch and analyze their game a little bit, but yeah, no promises. We're going to go out tomorrow and do our best.
Did you tell Spinks to be more aggressive? It looked like that today.
Of course, it's something where we are working on because we need to activate the playmaking side of him since he joined us. And I think he's doing it really well. This tournament he's playing incredible. And yeah, he was just feeling it. He's an animal. He has this instinct, killer instinct as I call it.
Yeah, because I read your interview where you said you would had to, like, you know, you took a little bit of a step back to allow more space for like the other guys in terms of making more plays. And how's that one been for you? And do you feel like this is like a new way of seeing how MOUZ should be playing?
Yeah, of course, we strive to have more aggressive players than me in the team. I think also Torji is getting more entry duels also on City side. His entry percent was really high coming into this game. I think also today he had a lot of good entries. So yeah, definitely it's something I would like to see, but it's also a bit different as I played basically really aggressive my whole career. So now it's a bit different playing these late rounds or clutches. I'm really not used to it, to be honest.
I think we mentioned a bit Dust 2 in terms of being back in the pool, and you guys have shown strength to it, but also the map that got removed was maybe your best map in train. So how difficult has it been to figure out your map pool and the strengths and what you're going to go for in some of these vetoes? For this game, we were thinking, you know, there's a chance you might go for Mirage, you could go for Inferno, you ended up with Overpass.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of really good maps, but as you said, Train was definitely our favorite. And coming into this season, when they changed the map pool, that Dennis, our coach, said that we must get 1 or 2 maps that we feel really confident to pick against anyone. And I think at the moment we have more than 2, to be honest. We feel really confident about all the maps. And yeah, we can also see it. It's our third 2-0 in a row against good teams, top 10, top 8 teams, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, I'm just really happy we're able to show a good map pool.
Spinks had a really nice quote that we've been referencing a lot up here. Those final 2-3 percentages, he said, would have made the difference for you guys lifting trophies last year. Do you see it being that close? And if so, do you see yourself pushing those percentages at the beginning of this year?
Yeah, of course. We reached so many finals last year. It's going to be really close about winning them. And obviously we didn't win the important ones, but at the end of the day, it's also CS. So there is always going to be a loser. There's always going to be a winner. Unfortunately, last year we were the loser. Vitality was the main winners. And coming into this year, we're even more motivated to take that step over. A lot of people counting us out, saying that we might run off the energy and fuel, but obviously first event already semi-finals. So yeah, just looking forward to get to those finals again and to prove ourselves that we can actually lift the trophies.
You decided to skip Bounty, and this is your first event of 26. How, like, what's been the main focus apart from the things we already touched and you wanted to have more playmakers? What's been the focus for you in the MOUZ game?
Well, we focused on sharpening our map pool, on getting Overpass integrated into our system. I think that it was not our best map last year, so I think that in general we are super confident in our map pool, and we just need more playtime, and this event with various implications didn't really make sense for us to play. I'm not a genius about that, it's not my topic, but yeah, we trust the coaching staff, we have a really tight schedule, and yeah, I just hope that we will not run out of energy in any tournament.
Just one final question from my side. You mentioned the word confidence, and I don't know about anybody else, but whenever we've kind of seen you in the booth, seen you on media day and stuff, there seems to be a little bit more attitude about MOUZ, right? There seems to be a little bit of something brewing. Is that something that you've been focusing on with the guys? We know obviously Torzi's like the hype man when you're in the games, but just in terms of the kind of vision around MOUZ, has anything changed there?
No, I think it's just individually everyone is feeling maybe a little bit more easy. It's the start of the season. We have yet to lose like a really important game, so of course that is a big factor of it. But at the same time, my goal this year is to enjoy CS more. I feel like I was a bit burnt out at some points last year, and also in my stage performances I was maybe a bit tilting too much or doing stuff that I don't usually do. Also today I don't think I played my best, but obviously it's all a step at a time, and if I can help my team being dead and communicating, I will do that as well.
And anything you'd like to say to all the MOUZ fans who've been cheering you on out there?
Thank you everyone for cheering for us. It feels great to have some fans by our side at times, and yeah, keep cheering, and hopefully we bring trophies for you this year.
Thank you so much, Zesh, and congratulations once again. And yeah, we'll be singing the semi-finals versus Vitality tomorrow, but that does mean it is time to be checking in with our DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, indeed. It is time for you guys watching along at home to have your say. 3 very tasty options to be choosing from this second's quarterfinal. Spinks being served up on a silver platter to you, Dupree. I think we know who you might be going with in this one.
Oh, really? There's no doubt that my old teammate in Spinks, I think he had a very, very great game. He was very important in many of the situations. He would get a lot of information. I think that's what's to take out, but he also proved to me a little bit that they have been working in decision of trying to play more aggressive. It was great to see.
Torzi up as option number 2. I'm loving seeing the bounce back from him, not least because of the heartbreak that he experienced in Budapest. But it's great to see him popping off when you get him comfortable in that open.
Yeah, absolutely. Stepped up towards the end of Overpass, end of regulation, and in overtime. Then on Dust 2 was just solid all around and had a good series.
Final option is actually going to be Roland. Not only leading in the cooling department, but leading by example as well.
Isn't his name Christopher?
Christopher
Man, he
Roland.
directed something pretty sick, actually.
He did the Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah, something like that. Either way, JL, who would you be voting for out of Roland, Torzi, and Spinks?
I mean, the obvious answer is always to go for Spinks, the highest rated player. But just because I see an Ing leader here at the DHL MVP, I'm gonna go for Roland.
Big respect. We love to see that. I do think we need to put the shoe on the other foot for a moment to talk about G2 and sadly the collapse that we saw on Dust 2, because very competitive on that Overpass. Moving on to their map pick, I think Zershan was right. People are underestimating them on Dust 2, but what was, I don't know, a key issue that you saw unfolding for G2 there?
I think it was problematic outside of the pistol round and the conversion in first half, just struggling in gun rounds, struggling to win consecutive rounds. They had a couple of close ones towards that B bomb side, but it seemed like also MOUZ had pretty decent reads on how they were going to play. They had good mid setups when G2 seemed to want to finish at the B bomb side doing mid to B splits, and on the CT side just couldn't get anything going. That sole gun round getting reset and not being able to get any momentum, really.
Just gotta praise MOUZ for how they played. I think they had a lot of good answers to what was being thrown at them, and sometimes it's just your opponent having a good day, and obviously G2 also have to look at themselves and see what they could have done better. But MOUZ, they played on a lot of strings, not only always playing defensively. We saw Spinks moving into tunnels. He was going top mid, he was really trying to find the openings. And then I guess Torzi also just being a rock solid towards A bomb side.
Considering the point that we're looking at G2 within the wider context of the team rebuild, now we're sort of, 6 months down the line, JL. Is this a problem that they're not making it to a semi-final, or are you still giving them a little bit more leeway considering the size of the rebuild that G2 had to endure?
I mean, ever since they won their tournament, they kind of been going downhill at the VRS rating, and I feel like it's because they're not doing enough or not winning enough games or not showing enough potential that they have in them. Maybe now is the time to actually think about making some changes or switching something up in the team that might actually propel you to play better.
Well, we are going to get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Saw upon his exit of the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow.
Didn't work out for G2 today. I've got Saw, the coach here. What is your first view on what went wrong today, Saw?
I think, to be honest, the whole match was quite sloppy from us, like a lot of individual mistakes, and we were not able to show the team play that we needed to show. And then, like, they were able to punish our mistakes. So it's pretty simple in that way that the team who makes the most mistakes probably loses, and yeah, we got punished by that, of course.
Sometimes that is the way it happens. Do you think it has something to do with the fact that it's been a while since you were able to play on a stage like this, and that for MOUZ, of course, they have tons of reps in that regard?
Well, it could be possibly, but I mean, also, like, we started Overpass pretty strong, I would say, so, and like the hype and the energy was there, and I didn't feel nerves in that way. So I don't know if it's about the stage. I think it's most likely some other things, but yeah.
From a Frank perspective, you as a coach, you know, with that big initial success in London, is it taking a bit too long for you to see what you know these guys can do, or what's your perspective?
Well, I mean, I think it's still early on in the season right now. And well, this is the important season in that way, that the last season was like building the new roster and building everything. So this season, obviously, it's more that we need to perform. Reaching playoffs here, in a way, is a decent step. But then on the other hand, like, well, the match today, this match against MOUZ, was disappointing. So we need to still do better. But it's going to be a long season, and I hope we can step up like the next events.
You're heading straight back to Cluj after this, so there is no rest. Thank you for talking to me, Saw. Good luck.
Yeah, certainly a move in the right direction for G2, but stepping no further here in Krakow, which does tee us up, Janko, with the 12th head-to-head between Vitality and MOUZ since Spinkt was moved from Vitality to MOUZ.
Yeah, pretty one-sided rivalry, but we should heed what Exertion said. They're 2-2 in the last 4 matchups, right? So that gives you a bit of hope for MOUZ. It's at these stages of the tournament where usually it did go pretty one-sided for Vitality, but just to touch quickly on Saw's interview, you know, I feel like G2 had a good run here, definitely had their opportunities in the matchup, but this is where now you need to see this happen on a consistent basis. They need to get a bigger sample size of them performing in playoffs to pinpoint, okay, if things keep going wrong, what's the reason? Does a player shut down in terms of communication? Does someone get too frustrated maybe and is ruining the chemistry and whatnot? You know, they made the playoffs here with 6 teams going through the playoffs. Next week in Cluj, 8 teams are making it, so they absolutely need to repeat this sort of a performance and, you know, see where this roster is going.
I always love these exit interviews, because specifically when people are being very honest, and I feel like Saul was just being extremely honest that he was a little bit disappointed in them not putting out a better fight, and they maybe couldn't convert how good they actually can be into today's match. And it is moving forward for G2. That is the whole thing for them here. They did have the rebuild last season, but it's interesting to see where they're going to end up in, let's say, 3 months.
Yeah, well, when I look at the teams that do remain, one thing does spring to mind, and that is that 3 out of the 4 of them are in contention for the ESL Grand Slam. Now, it won't be happening at this event, but if you're Vitality, you are surely eyeing this opportunity up, right? You're already halfway there. You need the championship level event, which of course Spirit has, winning IEM Cologne, but wouldn't it be ridiculous to see the first back-to-back team, Janko, achieving the ESL Grand Slam in what? Basically a year's span? That would be insane.
Would be great for Vitality, I'm sure, right? And as you mentioned, you need to have either Krakow or Cologne out of those 4. So for Vitality, this would be great timing, because then you get multiple opportunities at some of these smaller IEMs also to clinch it. And we remember with FaZe, you know, and their Grand Slam, finally getting it in 2023, it was starting to get to their nerves, right? You know, they didn't have many opportunities left. So yeah, Vitality, I feel, even with the remaining field, still the main favorite here for the trophy.
Clearly, and if there's one team to do the back-to-back, that will probably be Vitality.
Are you saying that through gritted teeth?
That's fine. That's fine. I've retired already, so I'm fine. Okay, like the first time I got to hear of the Grand Slam, I was like, that's never going to be possible for anyone to achieve, and now we've seen multiple teams do it.
And you were the first.
I know.
As well. You will always be the first.
It's not about me anymore, friend.
Looking at the semi-finals, though, JL, Spirit versus FURIA, Vitality versus MOUZ. Which one's more exciting, do you think? Which one are you really looking forward to the most?
I feel like they're both really exciting. I mean, Vitality and Spirit on either side of the bracket kind of set us up a really nice grand final for us, if they win their respective games, of course. But yeah.
I wouldn't forget about FURIA though. I think FURIA at the moment is a slight favorite in that game against Spirit because Spirit made 2 roster changes. And Magisk is new to the IGL role, and of course they have Donk, and you can never count out a team that has Donk on the roster. But you know, FURIA played a very good game today. They've been getting better with each game so far in this tournament, and you know, they're looking more like the FURIA of the tail end of 2025. And if they show up in that sort of form tomorrow, I think it will be a tough task for Spirit.
Hey, literally anything can happen. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for day 1 here of the playoffs at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for semi-final Saturday.
Oh man, I am feeling vibey, I know that. A new city, a new era, the same trophy, but this is what it's about.
Surely Woxic isn't ready for this. Swing on out, and Molyneux takes him down a peg. That round was getting nerve-wracking. Well, Molyneux answers in the clutch.
He answers everything we've already said coming into this game. He doesn't know when to quit.
Nice, guys.
Yakindar with an opening. There's the surprise to Xantares, but it was only good for one. Soulfly really feeling the burn as they're all around him, and FURIA break through. Barely even breaking a sweat. Gets Vision back, sprays him. Oh, I was gonna say both down. His Matt is good for it, but now eats the flashbang of his own. Still gets Vision in time. Puts down another. He's hitting every damn shot.
Good job. They've demolished.
Torji wants to equalize. He finds the head-to-head, removes Hunter. Some Pius, a high-pressure clutch. G2 need this now. Smoke break, puts him low. Torji can win this. Damage exchange, puts him on half health. Still the pressure to block. Jumps. Massive from Torji.
Okay, listen to me. We're gonna do something special, okay?
Nice! Look at that goal, man!
Just checking, your resolution is still the same?
Yeah, same.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, and the City of Krakow.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
No chance, all dong.
The opening fight here, and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.